the shows here on 96.5 The Fan across all our social media channels. That's right. If you want to see our smiling faces as we talk about the best sports fans and teams in the country, subscribe to our YouTube channel or watch on Twitter, Facebook, and Twitch. Wake up with us, eat lunch with us, and go home with us. Your home for Kansas City sports, 96.5 The Fan.
Lovebirds, you're in for a treat. With your holiday proposal just around the corner, Shane Company is here to help you create your dream engagement ring. This is your moment. Let's make it magical. Through 4 generations as a family business, we've helped tons of couples find a beautiful engagement ring for a price that works with their budget. We've always sourced diamonds directly, cut out the middleman, and passed the savings on to you. At Shane Company, we have the widest selection of ring settings and center stones, in stock and ready to compare side by side. It's so easy. Choose a look that brings your vision to life. From classic styles to modern designs, we have them all. Then pick out a natural or lab-grown diamond, a sapphire in your favorite color, or a vibrant gemstone like ruby or amethyst. With our everyday competitive prices and free lifetime warranty, your forever after is safe with us. Visit shaneco.com and come see us in store. We've got your dream ring and fine jewelry gifts for everyone on your list. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Hi, this is Toby Tobin along with Jason Goodenkoff from Lewisburg Ford in Lewisburg, Kansas. Hi, Jason.
Hello, Toby.
Let's talk about the buying experience at Lewisburg Ford.
It's the best anywhere. Just ask all our customers, Toby. It is hands down the best experience you can have buying a new car. We have the no-hassle Toby Tobin price that we've had for 35 years now. Nobody else can say that. We've been saving Kansas City thousands and thousands of dollars for a lot of years.
I have been buying Ford cars and trucks from Lewisburg Ford for over 30 years. And I know personally this is the best place to buy a Ford car or truck. Great prices, but there's a whole lot more than that.
It doesn't just stop at price, Toby.
Yeah.
There's other factors to this equation, and it's trade-in allowance, financing, and the experience of how knowledgeable the people are that you're dealing with. And we surpass everybody in all those areas. We always have. We always will. That's why calling us is important.
Do you have that new pickup?
Absolutely. And it's dynamite.
Okay. Lewisburg Ford is your best place to buy a Ford car or truck. What's your toll-free number?
816-444-2300.
Lewisburg Ford or lewisburgford.com.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Thinking about gas mileage. You know, changing your oil with a full synthetic oil like Pennzoil Platinum can help your engine get more miles. Right now, you can get 5 quarts with an STP Extended Life Oil Filter for only $35.99. Get started on your next job today with the parts you need when you need them at AutoZone or AutoZone.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Old Spice Swagger Holiday Pack, perfect for a gift to treat yourself. 24/7 holiday freshness with daily use can smell your bestest. I'm gonna be smelling great all season. Old Spice scents just can't be beaten. Chock full of value, saving that green. Got the essentials needed to feel clean. Deodorant, hair, body wash, and spray. Celebrate your holiday the Old Spice way. Ho 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 ho.
Hey, it's Alex Gold, and since I'm the single guy here at the station, yeah, I know.
Wow, how surprising.
They're having me read this promo about Instagram. You probably didn't even know we had an Instagram, right?
Hello, Instagram followers.
But now you do. So do me a favor and go follow us at The Fan 96.5. Win tickets, get behind-the-scenes content from the station. Plus, watch videos like Chiefs Take Tuesday and Best Bets on Sundays.
100%.
You're listening to your home for Kansas City sports, 96.5 The Fan.
Listening to the all-new 96.5 The Fan, your new home for Chiefs football. KFNZ FM and AM, HD1 and HD2 Kansas City, an Odyssey sports station.
Friday. Man, I thought that clock said 8 o'clock. I was like, where did the first 2 hours go?
I wish, right?
Am I on the DeLorean? No, what a day, man. Gonna get some nice weather this weekend. Chiefs play on Sunday night. Loaded slate for college football on Saturday. KU Mizzou basketball in Columbia.
Seriously? Is that this weekend?
Saturday, baby.
Wow.
I am juiced and ready to go. Get out the duct tape. Let's roll. It's Friday morning. had a hell of a football game last night.
I love how our lives are so completely different, Dusty, because you're talking about these games this week, and I'm like, well, I got a soccer tournament tonight. I got a soccer tournament tomorrow. Got birthday dinners this weekend. Got a birthday on Sunday. Got a choir concert on Sunday afternoon. I'm just trying to get to the Chiefs game. I love it.
Check that. Add something into my daily plan on Saturday. Getting a vasectomy.
Yeah. Did you see that story about the vasectomy guy? He died.
What guy?
The guy who basically invented the vasectomy died yesterday.
How do you invent that?
Well, you just start
Man, I'm
cutting,
tired
I
of
guess.
kids, man.
You know? So our boss sends me this
The
this
blue wire or
email.
the red wire?
This guy, they call him Ronald Weiss is his name. He performed a vasectomy almost 60,000 times.
On himself?
No.
Oh.
No. 60,000 vasectomies this guy, conducted over, I don't know how many years he did it. And he passed away. And people are like celebrating the man who allowed men to freely, do their thing. I mean, 60, they're calling him the Wayne Gretzky of vasectomies.
What are you? What were you back in like World War II? If you like had 3 strike downs in the sky, you're considered like an ace?
Yeah. This
guy's an ace times 10.
Times 60,000. It's actually like 58,900 and something vasectomies this guy's, performed in Canada. He did 14 of these things a day, right? And he was done by lunchtime. And then went out and played golf all afternoon.
I don't think he'd be eating.
7 minutes apiece. 7 minutes apiece is all the vasectomy took.
Wow.
Yeah, it was unbelievable. The story in the
is this like a new Fescoe endorsement?
No.
Fellas, do you want to get a vasectomy? I can tell you where to go in 7 minutes.
No, I'm not. That is something that I have never considered having done. And I know,
okay.
I know there's a lot of guys out there that are like, oh my God, you should get one and whatnot. I'm not into elective surgery. I don't need to be there. Don't need to have it happen. So it's a battle that my wife and I have discussed for a very long time, and I'm just kind of like, nah, I'm good. And now we're kind of getting to that age where father time and mother time are ticking a little bit. It ain't gonna matter anymore. So, but this guy passed away. So if you've had a vasectomy, you need to be up this morning saluting Dr. Ronald Weiss, who is probably the guy that created all the other doctors that have been able to knock these things out. And when you're sitting there with a bag of peas on Thursday of the NCAA tournament on your nether regions, cooling them off. Think of Dr. Richard Weiss, or Ronald Weiss.
I was saying his name's Richard Weiss. He's doing vasectomies. No way, dude.
No, Richard Weiss is an old New York Times columnist. Dick Hoops Weiss is what they called him. Ronald Weiss, the Wayne Gretzky of vasectomies, dies at 68 years old. So salute him this morning.
Salute your shorts.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Salute this guy. Guys, if you've had your vasectomy, Dr. Richard, I guess, Ronald Weiss.
I was like, there's no way. What's in this coffee?
Well, Richard just seems to fit for the guy who invented the vasectomy.
Well, that's at 9 o'clock. We'll do the Richard of the Week here on Fescoe and Dusty.
I'm already excited for yours.
Yeah, I'm definitely doing it, man.
But for the vasectomy, I was excited for your Richard of the Week.
Oh, yeah.
That'd be weird if you were excited for
I
Dusty's
could care less if
vasectomy.
Dusty has a vasectomy or not.
I did not see Friday starting off this way. Because also I felt like a Richard myself because I thought you were talking about Antonio Cromartie.
Oh, God.
Did you ever watch that Hard Knocks?
He didn't know the name of his kids?
He had 14 kids, and he had 2.
Did you say Tyreek Hill?
No, he has 11. But Cromartie had like 14 or something, and he had 1 after he got a vasectomy.
Oh, that's right. He did, yeah. So
Yeah.
this guy, Dr. Weiss, Ronald Weiss, he is
Charlie's dad.
He's basically the guy who sent home the box so you could test your vasectomy to make sure it worked. And he said like 50% of the people would never do this before, and then they wouldn't work. And now 80% of the people, once he sent the box home with him, would test their vasectomy immediately, make sure it works. And so, you got to test it. You got to test it before you use it, right? Test drive it before you buy it or whatever they say. So
I think they consider it emptying the chamber.
that's exactly what they could call it. Yes, that's exactly what they could call it.
My fault, fellas. KUMU is Sunday.
Oh, Sunday.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Who the hell's going to watch that? What a stupid day for a game.
Yeah, that's getting buried.
I mean, come on. That's dumb.
You
That's really ridiculous.
want to double down on it? It's Sunday at noon.
No, it's not.
Yes, it
Is it
is.
really?
Sure
oh,
is.
my God. That is awful.
That's
that is
crazy.
terrible planning. Like, that sucks. Seriously.
Sunday at noon on ESPN2.
Wow. Oh, yeah. That's a bad look right there. I mean, that is a good game. And I hate Missouri as much as the Missouri people hate Kansas. We have that rivalry. It's fun and whatnot. But that's just, we could all agree on this, right? As both Missouri and Kansas fans.
I thought it was Saturday at noon.
That's a dumb time for a game. They probably don't want to compete with college football and all the championships and all that.
So you want to compete with the NFL?
So compete with the NFL, right? Yeah. So go out there. The ball is tipped, and no one's here or watching. Yes, because football's on.
Right. Your other noon games that day, in case you're not watching Red Zone, like we all are.
Yeah.
Atlanta, Minnesota, Saints, Giants, Jags, Tennessee, Vegas, Bucks, Cleveland, Steelers, Panthers, Eagles, Jets, Dolphins. So maybe I will watch
maybe
Mizzou.
they saw an opening.
Maybe they knew.
They got the script ahead of time and knew this was not going to be a good noon slate, so let's slap the KU-Missouri game. See, we talked about it the other day, like Duke and KU playing on a Tuesday and that Creighton-Kansas game Wednesday night. That's when Kansas-Missouri should be playing. Like, that's just a bad look by both schools to have this game buried on a Sunday afternoon at noon when literally the entire world is either out doing holiday stuff or getting ready for the Chiefs or watching the NFL. And I know TV dictates it all, but ESPN usually counter-programs the NFL with bowling. So is college basketball now in the same realm as bowling?
As long as that one drunk's still on there telling people, who do you think you are, I am.
Oh, that guy.
As the man.
Yeah. I still don't understand that saying.
I don't think he does. He blacked out, dude. He was hammered on Budweiser.
Because like a 10-year-old was trolling him in the crowd.
Yeah.
Oh, is that how it started?
Seriously, there was a kid heckling.
Yeah,
a kid
was heckling.
This guy responded to a kid.
And he stands on business about it. I saw an interview with him like 10 years later. Oh, yeah. He's like, yeah, screw that kid.
What's his name? Munson or something like that?
Yeah,
like Roy
weird.
Munson, I think is what that guy's name is.
Isn't it like Pete Weber or something like that?
Oh, that's right. Pete Weber.
Yeah, he's from St. Louis, actually.
I'm sure, yeah. The Bowling Hall of Fame is in St. Louis.
Many sources in St. Louis have told me that he is a town drunk that like owns or owned a bar, bowling alley or something.
What was it, Pete Weber? That sounds like
Pete
a bar.
Weber.
Pete Weber's. Let's go down to Pete Weber's.
Let's go over to Weber's.
And you know what that bar's like, man? That is a towny type of bar, right?
My kind of bar.
Yeah, exactly. It's a towny bar. You get your free popcorn. You could probably still smoke at Pete Weber's, right?
I would hope.
Yeah, you got to. If you're going to have a bar in St. Louis called Pete Weber's and serve nothing but KOBs, the king of beers, baby, let's go.
Your meal parlay is a dip of a fried ravioli, a drag of a Marlboro Red, and then a chug of a Budweiser.
That's it. That is a St. Louis trifecta.
You're up, Craig. All right. What'd you just do? Spare 7-9? By the way, guys, there's another award, Mac, that you can take off the table.
What's that?
I'm so freaking proud of you, man. That's the way to show up. You talk about pressure, we live in pressure. That's where we freaking thrive. You did it again. All right? It doesn't matter who's playing for us. It doesn't matter what's going on. You always find a way to win.
Yep.
This has been in the making, man. This has been in the making. All right? We were all supposed to be here together, man. We're destined for this. Just stay the course.
Dan Campbell now minus 130 to win Coach of the Year.
Oh, is it dropping?
It might be over, boys, and I might be wrong because I have chills right now. I'm running through a freaking wall for Dan Campbell, man. That guy gets it. He knows today football. He went for it on fourth down 4 times, got it 3 times, and then the one time he didn't get it, they tried to criticize him. But I love what Kirk Herbstreit said. He goes, if you live by the sword, you die by the sword. He trusts his defense. They held him to a field goal. They went down the end of the game, got a field goal, won the game. Dan Campbell, man, he's got it, man. Like we talk about Andy Reid, we give Andy Reid credit, and I get it. People say, oh, Andy Reid. Andy Reid has his style, and it works.
Yep.
You go to St. Joe, you sweat your ass off, you bust and grind everything every day, and you go through the season, you win championships. Dan Campbell, he's got his way, and it works. Jim Harbaugh, he's got his way, and it works. Mike Tomlin has his way, and it works. And you've been saying all week as we wrap this entire week full circle, coaching.
Yeah.
Dan Campbell is big reasons why the Detroit Lions won that game last night.
There's no question coaching in the NFL, and I've been on it for the last decade because I've seen so many bad coaches in this league, and it's just so eye-opening when you see a good one because it tells you how many bad ones are out there, and Dan Campbell is definitely in that category of good coaches. Number one, going for it on fourth down last night when you could have just kicked the field goal and given Green Bay the ball back. He's like, no, I trust my offense. Let's go out there. And then what he did after the game, I think, is exactly a page from Andy Reid's book. he credited his offensive coordinator, Ben Johnson, because Ben made a great call on that. Ben made a great call. And that's what leadership is about, giving the credit to everybody else, letting everybody else be elevated by you. And I think Dan Campbell does an amazing job of that. And that really got me excited when I saw that. I'm like, Dan Campbell now is officially in the crowd of being a legitimate NFL head coach because he understands leadership and he understands it's about praising everybody else and not taking any credit for it. So, man, way to go, Dan Campbell. That fourth down play was that. I mean, that Ronald Weiss would be like, oh my God, look at the stones on this guy. I've never seen anything so big, right? I've done 60,000 vasectomies. Like that was a hell of a call by Dan Campbell to do that last night. And you know what that does? That builds trust in your offense now. That builds trust in your team. He trusts us to go out there and do that. And you love when your boss puts you in those positions and trusts you, and then you go and execute. So congratulations to them. I woke up to a text this morning from my friend Paul, and he says to me, he goes, God, if the Lions end up winning a Super Bowl, I think America's going to be in love. Like that's the team right now, outside of Kansas City, that I think all of the United States of America has kind of fallen in love with, and rightfully so, because for the Lions, we're used to just Thanksgiving Day, we're used to the Hawaiian Blues, we're used to Barry Sanders, we're used to 4-12, and now they're winning, and it's much like when the Chiefs first came on the scene with Patrick Mahomes and started winning. Everybody, jumped on the bandwagon nationwide because it was new, it was different, it was ending a long streak of losing. And the Lions are doing that in the NFC. They've won 11 straight games. They are beating Buffalo. I promise you that. Now with 10 days off, the Lions are beating the Buffalo Bills.
There it is. Calls a shot right there. But no, I mean, what I see in Dan Campbell is he's not only captivated a team and a message and a way to play and a way to win. Man, that stadium was rocking last night,
God,
and that's Detroit.
Did you see the coach of the Packers get in a fight with the flag holder before the game? Like they had fans out there holding the flag, before the game, and this fan starts talking trash to
LaFleur was not happy last night. He was not happy with the refs, with the fans, and a bunch of stuff. I wasn't happy with the way that those two got to play on Thursday night. I'll explain that a little bit later on in the show. Kind of evolves around the Chiefs schedule because
the Chiefs, they don't care about it. They want to put them on.
The narrative of the NFL wanting the Chiefs to win, I think, is a little bit overrated and a little bit overhyped. But coming up on the other side, a guy that impressed us that came back last week that has another chance to do it again this week. We dive into that on the other side of Fescoe and Dusty on 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City sports.
You're listening to Fescoe and Dusty. Make sure to follow us on Instagram @TheFan965 for behind-the-scenes content from the show. Kansas City's FM sports station, 96.5 The Fan.
Well, here we go. We're entering the weekend of football, and you have the opportunity to have some fun with the FanDuel app. Tackle the NFL action on FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. Right now, new customers will get $150 in bonus bets if you win. The FanDuel Sportsbook app gives you everything you need to place live bets on the NFL all in one place. So when you get a hunch in the middle of the game, you can check out the latest stats, view live play-by-play, and so much more on the same page where you place your bets. Just visit FanDuel.com/610Bob to join today. You'll get started with $150 in bonus bets if you win your first $5 bet. That's FanDuel.com/610Bob. Never waste a hunch and make every moment more with FanDuel, an official sportsbook partner of the NFL. 21 and present in Kansas. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. FanDuel is offering online sports wagering in Kansas under an agreement with Kansas Star Casino, LLC. Gambling problem? Getting help is your best bet. Call 1-800-522-4700 or visit ksgamblinghelp.com.
This weekend only at Old Navy, get 50% off activewear for the family. Yep, 50% off activewear for the family. Gift everyone their favorite gear for half the price this Saturday and Sunday only at Old Navy. Valid 12, 7, and 8, select styles only.
It's a Red Friday on 96.5 The Fan and The Other Place. The Other Place is your sports watching headquarters this fall. Now with 5 great area locations, Shawnee, Olathe, downtown Overland Park, Mission, and Belton. Enjoy Red Friday specials all day.
Kansas City, it's Sean Barber. You know there's nothing easier than to enjoy watching the Chiefs with some wings and an ice-cold Bud Light. And Buffalo Wild Wings is serving up both for every game, all season long. Join me at Buffalo Wild Wings, located off Berry Road and Prairie Drive in KC Mo, Friday, December 6th. I'll be there from 6 to 8 p.m., celebrating the back-to-back Super Bowl champs while eating some wings and drinking $5 Bud Lights. Nothing easier to enjoy than that. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy.
For more, go to 965thefan.com. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch, Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
After you use Bounce Dryer Sheets and realize how fresh, soft, less wrinkled, and less staticky your laundry can be, you'll put a sheet on it every time. Like those socks that smell like they've been through a marathon. Or that blanket that's got wrinkles on its wrinkles. Maybe even your chatty coworker who keeps distracting you? Okay, bounce dryer sheets can't do it all. But for fresher, softer, better laundry...
What's up, sandwich heads? Today on Steve-O's Sandwich Reviews, we've got the tips and tricks to the best sandwich order. And it all starts with this little guy right here. Pepsi Zero Sugar. Partial to pastrami, craving a Cubano. Yeah, sounds delicious, but boom! Add the crisp, refreshing taste of Pepsi Zero Sugar and cue the fireworks. Lunch, dinner, or late night, it'll be a sandwich worth celebrating. Trust me, your boy's eaten a lot of sandwiches in his day, and the one thing I can say with absolute fact... every bite is better with Pepsi.
Febreze. So my home is also my office. And before I can focus, every room's gotta be clean. That means tidying up, then spraying my Febreze Air Mist. Ooh, that's fresh. Febreze Air Mist scents are all high quality. They fight any weird funk, and they give my air an instant boost of freshness. So not only does my home smell good, I feel good too. After I Febreze, it's time to start my day.
Breathe happy, Febreze, la 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 la.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Do you find yourself stuck in a timeshare? Get the real facts about the timeshare industry and your options for cancellation. Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, has put together a free information guide that reveals the secrets the timeshare industry doesn't want you to know, including the 5 ways to get rid of your timeshare. Call now and get this timeshare cancellation guide absolutely free.
Call 800-838-6161. That's 800-838-6161. 800-838-6161.
Football fans, picture this. You bet on your favorite player to score the first touchdown, and he throws a block, and his teammate scores instead. With BetMGM's second chance promotion, you'll get your stake back if your first touchdown scorer scores second. Bet on any pro football player to score the first touchdown of the game. If you're right, you win. If your player scores second, you get your stake back in cash. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to gamble responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 years of age and older. This U.S. promotional offer not available in Mississippi, Nevada, Ontario, or Puerto Rico. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Available in the U.S. For New York, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369. For Arizona, call 1-800-NEXT-STEP. For Massachusetts, 1-800-327-5050. For Iowa, 1-800-BETS-OFF. For Puerto Rico, 1-800-981-0023. Subject to eligibility requirements in partnership with Kansas Crossing Casino and Hotel.
You're listening to 96.5 The Fan from the Mission Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling Studios. Here's traffic, brought to you by DM Injury Law. Have you or a loved one been in a car wreck? Contact DM Injury Law today and get the money you deserve. Car wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
Brought to you by Renner Garage Door, your home's garage door source. Missouri sign, checking 49 northbound, no delays from Belton to 470, and then 71 northbound, moving well from the Grandview Triangle into downtown. When the snow and ice hits, make sure your garage door is ready, whether it's a smart LiftMaster opener, service repair, or brand new door. Renner Garage Door has you covered. Locally owned and serving all of KC since 1956. RENNER, forward and back. RennerDoor.com. Alan Carr, 96.5 The Fan, traffic.
Here on a Red Friday, Fescoe and Dusty, Mac with you on 96.5 The Fan. Solid game last night, lived up to the hype, I would feel.
Yeah, I think so. You guys do parlays and whatnot before these games.
Yeah.
Did you guys have the over on Jaden Reed's reception yardage yesterday?
I did. How are you doing that? You knew,
Yeah,
Mac.
no, you already knew I had that.
You did?
No, okay,
I did not know. No, you did.
I didn't know if you were trolling.
No, you did.
No, I altered it up a bit even to make it hurt worse. But yeah, 0 yards for Jaden Reed.
0 yards.
0 yards for their leading receiver last night.
On the Amon-Ra St. Brown podcast after that game a few weeks ago, he goes, wait till you see me in Detroit. 0. It started at like 42.5, and all of a sudden it was up to like 62.5.
Wow, really?
By the start of the game, it was bet up, and then he had no yards yesterday receiving.
If I had a dime for every yard that Jaden Reed had last night,
you'd be broke.
I'd have 0 dimes.
I had no idea. I am sorry. I was not trolling on that one.
Sore spot, man. Come on.
Damn, dude. I was like,
I didn't know. I went quiet.
No, I honestly had no idea you took it with the over.
Yeah, I said it's Dusty. I was like, dude, this sucks. What the hell?
And it's so weird, too, because Mac and I'll have conversations throughout the day, and, like, one of the things we say is, like, man, I think the over might hit.
Yeah.
And I told you during the show yesterday, everybody's loading up on Green Bay. I'm like, stay away.
Yep.
Detroit's going to win this thing. Like, all of a sudden, everybody came out of that woodwork yesterday thinking Green Bay was going to win this game. And Detroit went out there and showed why, maybe they are now. I said on Monday I thought Philly was the best team in the NFC. But, man, what Detroit did last night, it's hard not to say they're now maybe the best team in the NFC. Yeah. I'd love to see a Detroit-Philadelphia NFC championship game. I think that would be amazing, man.
Amazing.
Well, it's the time of Christmas, so, ask Santa for that for the NFC championship game.
Yeah, they got that ball back with 3:50, and I knew it was over.
It was done.
Yep,
done.
3 minutes and 50 seconds. That's how, they can just take time off the clock.
Talk about bleeding the clock.
Yeah, exactly.
And that's why it's important to have Pacheco and
exactly.
Kareem Hunt back right now, and even Carson Steele and P. Ryan a little bit. Use that running game. I think they're going to run the hell out of the football this week and bleed the clock like that. Like, can you imagine the Chiefs up, let's say 6 with 3:50 to go, they've got the ball, and they just bleed the rest of the clock out, man, and end up taking a knee. God, I hope that happens Sunday night. Let's go.
That's when they get perfect. When they need to, and they need to be absolutely perfect, they seem to do it.
Mm-hmm.
They've shown it enough this season, whether the team is Carolina, Tampa Bay, or the Raiders.
Right.
They tend to do it. Chuck O'Minahue should be coming back and being a force with the defensive line. I think he did play last week, right?
Yes, he did.
Over 30 snaps.
Yeah, 30 snaps.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think that's why we saw the Chris Jones breakout?
I think it has something. Yeah, absolutely I do, Dusty, because, like, if you have good people around you, you're going to be better at what you do. And it goes like that with football. Like, it's like everybody matters on that field. Mm-hmm. And if you're Chris Jones and there's really nobody else doing much along that defensive line, it's much harder for you because you're like, well, we'll just eliminate Chris Jones because nobody else is doing anything. Mm-hmm. And now Chuck O'Menahue's back, and we saw him put pressure on the quarterback on Sunday or Friday afternoon, I guess, a week ago today against the Raiders. And I mean, we were able to see that. So I think he's a vital part to this stretch run. Like, team's starting to get healthy, get a new left tackle, get your running back, get Charles Omenihu back. And I think if this guy goes down the stretch and has like 5 sacks the rest of the way, you have to seriously consider making him one of your offseason priorities from guys that are on your team. You have Bolton, you have Smith, that are coming due for free agent contracts right now. You obviously need a left tackle, but pass rushing is key in this league. And if Charles Omenihu gets you like 5 sacks the rest of the way, he's got to be a priority for this team this offseason. I mean, would you agree? I mean...
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I would put that over Nick Bolton. I mean,
I would too. Yeah.
I mean, and again, Nick Bolton's a great player, but we've seen, the impact that a pass rush can have and the lack thereof for this team these past few weeks. Man, if Omenihu, if that sustains what happened last week, I mean, I think that needs to be considered.
Yeah, absolutely. And, the money is, hard to come by in the NFL these days with a $350 million salary cap. But if they want to keep a player, they will keep a player. And I think Charles Omenihu, man, if he plays great down the stretch and into the postseason like he did last year, he's a big player for us last year in the postseason. Like, I think that's a guy you have to, and last year he said he wanted a new contract. Like, come on, you haven't done anything. You barely played. Now you're hurt and all this kind of stuff. But if this guy makes his impact shown from here on out, he's a guy you got to consider signing in the offseason.
I also don't think he'd be a very expensive player to sign. So I don't know if Nick Bolton would be still out of the question. I think Trey Smith is probably the number one acquisition you make in the offseason, in my opinion. I think you keep that interior lineman together because that hasn't really been the issue. I know that people have been like, well, watch the last couple of games. There's been some tackles that are a little bit questionable. Now I saw that Juwan Taylor is questionable for the game on Sunday.
Well, something I read on X, formerly Twitter, by Matt Derrick, a Chiefs reporter, he said this is kind of par for the course where if a guy's a little banged up, they will practice outside on grass, but if they go inside on turf, Andy's like, no, we're not putting any pressure on you for that. So I saw that, and I'm like, oh, all right, maybe it's not as bad as the headline.
That makes sense.
Wanted to read,
It just... Something's flared up, though.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
If that is the case, I worry that is blood in the water for a shark named Joey Bosa.
Mm-hmm. Could be.
Which Mahomes seems to always kind of counter Joey Bosa. Like, he'll rush. Mahomes and always kind of knows where he's at, steps up, and seems to get away with it. But
you're assuming Bosa's going to be healthy for this game on Sunday.
I mean, that's true.
There's still a couple of days, Dusty, before we get to Sunday. Okay, he could fall up the plane steps.
That's fair.
I think I should know this, but if Taylor couldn't go, would it be Caliendo? I guess that's
Probably.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'd assume Caliendo.
Or Wanye.
Well, I don't think
No.
I think
No.
PTSD is too much. I was talking with somebody yesterday about that situation, and really over the last 2 years, and the response to me was, we've really tested 15 patients over the last 2 years, and they really have. I mean, the last 2 years he's blown up at the wide receivers, blew up at the offensive line. I just can't see them if Jawan Taylor gets injured, Wanye Morris out there.
No.
Like, would you guys think Wanye's a scratch on Sunday, like on that reserve list where they don't suit up?
No, because
inactive?
the injury to Jawan Taylor that flared up. You got to have some sort of
They
insurance.
have to have, yeah.
He's probably third, but I think that he's probably like the third in line if something were to happen, but I don't think that he's going to be a scratch because you have to have that depth. Like, that's the unfortunate part about, like, the bad situation is that, he still has to play, but you just don't want to see him play that much.
Right, yeah. I mean,
But seeing that did kind of like throw a little bit of a rise in my mind where I'm like, oh, great, of course. Like right here on a Thursday is when we get this information. Of course. But no, I don't think it's like a huge worry for me. I think obviously if he's going to be good to go, and like you say with what Matt Derrick had to say, it's like also who's not hurt.
Right, exactly.
Week 14 of the NFL,
It's
right?
December.
You're going to start seeing like Mahomes questionable. Like, what do you mean? Limited practice. Oh, he just has a little sore ankle. Okay,
or
fair
it's
enough.
just a veteran day off.
And
or
then Sunday goes out there and throws for 330 and whatnot. But before we get into Andy Reid and being impressive once again, I do want to bring this up because I do think that this game has potential to be a lot like the game we saw last night. Like when I watched that Detroit-Green Bay game, man, Detroit and Green Bay have played 2 games this year that have been close, that have been dog fights. And I think both these teams in the NFC North are the teams of the future. I think Minnesota's good, but they'll have a slight rebuild next year because I don't think Sam Darnold will be their quarterback. I think they will eventually let J.J. McCarthy take the ranks. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe they give Sam Darnold another year. And
They
let
got
J.J.
Daniel
McCarthy.
Jones, dude. Like, let's not overlook him.
Okay. And I think if you want a rough draft of how you might feel emotionally, how you might see this game playing out, and I know that was a lot of points on the board last night, over 51, which was the over-under in that game. I think that's where this game is. I think you can put some stuff aside where, Green Bay did a really good job of stopping the run last night, but Jared Goff still was able to throw the ball around the field all night. Jordan Love, same thing, had a great game. And this is a game where the Chargers have a good defense, great defense. The Chiefs have a good defense. Both teams know each other. Both teams play in the same division. They're the 2 teams in this division that I think are the future of it. I mean, I know Denver's knocking on the doorstep, but I need to see more. But seeing the head coaches of both those teams, seeing the quarterbacks of both those teams, seeing how those teams run, the chemistry both those teams had last night, I see a lot of that game and what this game could be on Sunday.
Well, and it all comes down to the offensive line, Dusty. I hate to be like just the guy when it comes to this, but I'm watching the game right now. It's on NFL Network again, and every play the offensive line is taking care of their quarterbacks. They're protecting their quarterbacks. They're allowing them to have the time, and that's what Patrick Mahomes needs, and that's what Patrick Mahomes really hasn't gotten over the last all of this year, maybe even a little bit of last year as well. I mean, I think the offensive line is going to be a major priority, obviously, this offseason for the Chiefs. I think it has to be the number one priority in this offseason. You have to give Patrick Mahomes protection. You have to give the guy the ability not to stand back there and have PTSD and feel like he needs to get rid of the football immediately because he has nobody in front of him to protect him. So I think, I would love this offseason to see a Willie Roaf type of trade for the Kansas City Chiefs when it comes to that left tackle position, because it's obviously going to be very hard to acquire one in free agency. You don't know truly what you're going to get out of the college draft when it comes to offensive linemen, and if you're picking 30, 31, 32, 29 in that area where the Chiefs seemingly always pick, are you getting a great offensive lineman, or are you getting the 4th best tackle at that point in time? So I'd love to see him do a Willie Roaf type of trade where they flip some picks and get themselves a mainstay at left tackle. Who that is, I don't know yet who that guy could be. Maybe it ends up being DJ Humphries and he ends up signing long-term and plays well, or whatever the case may be. But the offensive line is just so key to this. I'd love this team to put up points this Sunday. If the offensive line protects Patrick Mahomes and gives him time, we have an opportunity for a lot of points in this game.
Which we will see the arrival of DJ Humphries at left tackle, which should be somewhat reassuring to see if Patrick Mahomes can have more time, a little bit more time for those receivers running little routes, and then we start to see that sort of play develop, because it's insane what he's done the last 5 weeks. being sacked 20 times and still putting up 1,300 yards, 11 touchdowns, and 2 picks.
That's the most impressive stat of the season, I think, in a bad way. Like 20 sacks in the last, what did you say?
5 games.
5 games. 20 sacks. He's been sacked 20 times in the last 5 games.
32 on the year.
32 on the
12
year.
previous 5 weeks.
And they're 11-1.
That's right. And now, again, there are those statisticians out there that'll say, well, some of those sacks are on Mahomes. Okay. So
how do you know, though?
Well, you have to go watch the all 22. But the thing I will say is that let's say that 15 of those sacks are still on the offensive line. There's still 15 sacks in the last 5 weeks. That's getting, sacked 3 times a game.
Yeah, it's a lot. That's a lot.
Right. And, the one thing that we always say is, keep 15's jersey clean and you'll see the result be very clean as well.
Mm-hmm.
But I do think that this is one of those games where I think that, you can take and we'll do the script at 8 o'clock as we always do on Friday, but you can take your whatever you know about these teams, what you think you know about these teams. I don't think this game is going to be that way. I know the last time they played, it was 17-10.
Mm-hmm.
It was in L.A., but again, that Chargers team wasn't this Chargers team today. And like we said, Jim Harbaugh bought them all lunch pails.
Yeah.
You're going to need them on Sunday night. You're going to need to bring your lunch. And not only that, we talked about it at the start of the show. Every coach gets credit for being what they are, for who they are. Andy Reid's way works for the Chiefs and this organization and the fan base, and everyone's wrapped in it. Jim Harbaugh's been there for 13 weeks, and he has that team pumping. He has that team going well. He's got a new Justin Herbert. And you talk about, pressure from Omenihu and Chris Jones and Karlaftis and all these guys. Man, Justin Herbert, you've got to get pressure on him because if you let him sit back there and do it, he's going to do it because he's shown it that he's hadn't thrown an interception in 10 weeks. It's time to disrupt that.
Mm-hmm.
As big as a game as we talk about this needs to be for the offensive line, this is a big Spags game to me.
I don't disagree with you.
What Detroit did last night with all their injuries on defense and all their injuries on the defensive line, they blitzed Jordan Love all night long.
Mm-hmm.
And he still put up some points, and he still was able to, adjust at halftime. But you're going to have those big, bullhouse rushes that get the quarterback disrupted. And Justin Herbert's one of those guys that if you can disrupt him, and I know this is the obvious, like any quarterback that has to, improvise outside of Patrick Mahomes, gets a little off their rocker. But again, put the pressure on Justin Herbert to have to throw that first down pass to Quentin Johnson to see if he can catch it or not. Switch the field, get your defense off the field, get your offense on there, work the clock, because what Dan Campbell said was really important last night. We knew we had to have the offense on the field to end the game.
Mm-hmm.
That's what the Chiefs need to do. They need to have their offense on the field to end the game. And if they do that, like we said earlier, 3:50, 2 timeouts, Chiefs have the ball, manicure that clock, and just continue to go on throughout the season winning. Go to 12-1, because then you look at next week. It doesn't get, I know it's Cleveland, but then it's Buffalo, Detroit. If that Detroit shows up against Buffalo, you then have a massive 2-game lead for that first seed into the AFC. And then things get a little bit more easier for you in the playoffs, which that's not what the NFL wants. They don't want the Chiefs, and they don't want the word easier next to their name.
No, they don't, but they do want them on TV because they still generate the ratings. And so if they can give the Chiefs Lions a Super Bowl, they'll be very happy with that. But I think, it is a big Spags game. And I saw Trent McDuffie say something yesterday that's going to be one of those kind of recurring things all weekend long for me. He says the secondary needs to develop their confidence back. They need to get their confidence back. And I don't disagree with that. It's been a little bit of rough go for them in the secondary. I think some of that has to do with not being able to get pressure on the quarterback. And if you can't get pressure, it's hard to cover for, 20 minutes back there. But I like his thinking. Like, he knows it hasn't been great. We've got to find a way to develop our confidence. We've got to find a way to get our swagger back, as they used to say, right? And so I think that's a good thing going into this game. I feel like just from the things that are coming out of Arrowhead this week publicly and even privately at times, I think there's a lot of focus right now on this game, like to a different level where they're like ready to rock and roll in this one. And you mentioned the 17-10 game in LA. People forget that game plan was thrown out the window on the first play of the game when Rashee Rice went down, and they lost their number one target in the first minute of the game, and they still found a way to win. And when you start looking at like impressive wins over the season, that week 4 win right there, that's a quintessential Andy Reid type of win. Oh my God, our number one wide receiver went down. We lost our running back, 2 weeks prior. What the hell are we going to do? We found a way to win that game. They found a way to win that game with their number one wide receiver, their number one target, knocked out of the game. They got to take the game plan, throw it out the window, baby, and see what we can do. And they won that game. Now they've had an entire 10 days, basically, to prepare for this team. and have the opportunity to put together a game plan that was probably a lot different than what we saw the first time going against the Chargers.
You guys had a question on the rundown that says more impressive from Andy Reid, 11 straight appearances of the Super Bowls. Playoff-wise, what they mean by
11 straight playoff appearances, by Andy Reid.
On the cusp of, I believe it'll be 8 consecutive division titles if they win the West this year, which is insane. What is it to you?
It's the playoff appearances, I think, honestly, because if they make the playoffs this year, which they did, if they make the playoffs next year, right back, this is what we looked at. They make the playoffs next year, they will tie the all-time NFL record for most consecutive years in the postseason. And to be able to be good like that in this league that allegedly has parity in it, right? And it's so hard to win in the NFL, to have the opportunity next year to set the record for the most consecutive years in the postseason. You tie the New England Patriots from, what was it, 09
to 21.
To 21. You would tie the New England Patriots for the most consecutive appearances. I mean, that's why I always go back to Andy Reid, Coach of the Year. This guy has sustained success for more than a decade right now with this football team. Imagine if they made the playoffs his second year here. We'd be talking about this would have been the year where they set the record for the most consecutive playoff appearances in NFL history. Now, yes, obviously Super Bowls are in a different world on their own, but I just think 11 straight years in the playoffs and going for 12 next year, holy cow, man, that's wild to think about.
And we talk about the Patriots in that run, and we talk about, Belichick was able to change with the way football changed. Andy Reid doesn't get that crown as much. He's changed with the way football's changed as well, from offensive to now what we've seen just in the last 5 years. Okay, hey, defense has now come back. He's like, okay, we got to run the ball. We got to take more time off the clock, time of possession, things like that. Andy Reid's like, cool, no problem. Blow the dust off another playbook. Let's bring it up. He just has everything. So I'd agree with you. The playoff appearances, I'd couple that with the AFC Championship game appearances to go along with that. Not only are they getting to the playoffs, they go to the AFC Championship game. What is it, 7?
Six in a row.
It's 6 years in a row. This will be the 7th. So that's unbelievable.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, like that to me, to have that sustained success for all these years, that's hard. Once you get into the playoffs, it is a crapshoot. Everybody will tell you that. And the Chiefs have been, great. I mean, they have bet the come line, they bet the pass line, they bet all the lines, right? And they're rolling dice, man. They're hot. They're hitting on 18 and getting a 3, in blackjack. Like, they're hot in the postseason. But you have to be good to get to the postseason. And to do it 11 years in a row with 2 starting quarterbacks.
That's right.
That's crazy.
Mahomes' last 4 games against the Chargers, 10 touchdowns, 2 interceptions. He's 9-2 versus the Chargers. He enters December with a 22-6 record. There's a big reason why you've made 11 straight. Half of those are there. Because it's crazy, man. Like, when this team gets to the end of the season, when December hits, and I know I hate saying this. I hate being that guy. This is when the season matters for the Kansas City Chiefs. This is when everything seems to click. You remember late December, it was last year, though, against the Raiders. It broke them and brought them back to life and let them go on that Super Bowl run, and then they would go on and win, 15 straight?
14 straight games, yeah.
And then this season, you just had that disappointing win against the Raiders where everybody's pissed. You won 19-17, and Kelsey's upset. Mahomes is mad, and people are yelling at their coaches and stuff like that because it's a competitive frustration. It's not an anger frustration like it is, with George Pickens. It's a competitive frustration with this team. And you play a division opponent where your quarterback is 9-2 against them. Your quarterback has totally shown a new sort of life towards the running of MVP, which we can get into that a little bit later as well. I know, roll your eyes. Matt Mahomes not going to win MVP. Hold on.
I was talking to somebody yesterday in league circles, and I said, we were kind of talking about what Patrick Mahomes has done and whatnot, and I'm like, this is why he's the MVP. And the response back was, exactly. He's the MVP of this league. I know he won't win the award, but there's no... You keep mentioning these 20 sacks in the last 5 games, and then you give his numbers, and they're amazing numbers with the 20 sacks, and they're 11-1. Patrick Mahomes has overcome the loss of his number 1 wide receiver, the loss of his number 1 running back, the loss of his number 2 wide receiver, 4th left tackle that he's had, backup running backs. They're 11-1. He's putting up incredible numbers. When you do the logical say it out loud test, nobody's more valuable in this league than Patrick Mahomes. This team is not 11-1 with Jared Goff. Probably not 11-1 with Josh Allen on the team right now.
Mahomes and Andy Reid, or I guess Andy Reid himself, 8 consecutive AFC West titles. You win this game, you'd be knocking on the door to slam it shut.
I think you clinch it, don't you? I saw someone
Denver's still there. right?
I don't know.
Denver, if they went out, I guess they probably couldn't. I mean, I don't know. Yeah, you probably would. I mean, it'd essentially be like 99.9% chance that you win the AFC West.
I thought I saw yesterday that if they win this game, the West is over. I could be wrong about that, much like everything else.
Coming up on the other side, we did our songs and artists wrapped around the year. We give you our 5 athletes this year that wrapped our minds all year long, or maybe that gave us some important notifications throughout the year. Bob Fescoe, Dusty Like is back. More, you're listening to 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City Sports.
Fescoe and Dusty. Subscribe and watch the show on YouTube by going to our channel at The Fan 965, Kansas City's FM sports station, 96.5 The Fan.
Well, I'll tell you something, man. You're looking for something fun to do this holiday season with family and friends in town, or the kids are off school and you're looking to do something awesome with them, take them foaling. Take your friends foaling. Take your family foaling. Take your date foaling. Whoever you want to go foaling with, take them and go at 435 and State Line. Foaling is football plus bowling plus bar, and that's Foaling Warehouse, Kansas City. And you may think to yourself, what? Yeah, you're bowling with a football, essentially. You're setting up the bowling pins, you're throwing that football at them, you're knocking them down, and everybody's having a great time. Knock them all down first, you win, re-rack, and play again. It is the coolest thing in Kansas City right now, and everybody's loving foaling. And I always tell people, it's the perfect spot for a party, because with foaling, you can bring in your own food. You want to bring in pizza or barbecue, sandwiches, it doesn't matter. Foaling allows you to do that. You can set up shop, foal all day, have your food, and take advantage of their world-class bar. They're making some killer cocktails at Foaling, and now with the weather getting cold, it's the perfect indoor activity for everyone. You can check them out at 435 and State Line or reserve a lane at foalingkc.com. That's foalingkc.com, and get your foal on.
Winchester at Lake City Army Ammunition Plant in Independence is the largest manufacturer of small caliber ammunition for the U.S. military. They're hiring technicians starting at $26.72 an hour with a $1,000 hiring bonus. Excellent day one benefits include medical, dental, educational support, paid time off, and company retirement contributions up to 8%. Join Winchester and serve the U.S. warfighter. It's more than a job. It's a mission. Apply at winchester.com/careers.
Booth Creek Wagyu, KC's premier Wagyu beef meat market, has even more convenient ways for you to shop. In addition to their location at 135th and Metcalf, they're opening soon at 95th and Knoll. Everyone deserves to elevate their beef. Whether you're looking to wow your family with an unforgettable roast this holiday or impress your friends, neighbors, and coworkers, their Wagyu experts are ready to help you pick out something unforgettable. Booth Creek Wagyu, open 7 days a week, or shop online anytime at boothcreekwagyu.com.
Listen, you've been making house payments for years, right? And right now your home's value has never been higher, right? That means you're likely sitting on a small fortune in equity. And good for you. That's cash you could use to help secure your retirement, solve all your financial burdens, enable you to travel everything you want. The catch is, you're not ready to move. No problem. You don't have to with Truehold. Sell and stay leaseback program. It's a genius financial strategy. You sell your home to Truehold while its value is high. You bank all the equity in cash now, and you can stay as long as you like with an easy, affordable lease. And Truehold pays property taxes, insurance, and maintenance. Truehold unlocks your wealth without uprooting your life. Get a Truehold offer now while your home's value is sky high. Call 1-855-300-9993. or visit Truehold.com. The smarter, faster way to cash out without moving out. Truehold.com.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Ow! Sweetie, come here. Don't worry. I see a lot of patients with the exact same thing.
Ever since the ice skating rink went in next door?
Or is it more than
Dr. Clark's business is heating up.
So many patients need my help. How will I find time to see all of them?
They need to hire a scheduler, stat.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, it's easier for talented candidates to find it, which makes it easier for you to hire them. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. If you own a timeshare and you want out, you need to get the facts. Wesley Financial Group and its founder, Chuck McDowell, have helped over 40,000 families cancel their timeshares permanently, and he may be able to help you too. Call right now. Chuck will send you a timeshare exit information guide free explaining how your timeshare works and all your options for cancellation. You want to call Wesley Financial Group, 800-761-0000. That's 800-761-0000. Once again, 800-761-0000.
Old Spice Swagger Holiday Pack, perfect for a gift to treat yourself. 24/7 holiday freshness with daily use can smell your bestest. I'm gonna be smelling great all season. Old Spice scents just can't be beaten. Chock full of value, saving that green. Got the essentials needed to feel clean. Deodorant, hair, body wash, and spray. Celebrate your holiday the Old Spice way. Ho, 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 ho.
Want more from your dealership? At Metro Ford, every new vehicle comes with a lifetime limited powertrain warranty. Family owned, just 10 minutes from downtown and packed with unbeatable value. Drive smarter, only at Metro Ford. Online at kcmetroford.com.
Here's traffic, brought to you by DM Injury Law. Have you or a loved one been in a car wreck? Contact DM Injury Law today and get the money you deserve. Car wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
Brought to you by Metro Ford online at kcmetroford.com. Missouri side, 35 southbound from Missouri 152 into downtown is a 12-minute trip. Kansas side, 35 northbound. Trip from Olathe into downtown is 20 minutes. Alan Carr, 96.5 The Fan. Traffic.
It's a Red Friday here on Fescoe and Dusty with Mac Maury as well with you. Could have heard him last night on After Hours. What was the out of left field question?
What did we do? We did... Oh, gosh.
That's a good one.
It was. Dang it. Oh, dream vacation destination.
Ah.
They made fun of me because I said skiing because they were like, cold. You want to go in the cold? I was like, yeah.
Dream destination?
Yeah.
Like the Swiss Alps?
Yeah.
Are you a skier?
Huge, yeah.
Okay, never once. I did one time I skied. Never again.
Oh, it's so fun.
I'm scared. I'm not going to lie.
That's fair. It is scary.
It is, yeah.
It's scary.
Pizza, French fries. Pizza, French fries. If you do French fries, you're going to have a bad time.
Can you put French fries on top of my pizza?
Oh, yeah.
Let's go.
I think you can go to Grinders and you can get like a pepperoni pizza with chili cheese tots in the middle.
Yeah, you can. Grinders is the bomb, man.
It is,
I think they call
good.
it the bomb, actually, at Grinders. It's awesome.
Like the gut bomb.
It's so good. But so where would your ideal ski destination be then?
Well, that's kind of what I was like. I don't really have a destination. I mean, I've been to Colorado, so I mean, somewhere in the Rockies would be super cool.
Oh, so you wouldn't go like as he mentioned, the Swiss Alps?
I mean, yeah, like that'd be sick. I mean, I don't know.
That'd be
enough.
okay to go Switzerland.
I mean, that'd be fine. If that's where the best mountains are, I'd listen to a ski guy, and tell me where the sickest cow is.
How about you Google best places to ski? I bet there's a list.
Could have done the prep for the segment.
I think I would go to Aruba.
That would be your dream destination?
Ooh, I want to take a...
John Stamos.
I'm trying to think of where my dream destination would be.
Could be someplace you've been. Could be someplace, obviously.
Spain, I think, is where it is. I've always wanted to go to Spain. My best friend growing up was from Spain. Like, his parents were first generation. And so, like, I was immersed in their culture all the time.
Cool.
And it was awesome. The food, everything, just amazing. So Spain probably for me.
Barcelona's the one place that, like, my number one in Europe that I want to go visit. So,
oh, yeah. Cool. All right. Let's go. We take the show on the road.
Come on.
From 816, Bob, you're right. We win the West with a win on Sunday. Never doubt yourself. You're the man.
Okay. Well, I doubt myself all the time. I'm very insecure.
Oh, don't do that. Yeah, don't be insecure.
I've shown you the pictures of,
That was old you.
Yeah, true.
That's
but old you never really leaves, does
That's when you were Violet.
Yeah.
I'm glad that we all get that reference. But yesterday we did our Spotify / Apple Music Wrapped artists, like who we listen to the most or whatever songs you listen to the most.
Yeah.
So I kind of put like something together with athletes throughout the year of 2024.
Did anybody put the one guy on there who should be number one on everybody's list, but we're not using that name?
Littlefinger. No, because I did it in a different way. I did mine in a different way as of how I looked at it. Like as of athletes that like they did something that a lot of people gravitated toward. Like you look at music, right? Sabrina Carpenter right? Espresso. No one saw that come out of nowhere, right? Kind of like Bobby Witt Jr., right? Bobby Witt Jr. stole baseball locally for everybody. That's my number one.
And nationally, too, I think, right?
And then somehow didn't get one first place vote.
Right.
Still sour.
But I still think Bobby Witt Jr. is a big reason why everybody's talking about the renaissance in baseball right now. He's a big part of that.
He's literally, you say this out loud because it's true. You say Bobby Witt Jr.'s name in baseball, you then pair it with Juan Soto, Aaron Judge, Shohei Ohtani, Mookie Betts. Like, he is in that class.
You're giving me goosebumps, and I'm not kidding. Like, my entire body is shivering right now. That's so cool.
He's in that class of all-stars. The home run derby, right? We remember that. The playoff run. He didn't show up. Obviously, it's his first run. Let's not be too quick to judge.
Oh, I'm not, no.
So I think Bobby Witt would be my number one in the Wrapped Athletes of the Year of 2024. Number two would be Saquon Barkley. I had no idea what we were going to see this year from Saquon Barkley. New face, new place, offensive line, a place that believes in him, a place that he believes in. And Saquon Barkley is now second on the list of MVPs. Believe it or not, he is second.
Good for him.
Second best odds.
Behind Josh Allen, right?
That's correct. A running back in the league. Number three for me in my Wrapped Athletes of 2024, because basketball was played in 2024, believe it or not, still being played in 2024. Anthony Edwards.
Oh, yeah, that's a good one.
I say Anthony Edwards because for those people out there that don't like the NBA or don't watch the NBA because you don't have a local team, he's a guy that got a lot of people, at least in my friend group, that are all, me love football, me love beer, those type of guys. Right. And they're like, man, this Anthony Edwards guy, he really makes the game fun. Yep. He was, kind of gave you that Jordan vibe, like the explosion, one of the best perimeter players, can really give you any sort of play you want, can take you to school to the rim, can give you a fake jab step, put it in your face, and just absolutely dominate a game. Anthony Edwards, number three on my Wrapped Athletes.
He's Jordan's son, though, right?
No, they say that's Jimmy Butler, man. Number four for me, no surprise here, it's golf. Scotty Scheffler, man. What that guy did on the PGA Tour is just disgusting. Won a gold medal. Won tournament after tournament after tournament. His odds in Vegas to win a tournament at one point got to minus 180 to win an entire tournament.
Was Tiger ever at that?
Oh, yeah. There was a couple of them in like 90. They had him. I don't know how to do the research, but they said he was like the best odds since Tiger in like 98. And he had at one point, he had a minus to win a tournament.
I see. That's
like
insanity.
Most of the time,
right
it's
there.
like plus,
Holy
like
cow.
That's unreal.
Like we were taking golf betting off when he got to like plus 350 to win a whole tournament because there's not enough juice to squeeze, right? You go for somebody like, I don't know, like a Jason Day who'd be like plus 1,800 who's coming off a top 5 finish. Like, okay, I'm going to ride that into this. Didn't work. Scotty Scheffler was number 4 on my athletes wrapped in the 2024. And number 5, Simone Biles. Went out with a bang, right?
Yes.
Wins gold, was an absolute stud for the Olympic team of the United States, was somebody that everybody knew. Look, I don't listen to Taylor Swift every day, but there's 4 or 5 songs. I'm like, oh, yeah, this is why everybody likes this. I watched the Summer Olympics, and I'm like, okay, Simone Biles is on. This is why everybody watches, because it's flawless, and it's nice, and it's cool, and it's fun, and it's entertaining. So Bobby Witt Jr., Saquon Barkley, Anthony Edwards, Scotty Scheffler, Simone Biles, my top 5 Wrapped Athletes.
You picked an Olympian, which I think is really cool, but like I got really caught up in the Olympics this year. I couldn't just pick one athlete. Maybe that breakdancer from Australia.
The kid from the track star from Raytown.
Track star from Raytown. Yeah,
absolutely.
Like the Olympics were great this year. I mean, the basketball was great. Everything was great about the Olympics this year. I loved it. Me, number 1 is Patrick Mahomes. It will always be Patrick Mahomes for me when you talk about
He's your Bruce Springsteen.
He just is. I mean, it has to be for me. Like when was the last time we showed up to work and did not mention him in a 4-hour radio show? I don't know that there's ever been a time since he was drafted that his name did not come up in conference. Maybe that first year, but we were talking about maybe he should get in the game in that first year, right? Number 2 for me is Bobby Witt, because he is the focal point, the face of rejuvenated baseball in Kansas City, which is awesome. Number 3 for me, Caitlin Clark on the list.
Nice.
Highest paid woman basketball player last year, or women's athlete last year. I think she made like $35 million, and her salary with the WNBA is like $76K.
That Nike check pays, man.
Right. Yeah. So Caitlin Clark comes in there for number 3 for me. Shohei Ohtani, he's much in that Patrick Mahomes category to me as well.
Mr. 50-50.
Yeah, I mean, like, I was watching an interview with Joe Davis, who was the voice of the Dodgers, and he was talking about the 50-50 moment. I'm like, 50-50? Just thinking about that. 50-50. I mean, it's wild. So Ohtani's on that list. He's going to pitch next year. And then I'm with you as well. Saquon Barkley makes the list. I'll have more on him in our cover 2 when we coming up at 8 o'clock this morning when we do that. But Saquon Barkley's on my list because it started when the owner of the Giants says, well, I'd hate to see him go. And they're like, oh, let him go on Hard Knocks. And every day that gets brought up. And then he goes to one of your biggest rivals 90 minutes away, and he's having a potential historic season.
It's all-time season.
All-time season. So, Saquon Barkley makes that list.
Some are saying the best.
I'll keep it going. Just a couple here. Number one for me, a little bias, obviously, but Jaylen Brown's going to be my number one athlete. I'm a Celtics fan, but this is a guy that last year everyone called out. So can't dribble with his left hand. He sucks. They need to trade him.
That's such a great thing to say.
Can't dribble with his left hand.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
Mahomes can barely throw with his left hand. I don't know if he's better than anybody else.
It's ridiculous. Man.
I don't know, man. You can't use how many people can actually use their other hand to do anything?
Well, hold on.
Hang on a second.
Hang on.
But he won Eastern Conference Finals and Finals MVP, so way to go, Jaylen Brown. Derrick Henry, similar note to Saquon. I just felt like more people had counted Derrick Henry out maybe than Saquon just because of the age.
Oh, hell yeah, I counted Derrick Henry out, but I shouldn't have because, again, seeing him shirtless on the streets of Miami during the Super Bowl, oh, my God.
Wow. Just like the largest man ever.
It was unbelievable.
Yeah, he's a specimen. And at some point, that cliff will happen, but he is an anomaly at the position. And then, again, a little bias here in my own takes, but I was on the Sam Darnold Island for 2 years, so it feels good to see him do well. So, Sam Darnold.
Sam Darnold's in there for you, huh?
Yeah.
All right. What about Daniel Jones? Is he on your list?
Not yet.
No.
That's the ultimate if you can't beat him, join him type thing. They couldn't beat Daniel Jones in the playoffs, so they went out and got him.
Hey, come here.
We always talk about Patrick Mahomes. This next segment, we're going to give you a reason. I'm going to sell my pitch, and so is Bob, and so is Mac, and we're going to have a lot of similarities here on why we think Patrick Mahomes should still be in the running for the MVP plus odds around the league. You're listening to Fescoe and Dusty on 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City Sports.
You're listening to Fescoe and Dusty.
I just want to say how awesome it is to have Bob Fescoe and Legend Likens on every morning to start my day. I freaking love you guys.
On your home for Kansas City Sports, 96.5 The Fan.
Well, I'll tell you what, guys, it is the holiday season, and you want to have a good holiday this year, right? But if you're suffering from erectile dysfunction, maybe your partner aren't going to have the best of holidays. But we can fix that because ED is simply a medical condition like any other, and for most men, it's fully treatable. Remember that first time you failed to perform in the bedroom? You probably just laughed it off. No big deal. But then it happened a second time and a third time and maybe more, and now you're thinking to yourself, man, this is a problem. What can I do? Well, you can call my friends over at Heartland Men's Health because they have treatments that work when the pills or herbals fail. They have treatments with success rates well over 90%, and some treatments can even have you last an hour or more. So schedule a consult with Heartland Men's Health today. Your initial visit is just $99 and includes a medical consult with a licensed medical provider, a T and PSA test, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Plus, they have an expert staff on hand, and if you're like a lot of men, you could be having sex the day after your appointment. Plus, they have 3 locations to serve you: Overland Park, Independence between Blue Springs and Lee Summit, and their new office in North Kansas City. So call them today, 844-447-6600, or visit heartlandmenshealth.com.
Do you hear that? These are the sounds of our jeweler's workshop at Shane Company, where they're working their magic to bring beautiful, fine jewelry gifts to life. At Shane Company, we love jewelry as much as you do, and we know what it takes to create something special. No matter your budget, we craft our jewelry with expert care to be passed down for generations. With jewelry craftsmen in every store and an unmatched free lifetime warranty, we're here to make sure your jewelry always shines bright. Stop by and shop online at shaneco.com. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
It's a Red Friday on 96.5 The Fan and the other place, especially with these great game day specials. 8 wings and a basket of tots for $12 plus $4 domestic OP cups. The other place, the next best thing to being at the game.
This weekend only at Old Navy, get 50% off activewear for the family. Yep, 50% off activewear for the family. Gift everyone their favorite gear for half the price this Saturday and Sunday only at Old Navy. Valid 12, 7, and 8, select styles only.
The holidays make me nostalgic. I think about all the family recipes my mom would make, and now I pass those recipes down to my kids. I know I can get all the quality ingredients at Hy-Vee. My store has everything to make the holidays perfect, including heat and serve complete holiday meals for any size group. Group. And don't forget the amazing wine and spirits department. Hy-Vee's Taste of the Holidays event is this Saturday, December 7th from 11 a.m. to 2 p.m., where you can sample amazing menu options or get a little holiday inspiration. This holiday season, let Hy-Vee do the cooking while you take the credit.
Score big savings with Hy-Vee and the Kansas City Chiefs. Big points mean even bigger savings. Just shop Hy-Vee the day after a game and earn a fuel saver discount equal to the Chiefs score and based on the amount you spend. If the Chiefs score 42 points, you save 42 cents a gallon with any $42 purchase. The more we score, the more you save. Win or lose, everyone scores the day after a Chiefs game only at Hy-Vee. Offer good in store and online. Some restrictions apply. See store for details.
Staples has amazing deals on everything you need for the holidays, from custom holiday cards and photo gifts to laptops and gaming systems, even shipping solutions. And right now at Staples, save up to $350 on select computers. In-store only offer ends 12/28. Unwrap huge holiday savings at Staples.
First time seeing my son, I feel like my life did a 180. He really a definition of like why he loves somebody.
Through all of Fatherhood's first, never stop being a dad. Visit fatherhood.gov to hear more. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
At Comfort Systems Heating and Cooling, we turn icy cold rooms into toasty retreats. Comfort Systems is your winter rescue team. Comforting people is what we do. Comfort Systems is right for you. MyComfortSystems.com.
Chiefs coverage is brought to you by Comfort Systems Heating and Cooling, serving all of KC. Brought to you by Bud Light, the official beer partner of the Kansas City Chiefs. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy.
Sean Barber. Join me at Buffalo Wild Wings, located off Berry Road and Prairie Drive in KC Mo, Friday, December 6th. I'll be there from 6 to 8 p.m., eating some wings and drinking $5 Bud Lights. Nothing easier to enjoy than that. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy.
Here's traffic, brought to you by DM Injury Law. Have you or a loved one been in a car wreck? Contact DM Injury Law today and get the money you deserve. Car wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
Missouri side 70 westbound slows a bit before the Blue Ridge cutoff, and then you're sluggish from around Prospect into the downtown loop. 670 eastbound, just a bit slow in downtown as you make your way past I-35. Alan Carr, 96.5 The Fan, traffic.
We got a new function on the Odyssey app.
Did you guys know that this is a thing? I can send you messages from the Odyssey app. Kind of crazy.
KFNZ FM and AM HD1 and HD2, Kansas City, in Odyssey Sports Station.
Diving back into it on a Red Friday here on 96.5 The Fan. Damn glad to have you, son, coming up for your warm weekend ahead. Tell you what, boys and girls, it's your last weekend to get them lights up on the house if you haven't already.
Going to be in the 50s this weekend.
You know how that guy got a cheese grater into that stadium last night?
Put it on his head.
The guy had a cheese grater and a block of cheese he brought into the Detroit Lions Green Bay Packers game last night and was shredding cheese in the crowd. The anti-Richard of the week right there. That's a cheese Richard. Hell of a guy that guy was. I couldn't believe that. Sitting there watching the TV, and I'm like, are my eyes open? Am I really seeing a guy with a cheese grater and a Lions jersey just shredding cheese?
That's pretty good. That's pretty Gouda.
Oh, okay. How long do you have that one in the holster?
Just waiting, man. Just waiting.
What other cheese jokes can you make?
I was trying to get more.
Do you think Patrick Mahomes deserves more cheddar?
I think Patrick Mahomes is a monster among men.
I like that. Very good.
Thank you.
He's a Kraft single amongst quarterbacks.
Oh, those Kraft singles are not good.
But it's a single. He's the only one.
Gotcha.
So
he's going to carve up the Chargers like Swiss cheese.
I think like with anything, when you're running for something, office, whatever it is, whatever level, president, vice president, whatever you run for, you have to have a political campaign to support your side, right? We saw those for about 6 months on TV. I could give one for Patrick Mahomes to be the MVP. So let me give you a list of the odds right now of who are the favorites. Josh Allen is minus 220. The next closest is Saquon Barkley at plus 350. These odds all via DraftKings.
That's next closest.
Correct.
So it goes from minus
220 to plus 350. After that is
plus Street Fitty. Like that.
Is Lamar Jackson at plus 800. So there are two guys clearly in the fast lane ahead of everybody else. Jared Goff is 850. And then after that is, lo and behold, number 15 for Kansas City Chiefs at plus 2,500.
That's a hell of a bet right now.
So you're starting to smell what I'm cooking. So if you want, I could be, but if you want a chance to join me on this political campaign, feel free. Because at the end of the day today, I'm going to throw $20 on Patrick Mahomes to win MVP. Here's why I believe in what I'm saying. Patrick Mahomes can win out. And if Patrick Mahomes wins out, he checks some massive boxes off for the MVP. He would have one loss on the season. Okay? He'd have one loss on the season. He would do with that as number 1 and number 2 wide receivers basically throughout the entire year. For the amount of games he might get with Hollywood Brown at the end of the season, it'll be about the same amount of games he had with Rashee Rice at the beginning of the season. Patrick Mahomes lost his number 1 running back, who he just got back at this past week. They brought in Kareem Hunt off the streets. Okay? That's been great. Patrick Mahomes has been sacked 20 times in 5 weeks, been sacked 32 times on the year. His last 5 weeks, he has 11 touchdowns, 2 interceptions, 1,300 yards. They win their division. They win the AFC. They only lose 1 game. And he continues this pace with a new left tackle where those stats could surprisingly increase. Like, let's say he throws only 2 interceptions the rest of the year and throws, 10 more touchdowns. Patrick Mahomes would then lead the Chiefs to a 1-loss record, to the playoffs as the number 1 seed with a massive amount of injuries, getting sacked for a career high in his career. He's going to smash that number. I think it's 34, and now it's already at 32. And Patrick Mahomes would then again take the Chiefs en route to a 3-peat, to the 1 seed, through Arrowhead, win their division, put up statistics that matter at the time when they should matter, and Patrick Mahomes could surpass everybody for the MVP because Josh Allen could lose to Detroit. That number will change. Saquon Barkley could have a game where he only has 95 yards. That number will change. Lamar Jackson, not going to get it. Patrick Mahomes could leapfrog Lamar Jackson this weekend with a big game, which I think he could have with more time to throw the ball and look at different routes and different reads where he have an actual person at left tackle that could block for him. Patrick Mahomes is not out of the MVP race. He really is not, because there is a chance that they could run the table, and it is a plus 2,500 chance. So again, my political campaign, $20, Patrick Mahomes win MVP. It's a hell of a payout.
It's very much like the Andy Reid Coach of the Year conversation, where you can make the case every year and you're not wrong. Andy Reid is every year Coach of the Year. Patrick Mahomes is every year MVP. And ESPN had a thing yesterday, and I don't know if it was their power rankings or what I was reading, but the headline was, "Why is Patrick Mahomes having an un-Mahomes-like season?" It was written by Adam Teicher of ESPN. And he says, besides these exterior inhibitors, Mahomes simply hasn't played well at times. His decision-making and accuracy aren't at the level they've been in previous seasons, and he's tied for 3rd most interceptions in the league. He has missed throws that would have been automatic in the past. Well, there's reasons why Patrick Mahomes may look like that, and it's all because of the left tackle. It's all because of wide receivers not being there. It's all because of running backs not being there. It's all because of all of these ancillary things that he's had to overcome. Josh Allen really hasn't had to overcome a lot. They traded Stephon Diggs in the offseason, but that was addition by subtraction, much like Tyreek Hill was here in Kansas City. You move a guy out, you get better collectively as a team, right? And that's what happened with Buffalo. They're not overcoming major injuries like Patrick Mahomes has had to overcome. On Sunday, when DJ Humphries is standing out there, number 70 in your programs, number 1 in our hearts, clearly, that will be the 4th person to play left tackle this year for the Kansas City Chiefs. The 4th person in 12 games, 13 games, to play left tackle for the Kansas City Chiefs. That's an average of 3 games per person at left tackle. When you're constantly changing the most important position on the offensive line, that's not a great thing. That's not easy to do. That guy at left tackle is basically your bell cow. He sets the tempo for the entire offensive line. Everything trickles down from there. That's why it's usually your highest paid player along the offensive line. It is the most important. It protects the blind side, but it also sets the table for that entire offensive line. That has been a major weakness for the Kansas City Chiefs. I would argue that is a bigger loss than Hollywood Brown and Rashee Rice combined, that the fact that they haven't had the ability to block on that left side of that line. And I know it's bothering folks inside the organization, and they're ready to see DJ Humphries come into his own and do his thing this week and run the ball down the throats of the Los Angeles Chargers this week. But Patrick Mahomes has overcome so much and is still sitting on top of the AFC with an 11-1 record. And I know I'm an old fart, and I live in a world where actually wins matter more than stats. Mm-hmm. And when I look at what Patrick Mahomes has done from a winning standpoint, and now kind of overcoming a defense that isn't playing up to par lately, right? Really since, I don't know, maybe week 10 or so, the defense hasn't really played up to par. Patrick Mahomes is overcoming that. And again, I know I'm an old fart in all this, and I don't value stats the way people today do and all that kind of stuff. I value wins. And Patrick Mahomes, when the game is on the line and he has the football, he's led his team to a win in, I don't know, that Tampa game, the Carolina game, the Vegas game. How many other quarterbacks are doing that with the depleted roster, the depleted talent, the defensive side of the football, not really giving them an opportunity to take a breath? How you're making a case for anybody else based on MVP, the most valuable player, how you make a case for anybody else other than Patrick Mahomes, to me, it's absolute blasphemy. I just can't fathom it, because at the end of the day, the number one thing to do is win, and Patrick Mahomes has found ways to win so many different ways just this year alone. He's the MVP of the NFL.
If Patrick Mahomes throws for 287 yards this weekend, he'll pass Jared Goff for third in the league in passing yards. Number 1, Joe Burrow. Number 2, Lamar Jackson. If he throws for 3 touchdowns, he'd be 6th in the league in touchdowns.
I don't think I want to see him throw for that many yards. I want to see them run the hell out of the football this week. I just want to see them pop left.
Well, if I'm going to put $20 on plus 2,500, I want to see him just absolutely what are you doing over here?
I want to see him run the ball down the throats of the Chargers. Take that pressure off your left tackle. Be able to run the football, not have it be a factor. Pop left, Kareem Hunt right. Yep. Maybe the guy with the alligator up the middle. You know, like mix it up, use the running game. You've got a two-headed monster officially now for the first time. A little bit of testing Pop, on that game against the Raiders. He's ready to go. I'd love to see a two-headed monster with him and Kareem Hunt this week just blast the Chargers defense.
Let's see your talent.
No doubt about it. I just want to see Mahomes hose it, man.
This was Richard Sherman last night on the MVP award.
Statistically, look, Joe Burrow should be the MVP.
Okay,
His
stop.
team is just let him down.
Okay, stop. No, stop. That's stupid.
Did Drew cut that?
No, that's dumb. That's dumb. That is a dumb statement by Richard Sherman. Because what you're telling me right there, Richard, is that you don't value winning in the NFL. And that's all I value.
Again, your MVP odds, Josh Allen minus 220. This is all via DraftKings. Saquon Barkley plus 350. Lamar Jackson plus 800. Jared Goff plus 850. Patrick Mahomes plus 2,500. $20 going into that account today, because I think he can do it if they went out and he continues to, just like I said, hose it out. Mac Morey, Bob Fescoe, Dusty Likens with you here on 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City Sports.
You're listening to Fescoe and Dusty on your home for Kansas City sports. 96.5 The Fan.
Well, I'll tell you what, that wintertime is coming, right? It's cold outside, and maybe you tried to start your car and it didn't start, or maybe, in the snow that we had the last couple of days, maybe you got into an accident, a fender bender. Oh, my God, things weren't going well for you with your car. Well, if you're having those unexpected car troubles or you're in an accident, then you need my friends over at Jay's Southland Tow. The problem is you just can't set up an appointment because you don't know when it's going to happen, so I want you to put their number in your phone right now, 816-779-4TOW, 816-779-4TOW. It's in your phone, and it's ready to go. I've used Jay's Southland Tow because I had a flat tire, 522 on a Friday. I blew a tire, called Jay's Southland Tow. By 6 o'clock, I was ready to roll. And it doesn't matter where you are, whether you're north, south, east, or west, Jay's Southland Tow is just a phone call away. So have that number handy so when you do have some car trouble, you know who to call immediately. 816-779-4TOW or at southlandtow.com. Use the tow service trusted by most local police departments, and Tammy from the Westin, it's Jay's Southland Tow. There's nothing they can't do, so be in the know and use Jay's Southland Tow.
When Google Fiber first launched 1 gig internet right here in Kansas City, it cost $70. Cut to today. Over 10 years later, 1 gig internet still costs the same, $70. That's what you get with Google Fiber. Fast, reliable internet with simple, straightforward monthly billing. No data caps, no annual contracts, no hidden fees. Just a small local fee for the city on top of your flat, predictable price. Go beyond good enough. Go beyond fiber. Sign up today at fiber.google.com.
At House of Diamonds, 100% of the custom jewelry we sell is designed, cast, and finished from scratch just for you right here in our Overland Park shop. Don't settle for fake custom. Get real custom at House of Diamonds on the southeast corner of College and Quivira.
It's a Red Friday on 96.5 The Fan and the other place, especially with these amazing game day specials. 14-inch 2-topping pizzas for just $12 and $4 domestic OP cups. The other place with 5 great Kansas City Metro locations.
Breaking Benjamin and Stained. Awaken the Fallen Tour. June 1st at T-Mobile Center with special guests Wage War and Lakeview. Tickets on sale Friday at 10 a.m. at livenation.com. Breaking Benjamin and Stained together live.
Papa Roach. With Rise Against, celebrating 25 years. Rise of the Roach Tour. Rockin' T-Mobile Center, April 9th. With special guest, Under Oath. On sale now at livenation.com. Don't miss Papa Roach and Rise Against together on one epic night.
You hear that? That's the sound of another year counting down. Another year missing your revenue goal. Another year wondering why your marketing isn't more effective. Another year worried about next year. The clock is ticking, but you still have time. Time to contact the experts at Scale Marketing. Scale Marketing is a full-service marketing agency who is expert in lead generation and revenue growth. Our clients see an average of 20% growth in the first year alone, with sustained growth from there. From your traditional marketing to social media to paid search, we'll take a forensic approach, digging deep to find the root problems in your marketing strategy. Then we'll fix them fast. At Scale Marketing, we can't stop the clock, but we can change your company's future. Find out how you can make your marketing budget work harder and drive more revenue. Contact us at scalemarketing.com or call us at 833-SCALE-25. That's 833-SCALE-25.
What if you could hear your favorite song for the first time again? Introducing the all-new, reimagined Nissan Kicks. With an available Bose Personal Plus sound system that uses speakers in the headrest to create a 360-degree listening experience. You've never heard anything like this. Reimagine your music and your drive. Experience the all-new, reimagined Nissan Kicks for yourself at nissanusa.com today.
Available feature. Bose is a registered trademark of the Bose Corporation.
Okay, so that's with bacon, cheese, lettuce, tomato, grilled onions, ketchup, and hold the pickles.
You know what you like. You wouldn't order your burger just any way. Why should your sports talk be any different? With Chapters on the free Odyssey app, you can choose the topics that matter to you most. Whether it's reactions, matchup previews, injury updates, or team news, quickly find what you really care about. Your football talk, your way. Download the free Odyssey app and start listening today.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
Are you really that different than the rest of us?
We are. As a fiduciary, we always focus on what's best for our clients.
What services do you offer besides investing?
We have a team of specialists in financial planning, estate planning, and more.
Your clients rely on you for all that?
Yes, we ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Okay, but you still sell commission-based products, right?
No, because we believe that's a conflict of interest. We prioritize service over sales goals.
So, then how do your fees work?
We have a simple and transparent fee that's a percentage of our clients' portfolios. So we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, we're more different than I thought.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at fisherinvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
You're listening to 96.5 The Fan from the Mission Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling Studios. Here's traffic, brought to you by DM Injury Law. Have you or a loved one been in a car wreck? Contact DM Injury Law today and get the money you deserve. Car wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
Missouri side 70 westbound from 470 into downtown is a 15-minute drive. Heading 49 northbound through Grandview. One brief slow spot as you make your way past Main Street. Otherwise, things move well into the Grandview Triangle. Alan Carr, 96.5 The Fan, traffic.
Go to DraftKings right now. You can tail Likens. $20 on Patrick Mahomes win MVP will get you $520. How you done? This is when I make all my money. You bet on Chiefs futures and playoffs. Who's going to win the Super Bowl? The NFC or the AFC? AFC. Super Bowl MVP, Patrick Mahomes. Tonight there is a good game, though, college football-wise. Boise State and UNLV. I thought it was hilarious. We were talking about Alshon Jeffrey this week about the Heisman. His props to get over 175 yards rushing, minus 110.
Oh, my.
That's unreal, man.
Let me ask you this, just from a, like a...
Let me ask you something, Mac.
Let me tell you something about college football.
Yeah.
Are you rooting for UNLV in this game so there's chaos in
Yes.
the I am. I always root for that. I don't have a dog in the fight, right?
No.
So
sit back and watch the world burn.
Yeah, I think it'd be great. You're not.
No, I'm rooting for Ashton Genty. I want to see him in the playoffs.
Okay,
I want to see him
that's
up
fair.
against a great team. You know, that's what I want.
See if he's really that good or if he's just playing against the Mountain West.
That's amore.
Hey, 31 years ago today, there was a Sports Illustrated cover that came out. Listen to this cover. And I want to get your reaction right now. Can the NFL be saved? 10 ways to revive a boring league.
Wow.
People forget the NFL wasn't what it was.
When was that?
31 years
That's
ago today. So
crazy.
you're talking about 1993, right before the baseball strike. You know what revived the NFL? Baseball, even.
That's like in the middle of the Dallas Cowboys dynasty or the start of it.
And it's a picture of some jet on a knee, like with his head down.
Tebow?
So that hasn't changed.
He was a Jet, right?
Yeah, for like 2 seconds.
Who was?
Tebow.
Oh, Tebow. I thought you said Debo. I'm like, I don't think Debo.
He could be a Jet. San Francisco might blow that up.
Jeez.
Yeah, they should. I really think they should. I saw something from San Francisco yesterday saying, they're not touching anything. This is ridiculous to have these. No, it's not. It's not ridiculous. You got to realize when your window's open. You also have to realize when your window's closed.
The key with the NFL is you got to stay ahead of the curve. And there's nobody that's done better than that than Andy Reid and Brett Veach.
Yep.
And Chase Daniel said something interesting before we get to Mitch Holthus here in about 4 minutes. Chase Daniel said something interesting yesterday about the Chiefs and the way they win games.
You know what a lot of people aren't talking about, and I like what you brought up because I agree with you that it is the final score, they're winning, and most of these plays are going their way. It's not luck, it's details. But what also helps the Chiefs and Mahomes, I think, and a lot of people aren't talking about this, is that they've played so many extra football games since Mahomes has been the starter. They've played 18 playoff games since Mahomes has been a starter. That's a full season of football games, and playoff games are normally really close and harder, so they're really used to all these close games. They feel comfortable in it. Patrick Mahomes is at a point now where I feel like Tom Brady is out there, and you're just going to win the game. And that's saying a lot because Brady has got a lot of rings. I mean, just to put it in context, 18 playoff games for Mahomes. The next closest is 12, and it's the Niners. Your Niners. 18 playoff games extra, and they're close and they're tight. They're detailed.
When they tell you, listen, so
You know
it's
what
like,
I mean?
what's that thing on Batman with the bang? He said, oh, you want to go into the dark. I was born in it. They born them one score. They born in that.
It's a good Bane reference. Look, that's what you're going to play in the playoffs. The Chiefs, again, we said this 2 weeks ago. They played more games than anybody in the NFL in the last 3 years. It's not even close. They know what they need to do. They're doing it. When you travel to the same destination every summer, you go to your lake house every single summer, you don't care if you're the first one to get there. You just know how you get there. And that's exactly what the Chiefs do. They know how to get to the lake house.
Yeah,
they know that the night before, they can take their time packing. They know that they leave at a certain time, they're going to beat rush hour traffic, and they know exactly where they're going to stop and get a little meal, and they're still going to get there with plenty of time on the first day to have a nice little afternoon swim session, and they're going to get to where they need to get, and they're going to do it flawlessly.
I always stop in Tightwad.
There you go. And with the Chiefs this year, it's just keep winning games. And you heard the Dan Campbell audio when he was talking to the Lions. Hey, I don't care who's here or who's not here. You just keep winning. That's what's important. Just keep winning. Yes, I'm like all of you. I would love 35-3. I would love 42-14. But what I would love more is a three-peat.
Well, and that's correct. I mean, we've said it now for a long time. It doesn't matter how you win. And what we've also said for a long time, and thanks for listening, Chase, is that these close games are more important to find ways to win close games than it is to win in a blowout. Like, winning in a blowout, whatever, fine. We celebrate. We have fun. We get excited about that. But are you really gaining anything from winning in a blowout? Yes, you'd like to see it. It feels good. But at the end of the day, where are you going to learn more? Winning a close game, figuring out ways to win, or blowing somebody out? What's going to mean more in the postseason? Winning a close game in October, November, December, or blowing somebody out 35-0? Like, to me, these close games are exactly what playoff games are about. They've had to figure out how to win games, and that's what you have to do in the postseason. They're getting a great dress rehearsal for the playoffs right now.
Stay focused, Dusty.
He's been the voice of Chiefs Kingdom since 1994.
Damian Williams, 20, stays in bounds, 15, 10, 5, touchdown! Kansas City, Damian Williams runs to immortality.
Here's Mitch Holthus on your new home for Chiefs football. 96.5, The Fan.
That's right. One of the best sports voices you'll ever hear in your entire lifetime, and your unborn children have yet to hear it, but they will eventually. Mitch Holthus, brought to you by Silverstein Eye Centers. Achieve your best vision and experience outstanding patient care at Silverstein Eye Center, brought to you by GEHA as well. GEHA is the proud partner of the Kansas City Chiefs. Stay focused, Mitch. How you doing on a Friday, buddy?
Hey, what's up, Focus? Stay focused there, boys.
That's
and
right.
Especially you, Dusty. Cameron Black is the blind sportscaster. Have you followed that story? He's from Oklahoma, but he moved here. You mentioned about having, like, children in the womb listening.
Mm-hmm.
He would hold up his phone to his unborn child in the womb of his wife, and now that child is a big Chiefs fan. So it's the proverb 22:6, train up a child in the way they should go, and when they're old, they won't depart from it. So it's a ha-ha, there you go. But, yeah.
Mitch,
in the womb, they can listen.
I can tell you this. I wasn't in the womb. I was out of it, but my dad would probably be embarrassed that I tell you this. When we would watch Chiefs games when I was a kid and they were losing, we would go to the car in the driveway and turn you on to listen to it, because every time we did that, the Chiefs won. So not only that, like, I was raised that way as well. So now you're just going to continue to do that. And I'm almost a 40-year-old man. So it's continuing to do that. So just keep being the voice and they'll keep winning.
It's funny you say that, because last year during the Dolphins playoff game, I'm sitting on the couch because I was too, chicken to go out to that freezing cold game. And my daughter's with me, and it's just the two of us. And she goes, "Can we please turn the people on the TV off and put on Josh, Mitch, and Danon? They're much better."
There you go.
And so we did.
There we go.
And sat
Your
there and
daughter
listened.
said that?
Yes, she did. She's
Your daughter said that?
Yes, she did. She's
The wisdom
15.
of you.
I know. Well, she's around me. She's very, very smart, But 15 on Sunday, and I told her, I said, on Monday you'll officially be closer to 20 than you are to 10. You talk about blowing somebody's mind, Mitch.
Well, yeah, and then get ready for weddings and all that stuff. So you just tell that girl she can do whatever she wants.
That's exactly what I tell her every day.
Mitch,
she can have whatever she wants for Christmas.
This is the Wild Wild West shootout this Sunday, I believe. But there's a defense on the opposing side that might have a way to say something different about that, in my opinion.
In all the base subjects, Dusty, of defense, the Chargers are on the honor roll, are getting A's in all of it. They're number one in scoring defense. That's the biggest subject. They are second in the league in red zone defense, second and third down defense, third in red zone defense. This group is way better than the team that we played in week 4. They've got guys emerging like Luli Tuipulotu, who's got 7 or 8 sacks and 12 quarterback hits just in the past 5 weeks, 7 sacks and 12 hits. So I'm telling you, they got dudes from the front, back, side to side. This is a really good Charger defense.
How many similarities, how much similarity do you see? Like, Jim Harbaugh's first year took a good team that wasn't good because their coach sucked, and basically took the same players and has turned them into what they are now, which is a legit team. It's kind of reminiscent of Andy Reid coming in 2012 and taking those 6 Pro Bowlers from that 2-14 team and flipping it around and going 11-5.
That's an awesome question. Now, this is the global question. Dusty, give him a fist pump. It's a global question, but it's one that's pertinent for Sunday night. I mean, the micro, we know it's at stake. A chance to win 9 straight AFC West titles, which is crazy. But if the Chiefs lose this game, there's no way they can clinch in Cleveland. So this gets really gnarly if the Chiefs lose this game. But the global perspective here is that Jim Harbaugh has really done what Coach Reid did in 2013. Now, Coach Reid did more with less. I mean, this was a better roster that Jim Harbaugh brought into play. But just look at the Chargers and what they've done and how they've got to 8-4. Rock-hard defense. 10 opponents have scored 20 points or less. But offensively, he told Justin Herbert, do not turn the ball over. These guys have 6 giveaways the whole year, and Herbert has 1 pick the whole year. In fact, if he has 15 pass attempts, which he will, and no interceptions, he'll tie the all-time NFL record of Tom Brady of 11 straight games with those marks. He's gone 305 passes, Justin Herbert, without throwing an interception. So what Harbaugh did was purge the giveaways from these guys and then built this defense. Very similar. Go back and look at the 2013 Chiefs and look what they were giveaway takeaway. Actually, 13, 14, 15. They were at or near the top of the league. So Jim Harbaugh's brought in his culture to the Chargers and made them viable. Same thing that Coach Reid did back 12 seasons ago.
That's wild to think about. 305 straight passes without an interception. And I immediately go, okay, I heard Trent McDuffie say this week the secondary kind of wants to get their swagger back a little bit and whatnot. Yeah, I'm thinking to myself, maybe this is the week where we finally get that big interception by Trent McDuffie and end this streak by Justin Herbert.
I'm going to go crazy if he gets a pick 6 on his first ever NFL interception.
I know.
And you know it's coming. But to even just flip the field, these guys have more 3-and-outs. Only Denver has more 3-and-outs. Now, that's somewhat skewed to the beginning of the season. That's not been the case in the last several weeks. But flipping the field, getting them off the field is a big deal in this game. If you can't turn them over, then neutralize them where they're not controlling the tempo of this game. And they're able to do that. If Ladd McConkey plays, and it looks like he is, he's another Georgia Bulldog that is influencing the AFC West, and he's a chain mover. He's like Lance Rensel from the old days of the AFL, or he's the new Keenan Allen. So, again, on the offensive side, you got stuff to deal with, but it is nuts that Herbert has gone over 300 passes and not thrown a pick.
Mitch, when you look at this offense of the Chiefs, Mahomes in his last 5 games, 1,300 yards, 11 touchdowns, 2 interceptions with a huge question mark at left tackle. DJ Humphries comes in to kind of patch that bleeding up a little bit. Is that the click away for the offense on this team?
Just takes a click, and I know I keep saying it, but if just one more click. I was talking with Matt Nagy about this yesterday. Just 1,001.5, and it's a touchdown to Worthy last week on that 3rd and 2 play. Now let's back up on Mahomes because I was monitoring you guys. Mahomes has 50 touchdown passes in December. That's crazy too. December, 4th quarter, 3rd down. Look who's at the top or near the top of those categories. It's Mahomes, and Mahomes. And the other thing is the influence of D-Hop. I told you this last week. Well, here's another one. Ever since D-Hop arrived, before Brett Veach was able to get the deal done with DeAndre Hopkins, Pat had 6 touchdowns, 8 picks. Since then, Pat has 13 touchdowns, 3 picks. And the rest of this offense is starting to kind of adjust and move and get kind of put together. And Pacheco's part of this, the tag team, WWE tag team, tag out and beat the guy over the head of the chair with Kareem Hunt and Samaje Perine. You're seeing Gray come on, but just one more click could mean a world of difference for this entire offense.
Yeah, I think you're right about that, Mitch Holthus. As we talk to the voice of the Chiefs here on a Friday, the tick is there, and I think it gets fixed with DJ Humphries. That's just kind of the way I'm perceiving it. But I also think the passing game gets fixed if they're able to effectively run that football. You know, if you're able to run the football and do it effectively with now this two-headed monster, now all of a sudden you can open it up through the passing game.
Yeah, and be creative in the run game, not just leads and ISOs and they do that. They're more creative in the run game that they get credit for. But even the jet sweep has kind of gone away here the last couple of weeks. And this is a team, along with the 49ers, maybe it's the Bosa boys, I don't know, but we've been able to run at least jet action or influence them, even if you don't give the ball to a McCole Hardman or Xavier Worthy. At least you're influencing the outside. And Coach Reid taught me 12 seasons ago, you can block an edge rusher without blocking him, but you've got to influence that edge rusher. And it just hasn't been there the last couple of weeks. So I think creativity in the run game will also help there. And I'm excited about DJ Humphries, but I think we need to all be just back up a second.
Okay.
I'm also cautious about DJ Humphries. This dude tore his ACL 11 months ago. He is a big human being. Not all ACL injuries are the same, and not all rehabs are the same. He has not been able to really go full speed because you don't do that at this time of year. There's no training camp. So I think for us to say he's going to be an immediate panacea is presumptuous. Now, am I excited to get him out there? Could he provide one more click on some plays? Yes, and I think that's where the excitement is. But I'm going to give the Surgeon General's warning here, if he plays, how many snaps he plays. You honestly have to be ready for everything, including Thuney maybe going out there, either an emergency or rotation, or again being creative. But I'm just tempering my excitement over DJ Humphries, thinking he's going to play up to his 2021 Pro Bowl level right away against this team from the first second to the 70th play.
No doubt about it. Mitch, I'm going to do it one time.
Stay focused, Dusty.
Because I think this is going to be one of those shootouts, man. I know both these teams have good defenses. I know both these teams have tremendous quarterbacks and good head coaches. But, man, this is – I said it today on this morning. That game last night between Detroit and Green Bay was a blueprint of what we might see on Sunday night because two playoff teams, a lot of playoff vibes here. Man, I rip my shirt off and get me to Arrowhead right now.
Well, let's go. That's where I'm headed. You can jump in with me.
Okay.
Yeah, and that cool new tat you got, you can show it off. Honestly, I don't know if it's going to be a shootout, but I see it as a shootout in a different way, where every single little bitty thing matters in a game like this. There's a playoff vibe to it. Let me give you an example. I think that game on Friday last week, we're still going to beat them by 2 scores. You know the biggest play in that game that changed the entire game? The 67-yard kickoff return by Amir Abdullah. Mm-hmm. It's 16-3 at that point. If you're gonna pin them back at the 30 or less, and they've got to drive 12 plays, I don't think they're going to get Brock Bowers on the corner route for the touchdown if they're not that close. So if it's going to be a 2-score game. Every little thing matters. Every kick, every punt, every coverage by the gunner, every block by the bracket, how many penalties, what penalties, where do they happen. This is a playoff game. That's what this feels like because it's a shootout, in my opinion, too, Dusty, from the standpoint of just how the most minute detail could decide this game. That's where these two teams are at. In this first week of December.
Do you think the defense kind of gets their swagger back, kind of gets that vibe back that we had at the beginning part of the season? It seems like the last month or so they've been kind of just, mid.
Don't you feel like it started with that last Tampa Bay drive?
Yeah.
I can still see, was it Troy Palmer running the over route for a whole bunch of yards, and Baker Mayfield ties the game, and ever since then it's been like, okay, what's going on here? They're getting some 20-plus chunks, and yes, this is the week to try to get some of that vibe back. And is it the chicken or the egg? Is it the confidence that brings the swag, or is it the swag that helps bring the confidence? And it's a little bit of both. I think Amenahu helps it. Mm-hmm. But the secondary, I think, we had Brian Cook on the Chiefs Kingdom show, and I kind of felt the vibe from him. And I've seen a couple of those guys this week. They're wanting to turn this and get this back to being an elite NFL defense. And they haven't been the last couple of weeks, just on virtue of the big play by the opponent. Starts with stopping a run, we know that. This is not an offense of the Chargers that, again, they scaled it down. Their offensive numbers are pedestrian or in the lower third because Jim Harbaugh said, we're going to go all the way back and start over. You're not going to turn it over. We'll play to the defense and run the ball. They lose J.K. Dobbins. That changes that. But McConkey has become like this mid-range chain mover guy that helps keep them on the field. The biggest thing is get these dudes off the field. And if you can get a takeaway, they're rare, but if you get them, they're gold in this game.
Yeah. Why do you think they kind of lost that vibe?
I just think when, I don't know, I think teams have got them in some situations where they've created some matchups that they like. I think you can lose it. I mean, 17-week season. You guys were right on. I was listening to you where you talk of this is a team that has played 7 years and 6 years and 5. These third-year guys, the class of 22, who are primarily the guts of that defense, have played 3 years and 2. You always hit a lull, and or 4 years and 3. You always hit a lull in a season, and I felt like they have been in that lull. And they're a click behind, just a half click of breaking on the ball. So it's a matter, I think, of all three levels being better in coverage, creating enough pressure, affecting the physics of the throw. You don't have to get sacks if you can get knockdowns. George Karlaftis has more passes defensed of any defensive end, this is the key caveat, of anybody in his first 45 games in the league.
Wow. Well,
knock down a pass. Affect the physics of a throw where it's incomplete. Cut down the separation gap. And I think, Spags is looking at all of his coverages and matchups and potential matchups. They put this thing under a microscope. This is where the extra days help for this game. But it's all of that. I mean, it's all of the above with this defense. But, again, it's a snap away, I think, of getting their swag back and really doing some damage in this game.
All right, Mitch, I'm going to do my best to
stay focused, Dusty,
and get ready for Sunday night and have a great call, and we will talk to you again next Friday, and hopefully this team is crowning their 9th straight division title and, just keep going on and on.
Just think about that. Let's repeat. The Chargers have 15 titles. The Broncos have 15 titles. The Chargers have 15 titles. The Chiefs have 16 titles. They get this one, 9 straight, 17. If you're doing the math, we only had 8. The others have been stuck on 15 since the end of the 2015 season.
Wow.
So a 9th in a row would be kind of cool. You're getting close to a decade of winning the division every year.
And next year, Mitch, you're going to set and tie, I should say, the NFL record for making the playoffs 12 straight years in a row. Let that one marinate for a second.
Let's go. I'm just telling you. Dusty, head to the stadium right now.
Yes, sir.
We'll get you in. You can sit by the Hallmark guy, the actor from the Hallmark movie, and sit at the 50-yard line and just stare at it for 2 days.
Hell, I might kiss him if they win that game, too. All right, Mitch.
Well,
he's a very good-looking man.
All right, Mitch. You have a good call. I'll talk to you next week.
See you, boys.
See you, Mitch. Mitch Holthus brought to you by Silverstein Eye Centers. Achieve your best vision and experience outstanding patient care at Silverstein Eye Center, and also brought to you by GEHA. GEHA is the proud partner of the Kansas City Chiefs. Coming up on the other side, there was a graphic of the best college quarterbacks of all time. I don't know if Mac agrees to it. I will have to find out on the other side here on Fescoe and Dusty on 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City Sports.
You're listening to Fescoe and Dusty on your new home for Chiefs football. 96.5 The Fan.
Well, I'll tell you what, it is that holiday travel season, and a lot of people are going to be flying out of town. And the first thing you need to do is park your car when you get to the airport. And you're going to do that at Park and Go because they've got an unbelievable facility. Every spot is covered at Park and Go. So you don't have to worry about your car being out in the ice and the snow and the rain and the sleet while you're gone, because Park and Go has every spot covered to protect your car. So you need to reserve your spot at bookparkandgo.com like my friend Emily from the Royals did this morning. morning. Went to bookparkandgo.com, made that reservation, prepaid to get their lowest possible rate, and boom, that spot is reserved. Then when you get there on the day of your flight, you give them your reservation number. They tell you exactly where to park because they've got that spot reserved for you. And as soon as you get into that spot, the van meets you to take you right to the airport terminal. There's no stress at all with Park and Go. And I love them because when you get back, no matter if it's 2:25 in the morning like we did over the summer or 2:25 in the afternoon, Park and Go's there for you. You grab your bags, you walk outside, the van's there, you jump on it, and it's right back to the trunk of your car. So do what we did and join their frequent parker program and earn points towards free parking. Reserve your spot today at bookparkandgo.com. The best deals in parking. Bookparkandgo.com. Park and Go, family owned and operated.
Mitch Holthus, the voice of the Chiefs, appears every week on 96.5 The Fan. Brought to you by GEHA, Government Employees Health Association, Inc. GEHA is a proud partner of the Kansas City Chiefs.
MD Anderson Cancer Center is again ranked #1 in the nation for cancer care by U.S. News & World Report's Best Hospitals rankings. Our physicians treat more types of cancers in a day than many see in their whole career. This unmatched depth of expertise, combined with our groundbreaking discoveries, gives our patients access to the most innovative treatment options. Learn more at mdanderson.org.
Booth Creek Wagyu, KC's premier Wagyu beef meat market, has even more convenient ways for you to shop. In addition to their location at 135th and Metcalf, they're opening soon at 95th and Knoll. Everyone deserves to elevate their beef. Whether you're looking to wow your family with an unforgettable roast this holiday or impress your friends, neighbors, and coworkers, their Wagyu experts are ready to help you pick out something unforgettable. Booth Creek Wagyu, open 7 days a week, or shop online anytime at boothcreekwagyu.com.
Thanks, Bob. We're here with Doug the Elf, asking about the hottest holiday gifts of the year. Doug, what's on your list?
Yeah, we're getting Missouri lottery scratchers and draw games. We came all the way from the North Pole.
They don't have lottery tickets there?
Now Missouri lottery tickets. They created a new millionaire every 8.1 days last year. Woohoo! I just won!
But I thought that was a gift.
Well, yeah, for me.
You heard it here first. Scratchers and draw games from the Missouri Lottery make great gifts for the holidays. Play it forward and play responsibly. Back to you in the studio.
It's a Red Friday on 96.5 The Fan and The Other Place. The Other Place is your sports watching headquarters this fall. Now with 5 great area locations: Shawnee, Olathe, downtown Overland Park, Mission, and Belton. Enjoy Red Friday specials all day.
After you use Bounce Dryer Sheets and realize how fresh, soft, less wrinkled, and less staticky your laundry can be, you'll put a sheet on it every time. Like those socks that smell like they've been through a marathon. Put a sheet on it. Or that blanket that's got wrinkles on its wrinkles. Put a sheet on it. Maybe even your chatty coworker who keeps distracting you. Okay, Bounce Dryer Sheets can't do it all. But for fresher, softer, better laundry, put a sheet on it with Bounce.
I'm at the movies, asking people if they'll switch seats with me for $574.
Here, take mine.
So what about $574 if you switch your home insurance to Allstate?
Too much work.
Not if you call them. They handle the switching.
Now, that's a plot twist.
Shh. Check Allstate first, and you could save hundreds on quality home insurance today. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Not available in every state. Based on the national average annual savings for new home insurance customers surveyed in 2023 who switched to Allstate and reported savings. Savings vary.
Football fans, picture this. You bet on your favorite player to score the first touchdown, and he throws a block, and his teammate scores instead. With BetMGM's second chance promotion, you'll get your stake back if your first touchdown scorer scores second. Bet on any pro football player to score the first touchdown of the game. If you're right, you win. If your player scores second, you get your stake back in cash. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to gamble responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 years of age and older. This U.S. promotional offer not available in Mississippi, Nevada, Ontario, or Puerto Rico. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Available in the U.S. For New York, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369. For Arizona, call 1-800-NEXT-STEP. For Massachusetts, 1-800-327-5050. For Iowa, 1-800-BETS-OFF. For Puerto Rico, 1-800-981-0023. Subject to eligibility requirements in partnership with Kansas Crossing Casino and Hotel.
Here's traffic, brought to you by DM Injury Law. Have you or a loved one been in a car wreck? Contact DM Injury Law today and get the money you deserve. Car wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
Missouri side 70 westbound, sluggish between Lee Summit Road down towards 40 Highway. 71 northbound, a bit slow between 87th and Gregory. Kansas side 35 southbound, starting to slow from Johnson Drive down towards 67th. Alan Carr, 96.5 The Fan, traffic.
Doc told me to travel, but there's COVID on the planes, and I love Vermont, but it's the season of the sticks, and I saw your mom, she forgot that I existed, and it's half my fault, but I just like to play the victim.
Back here on Fescoe and Dusty on 96.5 The Fan. Boy, oh boy, oh boy, do I want to go against Texas now in the SEC championship. And I know.
Oh, you want to go against Texas?
Yeah.
Oh.
I don't think they're going to win. There's some bull crap going around with this game. According to ESPN, Texas mascot Bevo was not permitted to travel to Atlanta for the SEC championship. The size required for an enclosure large enough to house Bevo XV, who is more than 1,700 pounds with a horn span of 58 inches, was the issue, according to the SEC spokesman.
Yeah, there's no room on the sidelines is what they're claiming for a cow.
Yeah, in the Georgia Dome.
Right.
Which can't fit him.
Which is ironic. Now, ironic's the wrong word to use. Texas is the newcomer to the SEC this year. In their first year, they're playing for the SEC championship against legendary SEC member Georgia, between the hedges, right? And that game's in Atlanta.
Georgia.
They're trying to fix this game against Texas. And I'm not one of these people that roots for the University of Texas at all, right? But I will say this. I am now rooting for Texas. I hope Texas spoils the SEC party. I hope they go in there and destroy Georgia, because the Southern gentlemen that they are with their bolo ties are trying to screw Texas. That's exactly what they're trying to do. They're trying to screw Texas because they're the newcomer to the SEC. And when they're having their country time lemonade in the South, regaling tales of how great they are, they can't have the newcomer in their first year. You know what I'm saying? Win the SEC.
I do declare.
I do declare we are not having a newcomer win our conference.
If my Binkley sounds like John Gruden, his Southern gentleman sounds a lot like Camp Cliches. Could be the same person. I don't know. Texas -3 in that game against Georgia. So Georgia +3.
Okay.
Over under 49.5. You want to talk about watching the world burn? Texas losing would make a lot of things interesting.
Would it? Yeah, it would. But you know what? Texas winning would really make the SEC old guard very upset.
It would be upset.
It'd make me upset.
Yeah.
Why? Because you're an SEC old guard.
SEC guy.
Yeah, that's right. We can't have this newcomer come in here and win our league.
Nice Tennessee back, man.
Like UCF winning the Big 12. We ain't having any of that.
No.
Agree or disagree with the head coach of the Illinois Illini?
You know, some of these, it's National Signing Day, but you know, in a lot of places it's National, Bank Day, right? Like they just use money and they buy their class, right? Team I'm on, I know what we spend in the revenue in NIL. I know that our number and where it's at, and we're playing schools that are 3-4 times that money. You're talking $20 million on a roster. So there's some teams that are trying to get into college football playoffs that have spent, over $20 million and they still can't get in.
State.
And I know we're at, basically 25% of that, and we're knocking on the door. That's why I get excited about going forward. If we all kind of use the same checkbook, I get really excited about where we can go.
Yeah. It's not going to happen.
No.
It's not going to happen. It won't happen.
Unless they get a governing body in football that sets up all these rules.
Good luck with that.
Right.
We just got NIL, and it's about 50 years late.
Well, yeah, I mean.
Maybe that's a stretch, but I mean, there's a reason why that this is here. You're what, like 3 or 4 years into it, and you're like, well, if we have the same checkbook, hell, if the Royals have the same checkbook as the Yankees, we'd have Bobby Witt Jr. and Juan Soto hitting 2 and 3 in the lineup.
Yeah. So what he's saying basically, though, is what we all want for baseball. We want a salary cap, right? And so he's saying that for college sports. I don't hate that. That's what we love about the NFL. Everybody has an opportunity, to compete. But, yeah, that's going to be the number one problem of the NIL. Coaches are going to get ticked off. It's going to burn people out because they can't pay as much. He's not wrong. Like, I don't like when he says, we're just using money to buy classes and all this. That reeks of jealousy right there. That's a sore loser right there.
He's knocking on the door.
Saying that kind of stuff. But he's not wrong to say, hey, if we're going to do this, why don't we have the even playing field? Because that works in the NFL. It's what we hate about baseball. The salary cap, right? But in football, everybody's on the same playing field in the NFL. Everybody has a chance. So, you know what? You've got the opportunity in college right now to really create your own rules. Why not sit down and do it right and give everybody the opportunity to be on that same playing field? Oh, you know why? Because it's uncomfortable for the old guard that's always been used to cheating, and now they can, cheat legally, and then you're going to put restrictions on cheating legally. They don't want that. They don't want Bevo at the game.
Text line makes a great point for the 913. I don't want to hear about not having money from someone with a Big Ten TV contract.
Mm-hmm.
Like, come on, man.
Or somebody who's making $4 or $5 million a year to coach a football team.
Or somebody who's going to have a couple winning seasons and then go take a head coaching job at a big school and have a big paycheck.
Right, exactly. Like Brian Kelly complaining about the NIL this week.
That guy sucks.
He's one of the worst people in sports.
He's
isn't
lost
he?
all his athletes when he did that cringe dance with the revolving cameras.
That one, and then faking the Southern accent. Like, I just did a better Southern accent than Brian Kelly did, right?
Me and my family.
My family. I do declare. That's all you had to say, and you'd be in.
Or
you
just
lived in
be
Tennessee.
yourself.
Is that something they like?
Very accurate.
How many times do people say, I do declare?
Oh, daily. Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
Mac literally used to party with the Hawk Tua girl. So
she's in trouble now, I think. Didn't she have some bad crypto or something? She stole all my money.
Yeah, she influenced people.
Oh, God. If you're following the Hawk Tua girl for financial advice, that's on you.
Bob told me to do heroin. Now I'm an addict.
Yeah, right.
He said it's cool the first time.
Well, the Hawk Tua girl said I should invest. Oh, that's who you're taking your investment advice from.
We go from
dumbass.
We go to that from the Pookies of the all-time list of college quarterbacks 1 through 10. Joe Burrow, number 1. Tim Tebow, number 2.
See, I would put Tebow ahead of Burrow.
Me too.
Michael Vick, number 3. Peyton Manning, number 4. Vince Young, number 5. 6 through 10. Number 6, Cam Newton. Number 7, Roger Staubach. Number 8, Joe Montana. Number 9, Dan Marino. Dan Marino should die in hell. Anyways, and number 10, Johnny Manziel. Anybody that we don't have on that list that should be, and is there any number that should
Chase
be reversed?
Daniel.
All time.
Jameis Winston comes to mind.
Yeah.
Second player to win the Heisman as a freshman. Incredible season. Won the national championship at Florida State. I'd consider him a top 10. I'd consider that.
What about Michael Bishop?
I mean, he's not better than these guys.
You would know better than me.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just thinking out loud of some of the good ones. And, of course, the one that's obviously left off the list, Todd Reesing. I mean, how he's not on that list.
That guy used to go to frat parties and spit chew on the floor.
I'm biased, but I'd have Johnny higher than 10.
I would have Johnny higher than 10, too, but he only did it for that 1 year.
I think there's a name on here that I think should be, and I think that's RG3.
Oh, that's a good name.
I like that
I thought
one.
he was impressive at Baylor. Heisman Trophy winner. You could probably have an argument for Lamar, maybe Baker.
Baker could be on that list, yeah.
Good college careers. I mean, I know there's a lot of championships. I mean, Michael Vick was just absolutely fun to watch. Like, that was like really the first real college football memory I kind of had was like watching Virginia Tech run the option and just watching him just be a freak athlete and then seeing it happen in Atlanta. I still think one of the greatest plays I've ever seen in NFL history is Michael Vick in the playoffs against the Vikings splitting 2 defenders to where they hit each other.
Yes.
Because of just raw athleticism. I was just like watching that game as a kid. I was like, I need that jersey and everything that comes with it.
Who was Randy Moss's quarterback at Marshall?
Chad Pennington.
Was it Chad Pennington? Wow. That wasn't who I was thinking of, though. No, but you're right. Chad Pennington did play at Marshall, but that wasn't who I was. I don't know who I'm thinking of now.
And then Byron Leftwich was there, and they carted or they held.
That's
it up
who
to
I
the
was
line.
thinking of. Byron Leftwich. Yeah.
When he had the broken leg and he still played.
Yeah.
And then Anthony Richards going, man, what did I say?
Yeah.
Whoops. You think Johnny Manziel should be ranked higher?
Yeah, I do. I mean,
like top 5 above Vince Young.
I think
ahead of Cam Newton.
I mean, it's hard to make a case for him to be really above anybody else on that list, though, you know?
Yeah.
Because Marino would have gotten drafted higher, but he was a party boy at Pittsburgh, so they were afraid.
Yeah, they were afraid. But Manziel had
his first year. Yeah.
Manziel had himself an exciting season, though. I mean, that was a can't miss. Like
that Alabama game still a
Alabama game is one of the greatest college games I've ever seen.
I mean, it's insane.
God, it was so good.
I ran around my house shirtless when he won the Heisman. I was so excited.
I thought you were a Texas guy.
No, I'm an Aggie. Gig'em was. Go Vols.
Manziel might have been naked when he won the Heisman Trophy.
He may not know he won the Heisman.
Naked. Oh,
did anybody party better than Johnny Manziel?
Yeah, Troy Aikman. Dan Marino.
Yeah, but that was a different era where we didn't know what was going on. We saw everything with Johnny Manziel.
Everything.
Like, the whole thing is just...
I mean, Baker got housed in college. He, got out of college and then ran from the cops and hit a guardrail.
I mean, I heard stories about Johnny Manziel.
Matty Mock partied harder than Johnny Manziel, probably.
Probably, yeah. There was a story about Johnny Manziel. I don't know that I should say that on
Probably
the air.
not.
Probably not. We'll get somebody on to talk about it if they want to.
Coming up on the other side, best segment we do on the show every week. We get into the script of what will happen Sunday, and which will probably not ever come close to what's happening on Sunday. Mac Morey, Bob Fescoe, Dusty Likens with you on 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City Sports.
You're listening to Fescoe and Dusty on your new home for Royals baseball. 96.5 The Fan.
So if I were to tell you football plus bar plus bowling, you think to yourself, what is this guy talking about? Well, I'm talking about the coolest entertainment venue in Kansas City, and that is Foaling. It is football plus bowling plus bar, and that's Foaling Warehouse, Kansas City. And right now is the perfect time to take your family foaling, or maybe you want to get together with a bunch of guys and go foaling, or a girls' night out, or a party, or whatever. It doesn't matter. Foaling is wonderful, fun, and so much fun that you're going to want to go back week in and week out, because what it is, it's bowling with a football. You're going to stand there and you're going to throw the football at the bowling pins. The first one to knock them all down wins. And the cool thing about foaling is if you hit that middle pin all by itself and it goes down, the bonkhorn sound goes off, everybody celebrates, you put your name on the board, everybody has a great time at foaling. It doesn't matter if you're 8 or 80, foaling is perfect for everyone. And I always tell people it's perfect for a birthday party or any kind of party, because you can bring your own food in, you can cater your own event, and then enjoy the world-class bar that Foaling has to offer. They're located at 435 and State Line, and it's a mashup of football and bowling, drinks, and fun. And you're going to have the time of your life. Reserve a lane now at FoalingKC.com. That's FoalingKC.com, and get your foal on.
Men, it's the holidays, a time of love and joy. But if you suffer from erectile dysfunction, the season can be tough on you. This is Jeff for Heartland Men's Health, and if you and your partner are experiencing struggles because of ED, change it up this year. Give the best gift you can give to the one you love by treating your ED and restoring your relationship. At Heartland Men's Health, we're experts at treating ED. And as a Promenic restorative health practice, we've literally seen countless thousands of relationships renewed across the nation. Plus, with treatments having success rates well over 90%, coupled with many treatment options, we can likely find the right one for you. You may even find you're performing like you haven't in years. So call us and give your partner the best gift you can give this season. A renewed, restored relationship. Your first visit is only $99 and includes blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in our office, your visit is free. Call 844-447-6600 or go to heartlandmenshealth.com. Heartland Men's Health, a Promenic restorative health practice.
Make holiday magic this year with something beautiful and timeless from Diamonds Direct. A stunning eternity band, a pair of classic diamond stud earrings, something new and eye-catching from a world-class designer. Or maybe you're looking for that perfect engagement ring or a fabulous timepiece. At Diamonds Direct, we have the perfect gifts for the season, starting at around $500. Come and let our experts help you pick out that headliner gift. Or for some fabulous ideas, see the online seasonal gift guide now at diamondsdirect.com. You can even chat now with a virtual assistant for the ultimate convenience. Whether you connect online or in person, you're guaranteed to get the extraordinary value, ironclad warranties, and white glove service Diamonds Direct is known for. And to help make your purchase even more affordable, we've got special financing so you can spread out your payments. Get directions, details, special showroom hours, and our holiday gift guide now at diamondsdirect.com. Diamonds Direct. Your love, our passion.
I'm Mitch Holthus, voice of the Chiefs. Everyone develops cataracts naturally as they get older. When your vision is affected by cataracts, you should see my doctor, Dr. Steven Silverstein at Silverstein Eye Centers. Dr. Silverstein is a world-renowned cataract surgeon who performs life-changing laser-assisted cataract surgery with premium lens implants to correct your vision up close and far away. Trust my eye doctor, Dr. Steven Silverstein, Silverstein Eye Centers, 816-358-3600 to schedule an appointment.
Chiefs coverage is brought to you by Comfort Systems Heating and Cooling, serving all of KC.
From maintenance to emergency repairs, Comfort Systems Heating and Cooling will keep you warm when it matters most. Contact us today and stay cozy all season long. Comforting people is what we do. Comfort Systems is right for you. MyComfortSystems.com.
Here's traffic, brought to you by DM Injury Law. Have you or a loved one been in a car wreck? Contact DM Injury Law today and get the money you deserve. Car wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
Brought to you by Renner Garage Door, your home's garage door source. Kansas side 35 southbound slows at 635. Stays sluggish down past Shawnee Mission Parkway with an accident off to the right shoulder. When the snow and ice hits, make sure your garage door is ready. Whether it's a smart LiftMaster opener, service repair, or brand new door, Renner Garage Door has you covered. Locally owned and serving all of KC since 1956. RENNER forward and back. RennerDoor.com. Alan Carr, 96.5 The Fan. Traffic.
You're listening to the all-new 96.5 The Fan, your new home for Chiefs football. KFNZ FM and AM, HD1 and HD2 Kansas City, an Odyssey sports station.
Diving right back into it here on Fescoe and Dusty. Mac Morey, Bob Fescoe, Dusty Liggins with you on 96.5 The Fan. Happy Red Friday. Happy Friday. Big Costco day for me today.
Happy Friday.
No doubt about it. Best day of the week. It's not even close, in my opinion.
You're going to be in the wild tonight, aren't you?
Yeah, I'll be at Buffalo Wild Wings up in Zona Rosa with, I believe, Sean Barber doing the show tonight. So 6 to 8 up there. Come hang out. We'll do that, the football fan show. Should be a fun one. Beers, wings, fries, ranch, blue cheese.
I mean, what more could you want?
I don't know. Tough to win, tough to lose, tough to get it right. That's why we dive into the script. We do this every Friday, boys. Who wants to go first on the bold move of the script this week?
Mac, why don't you take the lead on this one?
All right.
Yeah,
Sweet.
I want Mac to go. Well, his name's on top of the list, right?
go.
It's all brought to you by Foaling. Check him out at foalingkc.com. Reserve your lane. And since Mac put his name on the list first, I want to see Mac go first.
All righty. DJ Humphries. He immediately changes everything about this team. This offense was playing with one wobbly wheel that had completely fallen off. They were dragging. They didn't get to do the cool stuff, man. They couldn't be a part of the race. They couldn't drift. They couldn't go off fast for big jumps. They just had to normally operate, and they couldn't even hardly do that. They have luxuries now. Andy Reid can be unleashed. He can go into his bag, and so can number 15. And I think this defense actually matches up really well with the Los Angeles Chargers. They can stop the run with the best of them. That's what Elliott wants to do. That's what they're predicated upon. Ladd McConkey, I love you. Part of me wishes you were in red and gold sometimes, but you just met your worst nightmare, and it's all-pro slot corner Trip McDuffie. Okay, we've seen 22 get burned this past 4 weeks. He's going to be in his bread and butter. He's going to be in the slot. He's going to be playing against a rookie. I think he's going to lock him down. And give me Pacheco in the end zone. I think Travis Kelce gets there as well. I'm not calling this a blowout, but a defiant win. I said it last night on After Hours. It's been a while since the Chiefs have controlled and dictated a football game. I think they do that for the first time in a while. Sunday night, Chiefs win 28-17.
When did they last do that? San Francisco?
That's what I said, yep. Last night I said, yep, week 7, San Francisco.
Have they done it any other time this season? Because I don't know that the New Orleans game, they kind of pulled away late in that one, I feel like.
I think they covered at Atlanta. That's a 5-point win on the road against Atlanta.
Yeah,
I
but
bet
they
that
had
was
two big fourth down stops. I think you're talking about one of those that was like never in doubt,
yeah,
right?
Yeah. I think San Francisco, and if you want to say Nolan's, those two. Honestly.
Yeah. Who would have thought San Francisco would have been the most in-control game that the Chiefs have had this year, right?
It's not the Super Bowl.
It's true.
Yep.
All right, Bob.
All right, you want me to go now?
You're second on the list.
All right. For the first time this year, Mahomes finally has a left tackle that he can truly rely on, and I think it makes all the difference in the world. There's going to be a commitment to running the football this week, I believe, so if you're looking for the over-unders on passes and all that kind of stuff, I would probably lean towards the under, because I think with Pop, I wanted to call him Popovich, with Pop healthy right now and Kareem Hunt there, they've got themselves finally a nice 1-2 punch with the running game, and I think we're going to utilize that a lot, and I think you're going to have a welcome back game for Isaiah Pacheco. He gets 100 yards. With Humphries on the left side, Mahomes is going to be able to sit back there all day and let his wide receivers actually run their routes and not get sacked before they go into their break. And that being said, I think Worthy has 2 catches for over 20 yards apiece. Kelce will pass Tony Gonzalez this week with the touchdown, and DeAndre Hopkins gets in the end zone too with a red zone score. The defense plays like it's a playoff game, comes up with a huge fourth quarter stop. Chiefs win 27-20.
I like that. Other than my Mahomes futures bet of MVP. really need them to throw it. My script is here. Get ready for a Wild Wild West shootout, boys. Stone Cold Steve Austin versus The Rock. Justin Herbert will need to be pressured, and I think he will. 0 interceptions in 10 weeks.
That's got to change.
And won all season. I think the Chiefs get 3 or more sacks, and I think Herbert throws a first-half pick. We heard Mitch Holthus say you got to get pressure and you got to take advantage of a turnover. You got to make it happen if it happens. I think Herbert, the moment, the game, everything about it, it's the biggest game of his season so far this year. I think he throws a pick in the first half. That crowd awakes. We know they're paying tribute to the 142, the decimal sound. That's going to be an electric place there as well. But I do believe that Ladd McConkey is going to be a problem. I know that Mac had said that Trent McDuffie was going to shut him down, and that was his worst nightmare, maybe put a cheese blanket on him. But I think he gets a couple of first downs in meaningful moments. Thanks to Mitch Holthus for giving me that little bit of advice. But again, somebody's got to be the guy, and it ain't going to be Quentin Johnson. I think Ladd McConkey's a scary player this week against the Chiefs. I think the Chiefs' offensive line looks a little better, but that's all it really needs to be.
You're right.
I think it just needs to be a little bit better to look so much different. I like DeAndre Hopkins to control the bulk of the receptions and yardage for the wide receiver position because here's why. DeAndre Hopkins gets a little bit more time. Patrick Mahomes gets a little bit more time. There's not a lot of guys that can still cook people in routes like DeAndre Hopkins can. I think you see that more and more, and I think Mahomes finds that and really latches on to that. I like to see Travis Kelce and Noah Gray each get about 4 catches for 50 yards apiece. That's the tight end method moving forward. Kelce doesn't need 8 for 100. He's got his twin brother, Noah Gray, who can get 4 for 50, and Travis can get 4 for 50. Like Bob, I like Kelce to get a touchdown and pass Tony G. I think that when you look at all of that together, I also like Xavier Worthy to hit a home run in this game. It may be 1 for 65 for a touchdown. It may be 2 for 70, and one of them is a 50-yard touchdown. But I think with that offensive line slightly improving, which is all it needs to do, you have the opportunity to exploit DeAndre Hopkins to a defense, and you have that time to get a little couple, 2 or 3 plays throughout the day to give it deep to Xavier Worthy for a home run play. And I think the Chiefs can win this game 31-27 in a Wild Wild West shootout, boys. That is my script.
All right, let me ask you this. What's your definition of a home run play?
50 or more yards.
50 or more. Okay, cool. All right.
Half the field.
All right.
Okay.
What were you? You said wow, like whoa. Like
I was going to say like 35.
Okay.
40, maybe.
Yeah.
I think so.
I think for me, and I don't have an answer for this one. That's what I think you know when you see it.
Yeah, that's fair.
You know?
That's fair. Yeah, because a home run play, it doesn't necessarily mean yardage. That's true.
But I know what he's the long ball.
Long ball.
Yeah.
Yep. And we brought it up this week. The best throw of Mahomes' season this year and the best deep ball they've had is week 4 against the Chargers, man. It was Xavier Worthy on a 45-yard touchdown pass. It was a dot. Let's see it again.
Who was playing left tackle then?
What year?
This year. Week 4.
Oh, that would have been Wanya. Yeah, it would have been. No, that was Kingsley.
Different version of one of them. I don't know.
Yeah, that was Kingsley. Because he was getting the praise in the offseason. I wasn't fully engaged in that because we have a text that we need to save.
Oh, respect the text?
I don't know if we want to. I think we need to disrespect the text.
Oh, we're disrespecting
this. Is
this.
A thanks, coach?
No, this is a save. 6-2-0. It'll be an ugly game. Chiefs lose 20-17 because of a terrible mistake in the fourth quarter. Next week will be all about resetting.
Okay.
Dude, it's the holidays, man. Find joy. I'm just trying to be realistic. They're 11-1.
We've got it written down. Got it saved. Love it.
Okay.
Yeah, I had someone laugh at me for saying we'll win by 11. So, all right. Let's do it.
913-586-7965. What is your definition of a home run in football? I think 50-yard touchdown.
I like that. I'm good with that. Yeah.
50-yard bomb? Yeah. That's the homer?
Yeah, it's half the field. I like that, yeah.
I mean, anything after that, obviously. I mean, grand slam would be 99-yard touchdown.
I would say, what was your grand slam? 75 or more?
99 yards.
99.
Yeah.
99 yards, and Worthy ain't one. Oh, wait, he is.
From the 75, 620. Chill out, bro.
That's great.
And then according to another text in week 4, it was a healthy Wanya Morris. And then from the 816, Chiefs win with a safety because they've won every other way so far.
Yeah, that's true.
I love it.
That's a respect the text.
That's a good one. I love that. Yeah, take Friday off. That's funny. Yeah.
Go full the rest of the day, or you can go to Johnny's Tavern.
Yeah,
if you'd
you
like
can,
to.
because this football season, the best place to watch the game is Johnny's now through December 15th at any Johnny's Tavern. Scan the QR code to enter for a chance to win a tailgate prize pack and a grand prize of a hosted watch party with a $300 bar tab for you and your friends. Each location will have a winner, so don't miss out. Grab your friends, grab a Yingling, and get in in on the action only at Johnny's in partnership with 96.5 The Fan, your home for football fun in Yingling. You must be 21 to enter.
I ask another question to the text line, 913-586-7965, the J Southland Tow Service text line. Who's an athlete you've gone 180 with? We'll tell you ours, plus we'll give you our cover, too, for the weekend as well. It's getting fun on a Friday here on 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City sports.
You're listening to Fescoe and Dusty on your new home for K-State Athletics. 96.5 The Fan.
Well, I'll tell you what, we got a big one coming up this weekend out at Arrowhead, and you're looking to put on that perfect tailgate, whether you're going to the game or staying at home. My friends at Smokehouse Barbecue have got you covered with their game day special. You need to get this every single time the Chiefs play. You need to order that game day special. A pound of burnt ends, a pound of wings, a slab of baby back ribs, a quart of beans, and all the setups for $6 for $79.95. You're not going to beat that anywhere, and it's going to be the perfect game day spread for you, whether you're in the parking lot or whether you are at home. Smokehouse Barbecue is going to cater your event and make it wonderful. And speaking of catering for Smokehouse Barbecue, here we are. It's the holiday season, right? You want to get your catering done, and you want to have parties at your house. You don't want to be in the kitchen. You want to be entertaining your guests and having fun. Let Smokehouse Barbecue cater your event. And if you're going to use them for catering this year, try their new Sweet Zing Wing chicken wings. They are absolutely fantastic. It is a sweet flavor with a kick. And when you're dining in, do me a favor. Get the new pulled chicken sandwich. It's got the coleslaw on top. I had it last week on a brioche bun, and it is phenomenal. So check out Smokehouse Barbecue at one of their 3 locations, Independence, Gladstone, and Zona Rosa, or at smokehousebbq.com. That's smokehousebbq.com. For over 35 years, locally owned and family operated, it's Smokehouse Barbecue.
At Shane Company, we want you to be the holiday hero. We have so many ways to create unique, fine jewelry gifts. Give a ring or necklace with their favorite gemstone like amethyst or peachy morganite, one to match their eyes, or even pick out their favorite team colors. Customize our North Star charm with the gemstone of your choice for a reminder to follow their own path. Or create a personalized piece with zodiac, birthstone, and diamond letter charms. Visit us in store and shop online at shaneco.com. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Hey, it's Gold, and recently I was at Max Motors and found out firsthand just how easy the car buying process can be. They walked me through exactly what the total cost of ownership can be for a brand new vehicle, weighing what the cost of repairs would be compared to lower interest rates that, of course, newer cars offer. That's because Max Motors has the best financing options available, plus the Max trade-in values in the Midwest. And right now, the largest heavy-duty sale of the year. Every new 2024 Ram 2500 in stock is 20% off MSRP. Must finance with dealer lender. Max Motors, the easiest place to buy a car. MaxMotors.com.
When I wake up
The best mornings
in the morning light,
start with Wrangler.
I pull on my jeans and I feel alright.
Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started. Good mornings make for better days. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
Hey, Dad. Mom wants pizza for dinner. You want to run out?
Sure. I need to get gas anyways. Give me a minute.
Cool. Hey, what's that bottle?
It's stable. You just add it to the fuel tank, and it keeps these engines healthy. When you start driving, I'll put some in your car, too.
Which one do I get?
How much money you got?
At every fill-up, or when you store, start with Stable.
When I wake up
The best mornings
in the morning light,
start with Wrangler.
I pull on my jeans and I feel alright.
Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started. Good mornings make for better days. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
It's better over here. If you're 55 and up, T-Mobile has an exclusive rate plan just for you. Right now, get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for just $30 a line. That's a 45% savings versus Verizon and AT&T. Plus, you can get one of the latest 5G phones free when you add a line. That's right, a free 5G phone. Experience all this and more on America's largest 5G network. So why wait? At T-Mobile, customers 55 and up can get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for only $30 a line. Just go to T-Mobile.com/choice55 or visit your local store to make the switch.
With AutoPay using debit or bank account plus taxes and fees, 45% off 2 lines versus AT&T Starter and Verizon Welcome. Plan benefits vary. Free phones up to $300 off with 24 monthly bill credits and qualifying new line for well-qualified customers plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Contact us before canceling entire account to continue remaining bill credits. Bill credits end if you pay off device early. See details at T-Mobile.com.
This is a story of the one.
As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Home ownership. At Progressive, we know it's part of the American dream. It's the land of the free and the home of student drivers ready to back into your new fence at any given time. It's firing up a round of burgers and dogs on your rusty grill with a faulty gas line that engulfs your tool shed in flames. It's also around-the-clock protection when you bundle your home and auto with Progressive, which can help keep the American dream of home ownership alive and kicking. Get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
You're listening to 96.5 The Fan from the Mission Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling Studios. Here's traffic, brought to you by DM Injury Law. Have you or a loved one been in a car wreck? Contact DM Injury Law today and get the money you deserve. Car wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
Missouri side 670 eastbound heavy into downtown from the state line. Grandview 49 southbound past Main Street with a report of debris in the roadway. Heading on the Kansas side 35 southbound slows before 635 as it stays sluggish down the Shawnee Mission Parkway. Alan Carr, 96.5 The Fan, traffic.
Welcome back to Fescoe and Dusty on 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City sports. There was supposed to be an awesome instrumental of Kendrick Lamar behind me, but hey, it's okay.
It's all right.
It's okay. No one's like us, right? So welcome back here.
Song?
That's the song.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not like us. Yeah, I was trying to play more top 10 songs as we go through our Spotify and Apple Music Wrapped. We just finished our What's in the Script. Dusty's having me come back because I found a topic that I kind of wanted to talk about just for a brief second before we get to our cover two because it came out yesterday. Bill Belichick already interviewed with North Carolina for the head coaching position for the football team. So we had talked about him coming back to the NFL, never really discussed him going back to the college ranks. I mean, what do you guys think?
Going back? I mean, we see Navy in the 60s.
Yeah,
I mean,
going back.
You know, there's a couple of funny things I saw yesterday. Antonio Brown nailed it yesterday when he said he's looking for a new girlfriend. That's why he wants to go coach in college, which was hysterical. And then somebody else said, well, they're clearly looking for somebody younger than Mac Brown. So they went with Bill Belichick. Those are kind of the two funnies that were going around. Lawrence Taylor is the greatest defensive player that I've ever seen play. He went to North Carolina, obviously played for Bill Belichick with the Giants. I don't know if Lawrence put in a recommendation or if Lawrence remembers playing at North Carolina at this point.
Like, do you think he would work in this new NIL? I don't know. It's kind of like the pros.
I don't know the answer to that question, but that's a great point that you just brought up. It's more like the pros now than it's ever been.
And he was a GM.
And the biggest, allegedly.
He was a good one.
But the biggest thing that I've always said about college football versus the pros, which people would say, would you rather coach college or pro? And the answer is pro 1,000 times out of 1,000, because in college you had to deal with the recruiting and the parents and the bag handlers and the uncles and the aunts and the friends and everybody that's involved, all the hangers on and whatnot. And in the pros, it's just about the football, and you can do your thing and not have to worry about all of that crap, alumni, and all that nonsense that goes on at the collegiate level. But you're right, Mac. Like, now all of a sudden they're hiring GMs in college. You kind of have a salary cap with the money, but you have to still go kiss ass of alumni to give you money every year to go get these quarterbacks and top-notch players. Like, I looked at that yesterday. I'm like, that is a very interesting kind of way to do things. But if you're North Carolina, what does that really do for you? Because in a couple of years, you're going to be looking for the new guy anyway. Nobody that's ever coached under him is any good at what they do in life outside of the New England Patriots. So what do you do in that situation? I mean, it's a splashy hire. It gets the headlines. People are talking about it. But is Bill Belichick really the best hire for a college at his age and for what you're trying to accomplish? Because I would imagine if you're North Carolina, you'd love to get a lifer and somebody that can be there for a long period of time. This is a stopgap hire.
Exactly.
And
That's
you
what
just had a stopgap hire with Mac Brown.
Yeah, that's the first thing I thought of was, oh, well, I guess they are okay with hiring an old guy because Mac Brown's there, so I guess that makes sense. But, yeah, this is not a program builder. This would be, like you said, a stopgap. It'd be some fun headlines, maybe a good recruiting class for a year or two, but mean, what is he, 75?
72.
72. So in 3
yeah.
years, he'll be 75. I mean, at that point, I don't know what you're doing.
Yeah, and
it's more of a full-time job in the NFL.
Yeah.
I'd say. Do you think?
Oh, I agree. Because you have to do so much more.
Yeah.
There's so much more that you have to do that doesn't even relate to football. We know Bill Belichick's a football guy. Like, I don't know that he's going to stand for the nonsense that is college football. Plus, he's really good on TV.
Girlfriend.
Yeah, like she's going to be mad he's on campus, Oh, look at younger girls, Bill. Oh, yes, I am.
We've kind of gone 180 on Bill Belichick, you'd think, right? Him and Nick Saban, who they used to be, now who they are. Is there an athlete that you've gone 180 on?
Yeah, it absolutely is. And Mac and I were talking about this yesterday because we're sitting around trying to figure some things out. And we talked about it on the show a little bit when I said they got Manti Te'o and they've got Matt Patricia on Good Morning Football. Have they run out of people? I'm like, Manti Te'o is just not believable, not credible. And then after the show, I heard this. Immediately I heard that. I go, I've done a 180 on Manti Te'o. He can be on TV all he wants. He embraced what is arguably the most embarrassing thing any athlete has ever had to deal with, or maybe anybody in general has had to deal with in the spotlight. And he just absolutely embraced it, accepted it, owned it. And man, I just did a 180 on Manti Te'o. That was beautiful by him to do that. That was awesome.
What's it been, 10 years?
I mean, it's been a long time. But how do you,
12.
I mean, like, you're Manti Te'o. When anybody looks at you, they're thinking, that dude got catfished, man. That dude was a Heisman candidate at Notre Dame, and some girl that didn't exist, Lene Kakua, is out here, like, catfishing this guy and ended up being like a cousin or something, whatever it was. And we're like, oh, my God, that's so embarrassing. And up until that moment, I was like, I can't even look at this guy. I can't give this guy any credibility. Oh, my God. What was it like for him in a locker room and all this kind of stuff? And then he flat out owned that on Good Morning Football yesterday. And I'm like, good job out of you, because too many people don't understand the self-deprecation, the like, okay, I made a big mistake. I'm going to own this. And you know what happens when you own those mistakes? People love you back, man.
Yep.
You go out there and you own something like that, people are going to love you. So Manti Te'o for me, man, I did a 180 on this guy yesterday. And Max saw it live in person as it was happening.
Yeah, he's like, I like Manti Te'o now. I was like, all right, fair enough.
Next week it'll be Matt Patricia.
Could be.
No, I mean, self-deprecating is a thing that you can definitely do that it brings you to everybody else, because we all do it. Like me not being able to read words.
Right.
I have a couple that I've gone 180 on. Jared Goff.
Okay.
You're a golfer now, huh?
Nah, I mean, just like I respect him now. Like, I mean, last night was a big game for him, and he did it again. He's had a game this year where he threw 5 interceptions, and his team still won. His team is the best team in the NFC right now, record-wise and every talent-wise on the field, and they're doing it with a beat-up defense. Like, their defense in the IR and injuries to that defense is insane. And to think that he's still be able to go out there and basically be a Mahomes type of quarterback and be like, hey, we need you to be offensively sound. We need you to do this. Last night against the Packers, 30-some passes or 30-some completions, 40-some passes, threw for 3 touchdowns, did have an interception, but was kind of the reason they won that game. They weren't running the ball last night with their dynamite backfield. They were throwing the ball.
Completed his last 13 passes.
Wow, that's awesome.
He made Tim Patrick look like DeAndre Hopkins. Woo. I mean, Tim Patrick had a big game last night.
Huge game.
And then the other one is Marshawn Lynch. When he was younger in the league, I wasn't really sure, right? Like at Buffalo, it was kind of a mess. And then when he didn't get the ball in the Super Bowl and just basically was like, I don't know what they were doing. And then when he was like, I'm just here so I don't get fined. And then his post-career, dude, I would hang out with Marshawn Lynch the rest of my life. I would be roommates with Marshawn Lynch. He, to me, is one of the most entertaining people in the world. I'm not even kidding. And when he first started, I was like, this guy had a cow, kind of sucks. He's just kind of like, doesn't really care.
Didn't he drive the cart over somebody?
Yeah. So big 180 on Marshawn Lynch. The older he got in his career, big 180 on Jared Goff after last night.
Yeah, I think Goff's a good one, yeah. And Marshawn Lynch, too, man. Like, God, if they just gave him the ball, Seattle's back-to-back Super Bowl champs. I mean, how stupid are you?
And Mahomes is
and
that
Mahomes
much closer to Brady.
That's
Damn
right.
it.
Yeah, dude. Yeah. Mac, you got a couple you want to get to before we get to the cover two?
Yeah, I'll have an opposite 180, a little finger.
Oh, yeah.
The other 180, the other direction of like, oh, this guy sucks.
Just never liked that guy ever.
Yeah, well, I
did. I was a huge Littlefinger fan back in the day.
Well, yeah, and you got to think about it. 2011 was his best season. I was 13, so I was in middle school. I was jaw dropped at how talented he was. I didn't think that was possible, and I honestly didn't know it really was until we saw Patrick Mahomes play. So Littlefinger, and then Kobe Bryant. That would be a positive 180. Did not like him. Was like, Laker. And then as he got older, I was just like, you know what?
Hotel in Denver, wasn't it?
Well, yeah, really got you going there. Look at this guy. You can buy a nice diamond.
You got to respect greatness. It's what I've done with LeBron. Even though I don't like LeBron, respect it.
Real quick, I saw like the dumbest thing on the internet the other day.
Oh, no kidding, really?
Right. No,
wow.
It was a meme. It was like a meme, and it was Jordan, LeBron, and Magic, and it's like if these three weren't in the league, who's the next best? And I was like, are we really?
Kobe,
are we really doing this?
Yeah.
I was like, I just clicked on the replies, and it was like the next like 40 straight. It was like Kobe, Troll, Dirk Nowitzki, Kobe.
I was gonna say Troll would be Larry Bird, maybe somebody put him up there,
right? But anyways, you have another one as well.
Yeah, Ray Allen. I've done 180s on him forever. I'm back to good. As a Celtics fan, loved him, then hated him, then I'm
if
fine
you didn't
now.
like him when he hit the three in Miami and they showed all the crowd trying to get back in the building, like, no, what
oh my God, yeah.
It's like you forgot they had Ray Allen.
Yeah, can't leave, bro.
LeBron could kind of be a 180 for me in the other direction. Okay. Like, it's the only basketball paraphernalia I've ever owned was a LeBron jersey with Cleveland.
Oh.
I think I still have it, actually.
That's cool.
And then it wasn't even the Heat thing that got that. I didn't mind that at all. It just enough became enough when he tried to start running every organization and being the GM and inserting himself in where it doesn't, then getting his son drafted. Like your dad, I get it. You do anything for your kid, but like, I don't know. It's just kind of worn on me, the LeBron thing. And then he was 0 for 19. So.
Good one from the text line, Jameis Winston.
Oh, yeah.
From crab legs to standing on top of the table and yelling out to Uber drivers and stuff like that to now all of a sudden he's born again Christian and living his best life.
So he was kind of a jerk like we all were at that age. Yeah.
He had the quote at the cafeteria that everybody's like, oh, okay, that's enough of that. All right, cover two time, boys. I think the computer's broke.
It's rough.
It's okay. It's from when Manti Te'o got catfished.
Legitimately.
It's actually older than that.
Yeah.
Oh, my gosh.
I think our technology got catfished. I thought catfish meant you got pronged by one of their whiskers and they like injected juice into your body and then you start to smell like one.
No, I don't ever
Did you know that's a real thing?
What?
They have like these like prongs on catfish. They have like these like things.
Yeah, they're like, it's whiskers.
They're like barbs.
Yeah.
And they can poke you and they release a juice.
Oh.
And it can get into your skin. You can start to smell like a catfish.
Yeah.
Have you ever gone noodling?
No, it's illegal.
What's that?
Unless you go to Oklahoma or somewhere else. It's where you
I
go
thought
to
Missouri, where they do it in the Missouri River.
So noodling is where you basically poach. You go to like a mud hole where there's like a nest of fish and you put your arm in there and you wait for the big cat to bite your arm, you pull it out. Some people use their leg.
How's that any different from putting a fishing line down there?
You're going into a nest.
But people do that with fishing lines, too. They got that radar. They see where they are. They stop. They drop the line, and they go.
But you're not going into it. They just put it in the water. They put like a little bobber on the water, and they're going to the bait and getting it. You're not going into their home and pulling them out.
Okay.
It's like an invasion.
Okay. Now that you said it that way, okay, I get it.
Now here is when the real guys come out and tell me, Dusty, you're completely wrong. I don't think
because that text line's getting ready to tell you we're wrong on noodling,
I'm getting ready to get shredded. No, cover two. Go ahead, Bob.
You want me to go first?
Yeah, you're on the top of the list.
Top of the list. I'll go first one, Panthers versus Eagles, because Carolina has such a really bad rushing defense, right? And Saquon Barkley is this close to setting the all-time record in the NFL for most rushing yards in a season. This is a big game for him to do that. Not to set the record, obviously. He's still got a little bit to go. But as we're getting closer and closer towards the end of the season, you got a bad rushing defense against Carolina. I want to see Saquon Barkley go out there and eat and eat and eat and eat. I'd love to see him rush for 200 yards. So it's not about Carolina versus Philadelphia. It's about watching Saquon Barkley, who I'm rooting for, get closer and closer and closer to the rushing record. And the best part about it is he most likely will have a chance to break that rushing record against
the Giants.
That's exactly right. And the last game of the season.
Does he play?
Oh, if you're close to the rushing record against your former team, absolutely.
That's a hell of a debate to have later on.
I'm sure they're going to have that in Philadelphia already, right?
It depends on the yardage. If you need like 110 and be like, shoot, man, like, sorry.
Yeah.
We'll just give you, like, I mean, he's already hit every incentive he could possibly have.
If it's 21 yards, give him the ball.
I mean, it's less than 100 you're going.
Yeah, but that's why I think this game is so important because you could bank your yards, you know.
That's true.
I want to see him have a huge game this week against Carolina. The other game in my cover, too, Jags and Titans, because literally nobody's going to be watching this game. So I'll say, you know what? I'll give those two losers an opportunity to see what they have.
Mac Jones versus Will Levis.
Who could have thought of a better script?
If you're going to watch that, you better watch Mizzou KU.
Yeah, right.
You got to have two TVs on Sunday. You got to have Red Zone and you got to have Mizzou KU.
I mean, like looking at the schedule this week, I'm like, Jags, Titans. Like, that is AFC South in a nutshell right there. See if this team plays for Doug Peterson, right? I mean, they fought a little bit last week.
Yeah.
But
legitimately, they did.
Yeah,
fight.
They did. But, you know, God, who's on the call for that game? Are they going announcerless this week?
Hopefully not Harlan and Green.
Oh,
they'd be pissed.
I'd take the week off. Kevin, you're going to do Jags Titans. I'll see you next week.
You know, I got an NBA game that night, boys.
Yeah. I got to do that Kansas-Missouri game.
No, Harlan would make it great. It'd be like 10-9. You'd think it's 28-27.
That would be a playoff game. Kevin's
exactly,
the best.
Yeah. For me, Falcons at Vikings is number one. If Atlanta loses this game, they're missing the playoffs. You can book that.
Guess who's back home, baby?
Exactly.
Yeah,
this is exactly. All the storylines, Kirk Cousins, Atlanta, that whole thing. But I think this also kind of has a massive effect on whether Kirk Cousins is the quarterback in Atlanta next year.
Oh, he's over 500 yards.
You think?
Yeah, this game will be like 48
you think
to
he's
41.
Just going to go off?
Oh, yeah.
I mean, he's done it a couple of times this season. We'll see if he can go back in the time machine and do it again. But if it is another tragic performance like last week, I mean, the Michael Penix calls are going to get louder and louder. I don't know if it's this season, but if they can find a way to trade him, we'll see what happens. And then Bills at Rams, man, we need Van Stafford and company to step up here in Chiefs Kingdom. I know they play the Lions the next week, and Bob already called his shot that they're going to lose to Detroit. I hope that's the case. But, hey, let's have it be this week, too, and get them to drop one and all put our minds at ease, have a little bit more of that cushion for the one seed. So we're all Rams fans this week and go Rams.
This is a sneaky game for Buffalo, man. It's that sandwich game between a big win in the snow, national TV, everybody crowned you. You got Detroit looming. Oh, we got to take the Rams.
Oh, yeah, Stafford Super Bowl winner. Yeah. Oh, yeah, Cooper Kupp.
Yeah.
Okay.
This is a sneaky game.
From the 785. Let me tell you something about Fish and Dusty.
There you go.
Just kidding. They said that at the end. I love it.
Damn it.
I love the
you get the day off.
I love the just kidding at the end of the sentence. Or text, however you want to say it. I will say this. My cover 2 this weekend, 2 divisional games. By the way, there were 6 division games this week, 3 of which are massive. Chiefs, Chargers, Lions, Packers, Arizona, Seattle, 4 are massive. And the other one that I'm going to get to my cover 2, Steelers and Browns.
Revenge game.
Arizona, Seattle. You say revenge game. This game just happened.
No, I mean the Steelers-Browns one.
Oh,
gotcha. But that just happened
yeah.
too. Like these are like,
Like all this just happened, right? So here we are. We're Arizona and Seattle. Geno Smith, I think he's proven to everybody that he was slept on or he was written off and he never wrote back yet. But this game with Arizona, Seattle, this is in Arizona. They're 2.5-point favorites. Kyler Murray, clean it up. This is a playoff ride-or-die game for Arizona. It's from your home crowd. A lot of people started to believe in you. You were on our text line today on the J Southland Tow Service text line of a 180 athlete coming back. And here's the thing. This game has playoff indications on it. I know it doesn't move the needle for a lot of people. Seattle, Arizona, NFC West, whatever. This could be a really good game in the 3 o'clock slate. That game's set for 3:05. That is one of the cover 2s, and I'm watching the other one, Steelers versus Browns. Always give me an excuse to watch Jameis Winston do it one more time. The last time they played, you remember it, 2 Thursdays ago, pouring down snow, lake-style snow. Jameis Winston won, beat the Steelers. Mike Tomlin had bad clock management in that game. This is also, you guys use the narrative, Bills need to lose. Steelers need to lose too. I'd like to see the next team just fall further and further away. The Steelers will play you in a couple of weeks. If you continue to win and they continue to win, that game gets more and more massive indications. So I say I watch these 2 games, Arizona, Seattle, Steelers, and Browns. 6 division games this weekend. 4 of them, one of them already happened, massive. Detroit and Green Bay was 1, Chiefs, Chargers, Arizona, Seattle, Pittsburgh, and Cleveland. A lot of revenge out there on the table. Green Bay didn't do their job. Detroit did. Chiefs, go do your job. Cleveland, continue it. And Seattle, Arizona, just have Kyler Murray show that he can do it. Because if you can't do it here and you can't make the playoffs, at some point their franchise is going to be like, all right, dude,
Are you going to get off the Kyler bandwagon if they don't play well
If
this
he
weekend?
has a very big collapse in this game, there's 1 foot off, 1 foot on.
Right now, you're 1 foot off, 1 foot on?
No,
Okay.
if they get beat bad
If he
against
plays
Seattle.
terribly.
Because this
and
is
gotcha.
in Arizona.
No, he needs to play well.
He needs to win this game. And the last time he played Seattle, it was terrible.
You're right.
He wasn't good.
No, I agree. Pressure's on for him.
No doubt about it. That's the cover, too.
Can he handle the pressure?
What would you know about pressure?
I think we all deal with pressure every day. It's just different.
Great 1975 song.
I think it's a Billy Joel song. Pressure.
And a Queen and David Bowie song.
I don't know why I just thought of this. I guess maybe just because you said Billy Joel, it made me think of this. My fiance was like, "Are you excited about the new Bob Dylan movie with Timothée Chalamet?" She says, "Who's Bob Dylan?"
Timothée.
I was like, whoa.
So you're now experiencing what Dusty and I go through basically
Exactly
every day with
me.
you.
Yeah, with me.
She didn't know who Bob Dylan was?
No clue.
Tell me, how does it feel?
Yeah, I tried to explain it.
Tell her to
on
listen to
you.
Hurricane, which is
Actually-
one of my favorite songs of all time.
Do her a huge favor and just introduce her to Bob Dylan by telling her about Bob Dylan, because by the time she listens to more songs, she's going to be like, "Hey, Mag, do you want some eggs?
Like, ugh.
Do you like 'em runny or as hard as a stone?" Better
Yeah.
songwriter than singer. That's just my opinion.
I don't disagree with that
Yeah.
at all. He's a great
Neil Young,
lyricist.
same way.
I'm with you. I'm not a huge Neil Young fan.
James Taylor, same way.
Spector's dad. Oh, my God. Spector's dad and James Taylor walk into a room. You don't know who's who.
Really?
Oh, my God. It's unbelievable.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I love
think
James Taylor.
And I think the guy
is
has signed autographs as James Taylor, just like Jerry has as Tom Bosley or whatever the guy's name is from Motel 6. What was the guy's name? Tom Bosley, right? Was the actor?
Tom Bodad.
Tom Bodad, but in Happy Days, Bosley, right?
We'll leave a light on for you.
You don't know Happy Days, do you?
I don't know.
Sorry, you're
I
looking
just
at
know
me.
the-
I'm sorry,
I just know
Bob.
the
Leaving you
fonts.
Hey,
Which is weird that he's like a-
Monday, Happy Days.
That's what's really weird, that like when you see a picture of him and Mahomes, you're like, there's like 3 or 4 generations here to like fill this gap.
That is weird,
Like the
right?
fonts,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Okay, so what do we have going on? What were we
Sports.
talking about? We're talking
about
something.
Bob Dylan.
Oh, Bob Dylan. Yeah, listen to the song Hurricane. It's 8.5 minutes long.
Okay. Oh my God.
It's a great song.
It is.
And you know.
Is he also Tambourine Man? Bob Dylan?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good one.
There somebody else sang Tambourine Man though too.
I will say the best Bob Dylan song, in my opinion,
Was
is
it the
Times Are
Birds?
A-Changin'.
Yep.
Come gather round, people, wherever you roam.
Yeah, Bob Dylan,
And
man.
continue to listen to your sports home. It's called 96.5 The Fan. It's Bob, Mac, and Dusty. I'm done singing. We'll be back on the other side.
Fescoe and Dusty.
I can feel it all the way down in my plums.
On Kansas City's FM sports station, 96.5 The Fan.
All right, guys, now is the time for you to reserve your lane at Foaling. You got to do it now at FoalingKC.com because the holiday break is coming. The kids are going to be off school. The family's going to be in town. Friends are going to be coming in. You're looking for things to do. You're going to want to take them Foaling because it is football plus bowling plus bar, and that is Foaling Warehouse, Kansas City. It's the coolest sports entertainment venue in Kansas City, and it's going to be something the whole family, all your friends, all your coworkers, everybody is going to love. Foaling Warehouse KC is a mashup of football and bowling and drinks and fun. And what I mean by that is you're bowling with a football. You're going to set those pins up, you're going to knock them down, and then you're going to go to their world-class bar, and you're going to get the best cocktails in town. And they're going to fill that beer from the bottom. They got one of those cool beer machines that fills it from the bottom. Absolutely perfect every single time. And at Foaling, you can also bring your own food in if you're hosting a party or just any kind of event at all. So reserve your lane today at FoalingKC.com or just stop in and see them at 435 and State Line. That's FoalingKC.com and get your Foal on.
When Google Fiber first launched 1 gig internet right here in Kansas City, it cost $70. Cut to today. Over 10 years later, 1 gig internet still costs the same, $70. That's what you get with Google Fiber. Fast, reliable internet with simple, straightforward monthly billing. No data caps, no annual contracts, no hidden fees. Just a small local fee for the city on top of your flat, predictable price. Go beyond good enough. Go beyond fiber. Sign up today at fiber.google.com.
Men, it's the holidays, the season of all kinds of hustle and bustle. But if your energy is down, if you aren't sleeping well, if your sex drive is MIA, and you just don't feel like the guy you once were, maybe it's tough to get excited for all the holiday cheer. This is Jeff for Heartland Men's Health, and if this sounds like you may have low testosterone. And if so, this is the season for you to get treated. At Heartland Men's Health, we're experts in treating low T. If you're like most guys, you'll feel the change in just a few weeks. And truly, the results can be life-changing. You'll have improved mental clarity, your energy will kick up, your workouts will be better, your sleep patterns will improve, and your sex drive will likely heat up as well. So call us and don't go through another season with low T. Your initial visit is only $99 and includes blood work, a medical consult, and if you start on testosterone the day of your appointment, your visit is free. Call 844-447-6600 or go to heartlandmenshealth.com. That's heartlandmenshealth.com. Heartland Men's Health, a Promenic restorative health practice.
It's a Red Friday on 96.5 The Fan and the other place, especially with these great game day specials. 8 wings and a basket of tots for $12 plus $4 domestic OP cups. The other place, the next best thing to being at the game.
Breaking Benjamin and Stained. Awaken the Fallen Tour. June 1st at T-Mobile Center with special guests Wage War and Lakeview. Tickets on sale Friday at 10 a.m. at livenation.com. Breaking Benjamin and Stained together live.
Papa Roach. With Rise Against, celebrating 25 years. Rise of the Roach Tour. Rockin' T-Mobile Center, April 9th. With special guest, Under Oath. On sale now at livenation.com. Don't miss Papa Roach and Rise Against together on one epic night.
Are you playing Roofer Roulette? That's when you bet your roof and your home on the first random roofer to ring your doorbell. Why do that when JR & Company offers a free hail and wind report online at jrstormcheck.com?
It's time to find out who was in the zone. Presented by AutoZone. Pittsburgh added another win to their impressive record this week as they took down Cincinnati in a high-scoring competition. Pittsburgh's veteran quarterback has returned to his old form by putting up an astonishing 414 yards through the air for 3 touchdowns. He is leading the charge for his resurgent team as they make their final playoff push and go up 2 games in the standings against their division rivals. In the Zone is brought to you by AutoZone. Get in the zone, AutoZone.
The wait is almost over for the most wanted Target holiday deal. Get 10% off Target gift cards with Target Circle this Saturday and Sunday only. From your teenage nephew to your kids' teachers and coaches, Target gift cards bring joy to everyone on your list. Join Target Circle for free now and you'll get the deal automatically. Shop December 7th and 8th for 10% off Target gift cards with Target Circle and save more on gifts. Happier holidays from Target. Restrictions apply.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
Are you really that different than the rest of us?
We are. As a fiduciary, we always focus on what's best for our clients.
What services do you offer besides investing?
We have a team of specialists in financial planning, estate planning, and more.
Your clients rely on you for all that?
Yes, we ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Okay, but you still sell commission-based products, right?
No, because we believe that's a conflict of interest. We prioritize service over sales goals.
So, then how do your fees work?
We have a simple and transparent fee that's a percentage of our clients' portfolios. So we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, we're more different than I thought.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at fisherinvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Want more from your dealership? At Metro Ford, every new vehicle comes with a lifetime limited powertrain warranty. Family owned, just 10 minutes from downtown and packed with unbeatable value. Drive smarter, only at Metro Ford. Online at kcmetroford.com.
Here's traffic, brought to you by DM Injury Law. Have you or a loved one been in a car wreck? Contact DM Injury Law today and get the money you deserve. Car wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
Brought to you by Metro Ford, online at kcmetroford.com. Missouri side, 670 eastbound, moving better, heading into downtown. No delays coming over from the state line. 71 northbound, a brief slowdown approaching Truman, and stay sluggish into the downtown loop. Alan Carr, 96.5 The Fan, traffic.
Crowd had no idea what kind of was about to go down when a cop put him over to the
Who else but Mac? Okay. Welcome back into Fescoe and Dusty on 96.5 The Fan. You're home for Bob Dylan jams. I promise I won't do the impersonation anymore.
There was a kid last night at the California Trail Christmas concert who played the violin, did a solo, 8th grader. That dude was awesome. Little shout out to
nice.
Forget what his name was, but he was great, man. Last night, like to do that in front of everybody and full auditorium at Olathe East. Way to go, kid! You knocked it out of the park.
Maybe one day he can be Boyd Tinsley. Nobody knows that name? It's Dave Matthews Band's violinist.
Oh, okay.
He's like super jacked. Looks like a middle linebacker in the NFL. Absolutely disgusting on the violin. That and Garth Brooks, this guy back in the day. That guy could do it.
Oh, yeah.
So a story came out yesterday. I'm sure Drew Nixon talked about it with you last night, Mac. Joe Burrow. Because we talked about this the other day. It's kind of like the same question we had the other day where that certain someone bought like what? Dorothy's slippers for like 1.5 mil.
Something like that, yeah.
Just to smell them. And Joe Burrow bought a Batmobile. But he can't get it for another 6 months. But it's like the one from like The Dark Knight and The Dark Knight Rises, the one that's like super tricked out.
Focus more on the playbook than buying cars.
Mm-hmm.
You know that's been uttered in Cincinnati, right?
Well, you know, he hasn't been the same since he dyed his hair blonde. Yeah, he's been better. I mean, according to Richard Sherman, he's the MVP of the league with the last place team. I'm kidding. Cleveland's in last place. But Burrow bought a Batmobile, pretty much over the top purchase, right? Like that's just something where it's like that's a money flex, in my opinion. Like if trust me, right? Like if we're all rich, there's probably something that we would flex our wallet on. So I asked the question, 913-586-7965, Mac, Bob, if you could, what is one luxury item that you would flex your wallet on?
I'd buy an airplane.
Okay.
Oh yeah, PJ would be sick.
I mean, God love the airlines. You find me an industry that's a bigger disaster than what they are. So airplane
or that pilot.
Yeah.
Busted. By the way, backstory to that, there's a Southwest Airlines pilot. Bob played the video for me. Cannot play it on the air, Matt. I repeat, you can't play it on the air. Don't. But this pilot, hot mic is what I will say. Just type in Southwest pilot. That guy's he's gone.
Like he's just blasting everybody, and then in the middle, somebody goes, "Your mic is on."
He goes. Channel 11 is in transition.
And then he keeps going.
And then he does this. Please be careful what you're saying. And he's like, well, anyway, so I went to the bar the next night. And you wouldn't believe what I saw. Oh, dude. This guy just had a case of the efforts, man. Like,
he really did.
Whatever.
Yeah.
Which, we talk about teachers being massively underpaid. Pilots also massively underpaid.
Massively, yeah. So are flight attendants for that matter.
So you're buying a plane.
I'd have an airplane, yeah. Or maybe I just buy like a timeshare on the jet where I needed to go.
You're about to find out about those soon here in Hawaii. Yeah. So we'll hear about that on the way back.
So I got timeshare on a jet now.
You won't believe how persuasive they are. We have to go to Hawaii for the next 12 years. If I could buy a luxury item, it's like $5.1 million these days. It's the home from Home Alone.
It's a cool house, man.
I would buy it just so I could have Christmas every year at my house.
That's sick. That is a flex.
Huge flex.
Huge flex.
Where's Christmas at? Dusty's house? Where's it at? Suburban Chicago? Really? Yeah, the Home Alone house? Really? And I would literally order pizza, and I would put one description in my DoorDash. You must hit the metal, or you must hit the statue in the front.
When you drive in.
Yeah.
Yep.
The sad part about that house is you get inside, it probably looks nothing like what we see in the movie.
Not
but the
anymore.
outside is awesome. It's so cool.
They renovated it.
Did they actually film the movie inside that house, though?
No, you don't know this story? Pretty funny, pretty cool story. There's a Netflix documentary called like My Childhood Revealed or something like that.
Yeah.
They filmed Home Alone in a swimming pool at a high school. They built the set inside like a swimming pool at a high school, or like in a gym. In a gym.
I did hear that. Yeah,
it's in a gym in a high school. They built a whole setup. Home Alone story is amazing.
Damn.
Was pitched to all these big companies, and all these people were like, nah, I'm good. And then finally, whoever did it, the company that did the film, they took Chris Columbus and they took the guy that did Planes, Trains, and Uncle Buck and all that guy. Can't think of his name right now. But
why can't
I know I'm trying to blank at the
Which
director
one?
of Home Alone.
Oh, the director.
Oh, God. Howard Hughes. No.
Not Howard Hughes.
Yeah. Gosh, we're talking about
Howard
English.
Hessman.
No. Gosh. Why am I drawing a blank? Text line, help me out.
Because you now start talking names, and now I'm at John Hughes.
John Hughes.
Yeah.
Yeah. And everybody was like, yeah, we don't want to take that. We don't want to take that. Finally, they did it. And massive explosion, right? Like, that's just the story of that sometimes works that way.
Yep.
But
Did you see the story the other day about Macaulay Culkin's son?
No.
And he's walking around and he says to his dad, he goes, I look like Kevin from Home Alone. And Macaulay Culkin's like, that's me.
Thanks for watching. Yeah.
Like his little son, he's like, he thinks he's Kevin from Home Alone. He had to tell him that was actually him in that movie.
Me, man.
That's cool, right?
That's awesome.
Isn't that cool? That's a flex.
Yeah,
Actually,
seriously.
that's me.
That's your dad.
Mac, you got something you would put a flex of a wallet on?
Yeah, I don't know. The flex is kind of changing my mind. I guess this is just for me. It is still a flex, but it's kind of just for me. I just have always wanted a full court basketball court in my home, inside.
We'll just move out to like 143rd and Mission. You'll be fine.
Okay, great.
Yeah. I always wanted a gorilla basketball goal.
Oh, we had those in college, man. Those were cool.
The best.
Yeah.
All the rich kids had
Yeah,
it.
yep.
It's like, we're going to go over to Alex's house, play basketball. He's got a gorilla goal.
His
All it took was
evolution
like
ball.
all it took was like a broomstick. You had to just like curl it down and curl it back up to get to the level you want.
That's exactly what.
Oh, man, it's so
Yeah.
awesome. Had like the padded pole and everything. I was like, this is so sick. It's like when I hit the rim, it's quiet.
Yeah.
Yeah, gorilla. I asked Alex Gold that question. He said, if I had all the money in the world, if I could buy a luxury item, it'd be guac at Chipotle.
Nice.
He doesn't eat Chipotle anymore. He got COVID and can't smell it.
Can't taste.
Can't taste it. Still can't taste. That's why he eats Cheerios, Tostitos, chips, and Sour Patches.
How much weight would you lose if you couldn't taste? Did you see the interim coach from the Bears lost 22 pounds in like the last month?
Dude, yeah.
What a great story
Working
that
hard.
is.
Somebody from the 816, I'd buy an entire Lego store's contents. Might cost as much as Bob's airplane.
Have you ever been to a Lego store and seen the prices on these things?
Have you just gone to Target?
That's insane.
I mean, like
$300 for a set.
it's nuts.
I was like, good Lord.
yeah.
Know your audience, I guess.
I mean, it's insane. Like my kids were into Legos when they were little, right? And so you buy these sets and you're like, oh my God, I'm not spending $300 on, Let It Go's Frozen.
Somebody says a suite on the 50-yard line at Arrowhead.
I thought about that.
That's a good
yeah.
one.
I mean, then you get concerts, games, whatever you want to watch at that point.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody says, really dreaming big with that one, Mac.
Hey, come on, indoor basketball court.
Oh, God.
No,
For the 816, I'd buy banana duct tape to a wall.
Great callback. They spent 5 times as much for the banana tape to the wall than they did for Dorothy's slippers.
I can't believe that. Oh.
Batmobile is pretty sick, though, for Burrow.
I mean, it's great, but I mean, like, everybody knows when you're on the road.
That's true.
How many of those are in Cleveland, Cincinnati?
Don't go over a pothole.
Why?
I just don't want to scratch on that thing, man.
Oh.
That's crazy. The Uncle Buck house is right down the street from the Home Alone
Well, it's
house.
all those John Hughes films are all filmed in the same area. That's where he grew up, so he films all his movies there in, up in the northern suburbs of Chicago, which is really cool.
Yeah, it is very cool. The 816 says, got to buy the off-brand Legos. Okay.
There's off-brand Legos?
There are Duplo, I think they're called. D-U-P-L-O. Look that up. I think that's the off-brand Lego. But come on.
I thought they were called Egos.
That's a waffle.
Oh.
Have you ever Legoed an Eggo?
No. I mean, I've almost gotten laid after eating an Eggo.
What are you, Adam Schefter, man?
Yeah.
Flex.
Yeah. Good one. That's good. Eggo.
This one time at band camp, I had an Eggo on my flute.
Somebody says, financial flex, life-sized animatronic dinosaurs.
Oh, my God.
Jeez.
Just stick those out in your front yard when, like, the mailman comes and, like, a raptor pops out. Could you imagine that with a Ring camera?
That is so good. I just love your sense of humor on that one. I just want a big dinosaur in my yard. Did you see those big skeletons that were around during Halloween?
Insane. Like 15 feet or
Oh,
whatever.
my God. I went down Ward Parkway, and I'm like, what in the hell is
Scary.
going on over here?
Yeah, one in my neighborhood had a Chiefs jersey on. I was like, that's pretty cool. That's funny.
Yeah.
Yeah, Duplo. It's made by Lego, but it does seem cheaper. It's Lego Duplo, though.
Okay. Lego Duplo. A Batmobile. I just don't get that. Coming up on the other side, we get to our Richard of the Week because it's 9 o'clock on a Friday. Bob, Mac, Dusty here on 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City Sports.
You're listening to Fescoe and Dusty.
What the hell's wrong with your station?
On Kansas City's FM sports station, 96.5 The Fan.
Well, as we get ready to head into the final couple weeks of the year, you're probably already starting to think about 2025, and you're saying to yourself, I know these holiday bills are going to kind of add up a little bit. I need a little financial freedom for the next couple of months. Well, I can help you with that if you call my friends over at Golden Oak Lending. How'd you like to go 2 months without having to make a mortgage payment? Wouldn't it be great to start 2025 not having to make a mortgage payment until March? Well, you can do that with my friends over at Golden Oak Lending if you refinance with them. But you have to take that free mortgage checkup first. Here's what you do with Golden Oak Lending. You call them and say, hey, here's the financial situation I'm in. Fescoe was talking about his. We had to pay off some credit card bills, some house repairs we did. We just wanted to consolidate everything into one easy payment. And Golden Oak helped us get there. And they could help you get there as well if you take their free mortgage checkup. It is risk-free. There's no paperwork. There's no credit card required. Just call Golden Oak Lending at 913-890-GOLD and tell them the financial situation you're in and tell them where you want to go. And then they'll see if they have a program for you. If you're in something that's really good right now and Golden Oak can't do better than that, they'll tell you that as well. But now you're in the system, and every 6 months they'll call you if they've got something good, and hopefully then you can refinance and then take those 2 months out of mortgage payments. The average cash-out customer with Golden Oak Lending is saving over $1,100 per month. So take that free mortgage checkup now. 913-890-GOLD. That's 913-890-GOLD. And let Golden Oak Lending cure your blues.
This is a special report from the Missouri Lottery. There's still time to get holiday scratchers and draw games for everyone on your shopping list, even if you are the one at the top of said list. Don't worry, we won't tell. The Missouri Lottery. Play responsibly.
Make holiday magic this year with something beautiful and timeless from Diamonds Direct. A stunning eternity band, a pair of classic diamond stud earrings, something new and eye-catching from a world-class designer, or maybe you're looking for that perfect engagement ring or a fabulous timepiece. At Diamonds Direct, we have the perfect gifts for the season, starting at around $500. Come and let our experts help you pick out that headliner gift, or for some fabulous ideas, see the online seasonal gift guide now at diamondsdirect.com. You can even chat now with a virtual assistant for the ultimate convenience. Whether you connect online or in person, you're guaranteed to get the extraordinary value, ironclad warranties, and white glove service Diamonds Direct is known for. And to help make your purchase even more affordable, we've got special financing so you can spread out your payments. Get directions, details, special showroom hours, and our holiday gift guide now at diamondsdirect.com. Diamonds Direct. Your love, our passion.
Every piece of land has a story. For the Nelsons, it's cruising around their Montana ranch on a John Deere Gator XUV 835R. With 3,000 acres, there's plenty of work to do.
We're not afraid to jump in and help each other out.
That's how they've kept their ranch going for 5 generations.
It's all about efficiency.
Like teaching visitors to fly fish.
The whole joy with fly fishing is matching the hatch.
Run with us on a Gator XUV 835R and start telling your story. Learn more at johndeere.com/radio.
Hey, it's Rex here with RexBuysKC.com, your local KC home buyer. If you own a property in the Kansas City or surrounding area and want to sell it fast and at a fair price, write this number down, 816-330-6000. I'm a private real estate investor, not some hedge fund or large national chain. My family and I live right here in KC. I can pay cash and close on your timeline, even in as little as 3 days. Here at RexBuysKC.com, we're improving Kansas City one house at a time. I buy inherited houses, vacant houses, foreclosure houses, behind in payment houses, my tenant won't pay the rent houses, and properties that need complete rehabs. Do you own a house that's trashed and needs thousands of dollars in repairs? Great. If you own a house and want to sell it fast, call me at this number, 816-330-6000. That's 816-330-6000, or go to RexBuysKC.com. That's RexBuysKC.com, and I look forward to working with you.
The county just requested more electric charging stations.
Orders have really amped up at Able Electric.
We need 3 more at First and Main, and we just got another hotel chain.
It's no shock. Able Electric needs able electricians.
Grocery store wants charging stations, too.
And fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Put our matching platform to work so you can spend less time searching and more time connecting with talented candidates. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Chiefs coverage on 96.5 The Fan is brought to you by award-winning Johnny's Barbecue in Olathe.
Football and barbecue fans, score big with Johnny's Barbecue tailgate packages. Whether you're hosting a home gate or a tailgate, Johnny's Barbecue has you covered. Check out our tailgate packages at johnny'sbbqkc.com. Located in Olathe and serving all of KC. Johnny's Barbecue. Taste the smoke.
Here's traffic, brought to you by DM Injury Law. Have you or a loved one been in a car wreck? Contact DM Injury Law today and get the money you deserve. Car wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
35 northbound, heavy from before Penway up towards 670 with some debris in the roadway, knocking around in the right lane and keeping things sluggish. 71 northbound, a bit slow between 75th and Gregory. Alan Carr, 96.5 The Fan, traffic.
You can listen to the play-by-play of the Chiefs and Chargers game with Mitch, Danon, and Kling right here on your new home for Chiefs football. 96.5 The Fan, KFNC FM and AM, HD1 and HD2, Kansas City, in Odyssey Sports Station.
Right back here on 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City Sports. Chiefs Chargers Sunday night football, which means we get to have our guy, Jack Collinsworth, in Kansas City.
Oh, that'll be good. Mac, you going to meet him at Applebee's and hang out?
Well, of course, yeah.
I'd hang out at Applebee's with Dan Campbell. Speaking of Legos in that last segment, you ever stepped on a Lego?
Oh, of course. I'm a father, yeah.
Make you want to just absolutely go somewhere else. I stepped on one of those once, and I will never do it again.
You say that. You don't know that to be a fact.
No, because I just will
wake up in the middle of the night, you're going to the bathroom. Oh!
Nope. I have.
Dusty once a week.
I have. That stubbed my toe, yeah. Did it this week.
Did you?
Yeah, of course. Of course. Should be good weather this Sunday for the Chiefs. It'll still be massively colder for those California guys. But yeah, I cannot wait for this game.
Yeah, what is the weather going to be like on Sunday?
Like
57?
Yeah.
Wow, low of 41. That's nice.
And kickoff's at 7:20.
Yeah.
Yep. So it'll be around 45, 47 degrees.
Right. That's not bad.
Good, yeah.
That's good tailgating weather. Yeah. All right. Everybody have a good time at the Sunday night game.
Yeah. Great weather for December 9th.
Hell 8th,
yeah. December 8th. Yeah.
But are you one of if it's going to be 50 all winter long, cool. I'm good with that. I have no problem. But once it gets cold, either pick a side here, right?
Yep. Well, that's what we're doing the next 2 weeks. It's 12, 40, 15, 50.
Oh, yeah. I'm looking at this. So Sunday, high of 57. Monday, high of 55. Tuesday, 39, 37, 45. The next Friday, 53. Yeah. It's crazy. Yeah.
Let me know how your headaches go this week.
Oh, it's been bad for me, man. It's been really bad for me this week. I've got this this whole sinus thing going on, whatever. But this week, it's been really bad. And I try to stay off the Sudafed because that makes your blood pressure higher. And here I go, 47 years old, talking about stuff.
On your own island here.
Yeah, and so 2 years ago, I went to the doctor. Oh my God, your blood pressure's astronomical. I go, I just popped 4 Sudafed. They're like, oh my God, why? I go, because it hurt. So I try to stay off the Sudafed as much as possible these days. But sometimes you just got to do it.
Oh, Richard, I'm so happy. Hold me.
Richard of the Week.
Not that guy, pal. Trust me. You're not that guy.
Oh, boy. Richard of the Week, yet to be sponsored. Somebody could step up. Whatever you want. Looking at you, Dick's Sporting Goods. I'm going to use a new 52-degree wedge. Looking at you, Dick Ray Plumbing. Richard of the Week, December 6th, 2024. I always try to tell people to go do nice things for people because you never know. These people, Richards, bad Santas. Old St. Nick loots a store in Brazil. The camera catches everything. 2 guys walk into a store in Brazil dressed as Santa Claus to heist this poor guy's store. Security camera footage documents the exact moment a couple of bandits decided to act naughty instead of nice on Sunday, smashing through an electronics store glass door and filling their sacks
with items behind the counter. Easy. One of the culprits who slips and nearly falls into a pile of glass, which I wish he would have, after rushing into the store, also helps himself to a shelf full of tumblers, booze, and more. The troublesome twosome makes a quick work of their pillage, taking off with their getaway car before police can arrive on the scene. They did all this at 4 a.m. on a Sunday morning. Gustavo de Souza, who owns the store, spoke with local news outlet G1 and revealed the ordeal was particularly tough for him, given that this was the second time it's happened at his store. He added, it was a huge trauma. Now again, after that occasion, it was 3 years ago, of running after them as well. Now I managed to stabilize, and they took my goods away again. We wouldn't blame De Souza if he wasn't feeling holly and jolly this holiday season. Richard of the Week for me are two bad Santas in Brazil that had to loot and rob a store. Come on, people.
Yeah, come on, man.
During the Christmas season?
Yeah.
That's how you own a Richard of the Week right there. So 2 Richards this week.
All right.
Bad
Dirty Santas.
Yeah, dirty, bad Santas.
For me, sticking sports topical, Aziz Al-Shair.
Who?
Yeah, exactly. Aziz Ansari.
Yeah. The guy from the Texans who wants to be the villain now and is posting middle fingers on Twitter.
Posting the Joker picture and I'll be the villain. Nah, dude, you're a D. You've done this now 4 different times. You've hurt people, and now you're finally going to pay the piper. You got ejected. You got suspended. This is what happens.
Yeah, this is what happens when you're a jerk to people.
Yeah,
It eventually
sorry, dude.
comes back, man. Screw you. So that is a good one. For me this week, I'm staying in the NFL as well. I thought about going elsewhere with this one. I thought about going with Scott Boras, but that's evergreen. That could be every week.
Is that last year, this year, next week?
Daily. But I'm going with Deontay Johnson, the wide receiver of
It's a good one.
The
Ravens.
Buffalo Ravens. This guy was traded to the Ravens midseason from, I believe, a pretty bad football team, right? Wasn't he traded from like what we call the Carolina Panthers?
Yeah,
they rescued him. Okay, he was on a bad football team, got traded to a playoff contender. Wow, awesome. I'm here for whatever you need, coach. Let me know. I'll do whatever you can. Hey, how about going into the game? How about you F off? What?
What?
Deontay Johnson refused to go into a game. They rescued your sorry carcass from the dregs of Carolina, inserted you into a playoff team, then told you to go into the game. And you're like, nah, I don't think this is going to happen. Hey, man, screw you. Deontay Johnson's a tool. And so I give him my Richard of the Week nod because you got rescued and then you basically threw it back in their face.
Man, Belichick's girlfriend's hot.
Oh, okay.
The one at North Carolina?
He's already got
knocking on doors at the sorority?
I don't know.
Tri-Delta or what?
TMZ just had a post that says Bill Belichick hits red carpet with 24-year-old girlfriend. Click to read more. I don't need to.
Is she hot or is she 24?
Both are facts.
It's true.
Man, good for him.
No, hell yes, good for him. He's 72, she's 24.
She's like a model.
How many rings did he have before she was born?
There's only one he needs to worry about now.
That's exactly right.
Is there, though? Does he, she may want a ring, but if I'm him, I'm like, I don't know about the ring.
That prenup would be fat. I'm Bill.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Did you see the koozie picture?
Yes, I did.
Told you. Yeah. I even got festive ones.
You did. The festive ones were great. Those were my favorite.
We got those for they do it every year in downtown Lee Summit. It's the 12 Bars of Christmas pub crawl. Fun. I make it till 7.
What I liked about your koozies is it seemed like, well, I know this is obvious, but it just seemed like all of them were from events and memories and fun things that you did. So it's good to look back on it. So it makes sense.
Why don't you get them mounted? I'm being serious about this. Like on a nice picture frame type thing, and just kind of hang it in your office or something like that.
Yeah, honestly,
because my wife, I've had these T-shirts for years. I'm like, I want to get rid of these. She goes, well, put them in a bag. My friend will make a quilt. This has been going on for years now. But they do. They make T-shirt quilts out of them because you don't want to wear them anymore. But so many T-shirts have so many memories, so it turns into a T-shirt quilt, right? So there's got to be something you can do, artsy, if you will, to kind of mount all those and celebrate.
I found a device on Amazon. It's like a dispenser. It's like a Pez dispenser almost with koozies. You build it on your wall, and then you stack it full of koozies. You just pull one out of the bottom slot, and when you're done, you put it back at the top, and a new one comes out.
But can you see them, though?
Nope.
Because I'm talking I'm talking about displaying them so you can see them.
Yeah.
Oh, I remember that concert. That was really cool. Or that event. And I had, something like that. I don't know if there's something that they offer for that. Maybe that's my next $1 million idea.
Do you remember KB Toys?
Oh, God, yes.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah.
I know, probably not, obviously.
I don't think so.
Why? Well, I was just trying to wonder, is there a big hot Christmas gift this year? You know how 1 year is the Elmo doll, 1 year it was Turbo Man.
That's the Hawk to a Crypto, I think, is the...
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm just wondering, like, what is it? Is that still a thing?
Is it
Barbie? Is there a certain
out
Barbie?
of that now?
Remember the Furbies?
No, the Furbies were unbelievable.
God,
yeah.
I had one. I don't know how I got one from my aunt and uncle, but like they're like, here you go. I was like, where did you find this?
Cabbage Patch Kids back in the day causing brawls at the toy stores.
People were fighting for a Tickle Me Elmo.
I know. Yeah.
Let that sink into your brain.
I know. Think about where
people were fighting for a Tickle Me Elmo.
But the Cabbage Patch brawl, Mac, do yourself a favor and Google the Cabbage Patch brawl of like '83.
Yeah.
I mean, these Karens are in there beating up each other over dolls.
Yeah.
I think my mother was in the middle of it.
That's right. I was just wondering if there was a toy this year because I don't have kids. I don't have, friends have like kids that are like old enough to like have that big gift. I assume Lego's probably up there. There's like
always,
but like there's always one. There's always that one. It's Turbo Time.
Yes,
great movie.
So good.
Great movie. Coming up on the other side, our guy Scott Parks will join us here on the roundtable on Fescoe and Dusty on 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City Sports.
You're listening to Fescoe and Dusty. Make sure to follow us on Instagram @TheFan965 for behind-the-scenes content from the show. Kansas City's FM sports station, 96.5 The Fan.
All right, you can tackle the NFL action this week on FanDuel, America's #1 sports book. Right now, new customers will get $150 in bonus bets if you win. The FanDuel Sportsbook app gives you everything you need to place live bets on the NFL all in one place. So when you get a hunch in the middle of the game, you can check out the latest stats, view live play-by-play, and so much more on the same page where you place your bets. Just visit FanDuel.com/610Bob to join today, and you'll get started with $150 in bonus bets if you win your first $5 bet. That's FanDuel.com/610Bob. Never waste a hunch and make every moment more with FanDuel, an official sportsbook partner of the NFL and 96.5 The Fan. 21 and present in Kansas. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. FanDuel is offering online sports wagering in Kansas under an agreement with Kansas Star Casino, LLC. Gambling problem? Getting help is your best bet. Call 1-800-522-4700 or visit ksgamblinghelp.com.
This weekend only at Old Navy, get 50% off activewear for the family. Yep, 50% off activewear for the family. Gift everyone their favorite gear for half the price this Saturday and Sunday only at Old Navy. Valid 12, 7, and 8 select styles only.
Men, we hear it all the time. A man comes in to get his erectile dysfunction treated, and very soon thereafter, he tells us that his relationship is renewed. This is Jeff for Heartland Men's Health, and you should know that ED doesn't just affect you, it also often affects your partner. They can feel undesired, unwanted. They may even feel like you don't love them anymore. At Heartland Men's Health, we've successfully treated thousands of men for ED with protocols that have success rates well over 90%, which means if you're like most men, we can get you back to the guy you used to be. You could even last up to an hour or more and find you're performing like you haven't in years. So call us today and give your partner the gift of renewed love. Your first visit is only $99 and includes blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in our office, your visit is free. Call 844-447-6600. That's 844-447-6600 or go to heartlandmenshealth.com. That's heartlandmenshealth.com. Heartland Men's Health, a Promenic restorative health practice.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Thinking about gas mileage. You know, changing your oil with a full synthetic oil like Pennzoil Platinum can help your engine get more miles. Right now, you can get 5 quarts with an STP extended life oil filter for only $35.99. Get started on your next job today with the parts you need when you need them at AutoZone or AutoZone.com.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Old Spice Swagger Holiday Pack, perfect for a gift to treat yourself. 24/7 holiday freshness with daily use can smell your bestest. I'm gonna be smelling great all season. Old Spice scents just can't be beaten. Chock full of value, saving that green. Got the essentials needed to feel clean. Deodorant, hair, body wash, and spray. Celebrate your holiday the Old Spice way. Ho 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 ho.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Hey guys, it's Jim Costa from Cash the Ticket. If you're planning on betting college football bowl games, good luck. No, seriously, it's never been harder. And you don't want to be hurting your bankroll. You want to make sure you're doing your homework. Listen to Cash the Ticket. Mike Valeni and I will be breaking down every single bowl game, dropping new episodes nearly every day throughout college football's postseason. Spicing things up with a 12-team playoff. Can't wait to see some of those teams from the South come up north for the snow. Be sure to subscribe to Cash the Ticket on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Today, expect sunny skies with a high of 27.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Your local Staples store has hot deals and super low prices throughout the store on everything for your business. Save even more with the Easy Rewards program at Staples.
Kansas Lottery Play On app. Scan your tickets for more chances to win.
You're listening to 96.5 The Fan from the Mission Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling Studios.
Diving right back into it here on a Friday, Red Friday, with Fescoe, Mac, Dusty, and the legend himself, Scott Parks. First time we've ever been in the studio together.
Is that right?
Yeah. Who saw this coming?
Wow. What an honor for me.
Yeah. No, it's me, man. I've never got to sit. I've sat next to you in the cubicles and given you a lot of atrocious takes and commentary,
no.
but
Not at all.
But here we are now in the room together. Do you remember when you were a kid what the hot Christmas item was? So we were trying to figure out this year's, like, what's the number
Lincoln
one?
Logs for Scott.
Mine was like, if you get
some Hot Wheel or something, I don't know.
If you get any Power Ranger, that was like that and the Furby. I don't know if you remember the Furby.
I remember the Furby, but that was after my time.
Yeah, for sure. But you remember it.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
But, I mean, I'm a lot older than you are. And the toys, like Star Wars action figures were huge.
Huge.
That's what
G.I. Joe.
You know, I still have a few.
I do, too.
I still have a couple, like the original Luke Skywalker from 1977.
Mm-hmm.
I still have it. It's not worth anything because I took it out of the box and played with it.
Yeah.
Same.
That's what she said.
Mm-hmm.
And
who?
I'm trying. Nobody. I'm trying to think. I got a Princess Leia, the original Princess Leia.
Okay.
And a very good condition R2D2.
All right. Yeah, I got all that Star Wars stuff, too. This roundtable brought to you by the Kansas Lottery. Dream bigger. And, Scott, you and I have lost a friend over the last couple of days. I think Kansas City lost a friend over the last couple of days at Al Fitzmaurice. And I was his intern. I actually worked for Scott back in the day. He was running the board and, doing the thing about 27 years ago, whatever it was now. But when I left here yesterday, I talked to so many people who had a different Al Fitzmaurice's great story. And I'm like, oh, my gosh, he really did touch everybody's life in Kansas City in a great way, including yours as well.
Well, I have two Al Fitzmaurice stories that I'd like to tell, and the first one I'll share with you. I've shared it on KMBZ before, but I didn't yesterday because we were talking to Frank Bowl and Rex Hudler and everybody. But it was in May of 1998, and I was still very young here. I would work any shift you gave me, and my dad had just passed in May of that year, 98. And I did not know Al Fitzmaurice. I knew who he was, and he was, this larger-than-life former Royal who would do the pregame and postgame with Don Fortune back in the day on our station, because we had the Royals back then. But I'd never talked to him. And I'm leaving the restroom at the old building in Westwood, and I'm walking back to the newsroom, and I pass Al in the hall, and he grabs me by my arm. And I was like, oh, God. And he looked me dead in the eye, and he was so sweet. He said, I heard about your dad, and I'm really, really sorry. And then he just walked away. I was like, wow. A, how did he hear about my dad? I mean, I wasn't putting it on the news. But he didn't have to do that. But years later, and I sent you a picture from that day last night, we were playing in a wiffle ball tournament on some rich guy's property in Waldo or something. I don't remember exactly where it was.
Joe Ungashek over there right across the street from Luce Park.
Yes, that's right. And Al Fitzmaurice was the first base coach. And I hit the wiffle ball, and I take off running, and I get to first base. And at this point, Al and I have known each other for a very, very long time and are good friends. And I get on base, and he goes, "Great hit, Parks, great hit." And I said, "Thanks, Al." And he goes, "Now, I know you're a soccer guy. Here's the rules. If the next person gets a hit, you have to run."
And I could hear Fitzy doing it in his voice, too, and his cadence and the whole 9 yards. I mean, he was just a great human being. And like I said yesterday, more people calling and texting and talking about Fitz stories. I'm like, gosh, that's how you know you've had an impact. It had nothing to do with him playing baseball. He had an impact on being just a great human, like Dusty says after every show, do nice things for people. Al Fitzmaurice did that. He did nice things for people all the time. It was just such a great, great ambassador for our town, a great ambassador for our baseball team, and, everything in between. There wasn't an event that was going on where Fitz wasn't there, representing.
I didn't even know he was sick.
Nobody did, apparently.
He was at my house in May of this year and looked great. You would have never known.
Mm-hmm.
You would have never known. It's so sad.
I kind of respect that. Because, there's the guy that played Black Panther, Chadwick
Boseman. Yeah.
No one knew. And it's like, maybe that's not for everybody to know, especially, I'm not saying that they're the same level of, celebrity, but, Al Fitzmaurice is a Kansas City legend. Everybody, a lot of people know. Obviously you guys and stuff, but, maybe it's not everybody's business to know. Right?
Yeah.
I'm okay with that.
And how do you have that conversation? Obviously his family knew.
Right.
His closest friends had to have known. But Al was a good friend of mine, but we weren't best friends.
Right.
And so I didn't, looking back on it, I would have never expected to call, "Hey, Scott, I'm sick," and just wanted to let you know. I wouldn't do that with most people in my life either.
Yeah, it's weird how life works, because when something tragic happens, and losing a friend and whatnot, very, very tragic for a lot of people, you start to talk to people and have these conversations like, we got to do this more, right? Like, you don't wait. And, last night I found out one of my fraternity brothers passed away, and so we started to text, all right, we got to find a date now. We talk all the time on text, but we hardly ever see each other. Let's plan a date. Let's get together and do all that kind of stuff. And one of those popped up yesterday with Mike McKenzie, who was the guy that I interned with that was doing the pre and post game with Al Fitzmaurice back in 1997, right? And Mike became a mentor to mine. And so we were texting yesterday, and his daughters were involved in the group text as well, because they were listening to the show, and Mike now lives out in Seattle. And Mike said, when I was doing radio, I came up with a thing called TGIT, and I tried to get David Lawrence, who was the legendary morning host on 610 before I got here. I kid. And he said, I tried to get David Lawrence to use this TGIT, and he didn't really take off. He goes, well, I'm going to use it. I said, well, I'm going to steal it. I go, what does it stand for? He goes, thank God it's today, and just wake up every day and be like, thank God it's today. I'm going to have a great day.
That's
and have that positive outlook. And that's the way Mike McKenzie is, too. Every time I hear from him and talk to him, he puts me in a great mood. He's just got a way with words and a way to very calmly talk to you and make you feel really good. And so he's like, I got this TGIT. Thank God it's today. And I'm like, that's a great way to look at life.
I might steal that.
Yeah.
I might steal that from you.
All right.
So, college basketball, are you in tune to it right now, or is it still way too early?
Way too early.
So, Sunday's Mizzou KU at noon.
Okay, I'll probably watch that.
Okay. But it's also Pittsburgh, Cleveland.
Yeah.
So, 2 TVs?
Do
you really care that much about college basketball right now? Because this is kind of an anomaly.
Well,
where it's early, but it's Mizzou, Kansas, and Columbia.
Yeah, I care about the big games, KU, North Carolina, stuff like that.
Yeah.
But I really, honest to God, I think I was more into college basketball years ago.
Oh, so was I.
The 90s Jayhawks. And and here's my biggest problem. I hate this portal. I hate it.
Why?
Because every year you have to learn an entirely new team.
So?
Because, well, that's fine if you like it, but I'm not a fan. I mean, a coach will go out and spend all this time recruiting a player, gets that player, regardless of the sport, and within a year, they're moving on to something else and going to a coach that didn't have to work for it.
Well, I like the fact that players are finally getting theirs and finally getting money instead of being the product and seeing no residuals for it. And that's why I like it.
Well, the NIL, I do like that. In fact, my nephew plays football at South Dakota. He's a freshman, so he's going to get redshirted. And I bought some of his gear.
That's cool.
A couple of weeks ago.
Like jerseys with his name on the back of it?
I have my girlfriend and I, we both bought sweatshirts with the South Dakota paw. It's just like Coyotes, not
Yeah,
the Coyotes,
right.
Coyotes. It's got a paw print on the front, and then on the back, the number 47 and the name Parks on the top.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah. Why wouldn't you buy that?
It is.
Right?
It's
yeah.
cool.
Most important part of that story, she's a real one if she's, wearing that sweatshirt.
Well, she's a real one.
You met my girlfriend? She's in Canada right now.
No, she's wearing the boyfriend's nephew's name, I guess,
Well, and he came down for Thanksgiving last week, and we wore the sweatshirts over to dinner. And
oh, that's funny.
And I turned my back to him and showed his name and number on the back, and I said, "I put a little money in your pocket, buddy."
Yeah, I love it. No, that's
pass
good.
the cranberry sauce.
But that's good though for the college kids now. It's about time, and I love seeing these old coaches squirm like Brian Kelly at LSU, who goes, "I just can't believe he'd leave. You left Notre Dame for LSU, sir, for like a better offer." Like the college coaches are such hypocrites.
No, that's a fair point, and one that I hadn't considered. I mean, if coaches are allowed to just pick up and leave for the next highest dollar or next better job, why can't a player?
Right. And now coaches don't like it, so they're being critical when they're all doing it.
Yeah.
They're all doing it.
Well, and then the old heads of college would argue this. So, well, the players can do it if family drastically has to move or coach is changing schools.
Well, but the thing about paying players, I mean, all we did is really bring into the light what was happening in the dark.
Correct.
I mean, I won't say the name, but I knew a KU basketball player. I knew a player somewhere. I just gave it away.
Yes.
But they would stay in Lawrence over the summer, and get jobs. Well, they weren't getting paid minimum wage. I guarantee you that, and they were always employed by a booster. Always employed by a booster.
Right.
Now, was it legal? Yes, but they were getting paid.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, but now you don't have to worry about it.
Now you can do it out in the open, what you were always doing.
Which I would think makes it easier. And why more people don't embrace this? Well, because the ones who don't want to embrace it were the ones cheating in a good way and had this thing figured out. Now everybody's on the same level playing field, and I think a lot of the old guard just doesn't like that.
It's weird for me, being a little bit more old school. There's some quarterback, and I don't get into the weeds like you guys do, but I guess he's the best quarterback in the country in high school. Tom Brady's been calling him a lot, and he ended up going to Michigan this week. Announced he was going to Michigan. And then the news anchor said for a 7-figure deal.
That's right.
And I was like, good God.
They've also got the head of Barstool Sports over there anchoring money into Michigan's program.
Yes.
But think about how many college kids we've all seen as athletes. They're peaked in college, guy. The majority of them are like 3% go pro, and then they go work for Enterprise Rent-A-Car. So like 97% of the guys and gals that play sports in college are peaked in college guys, and they're local legends. And I always go back to Todd Reesing, the second time we brought him up today. Like Todd Reesing, when he played quarterback at KU in 2008, was the biggest star in Lawrence, Kansas, and could not make any money off of that. You knew he wasn't going to go to the NFL and play and wasn't going to have that opportunity. Now these guys get the opportunity when they're these big stars in college to capitalize on that. And I think that's great.
Here's a question. Is Johnny Manziel the same person as if he is given the money instead of having to get it under the table and do it in a scummish way?
Yes.
Okay. I mean, I know there's
I'm not a
people,
fan.
No, I figure. I mean, Mac, our producer, is like in love with him. He has how you had Farrah Fawcett. He has Johnny Manziel.
Can I tell you a story about Farrah Fawcett?
Okay.
So I did have that poster.
Big,
in the
man, you
did.
I had that poster in the 1970s.
Who didn't?
But my mother, and I'm not going to call her a prude, but she was very sexually guarded.
She was a lady.
She was a lady. That's right.
Not of the night, though.
So I come home from the PX at Fort Richardson, Alaska, and I had that poster because I was coming of age.
Right.
My mom made me cut the poster right above
the nips.
The nipples, yes.
And so you just had her picture up on the wall.
Basically.
I heard hers were aggressive.
Have you not seen the Playboy?
No.
They were very aggressive. Don't get too close. You'll poke an eye out.
Like number 2 pencil erasers.
Yes.
Okay. Wow. Okay. What did you do with the rest of the poster?
My mom threw it away.
What? So you got a new one.
So I bought a new one. Yeah. And why did you tell your mother you were buying a poster of Farrah Fawcett?
I was going to put it up on my wall.
Yeah. So speaking
not
of
on the
that,
ceiling above the bed?
Yeah, I was cleaning out some junk the other day. We're starting to this purge, right? Because I just had enough. And I started to go through these old boxes of books and things. And I come across this Playboy, right? And I'm looking at it with my wife, and we're sitting on the couch. I'm like, look at the centerfold, right? And the reason I kept
That's
this
an interesting
Playboy
name.
is because there was an old royal named Mark Quinn. I don't know if you remember this name.
name.
Remember Mark
Yeah,
Quinn,
I remember
right?
the name, yeah.
And so he was dating this Playboy playmate at the time, and she happened to be the centerfold in like August of 2002 when he was playing for the Royals. And I remember having that Playboy in the Royals clubhouse. We're all looking at it going, this is who Quinn. And she was at all the games, too. I mean,
super hot.
Oh, God, yes.
Let's get back to the real lead of that story. What were you and your wife
That's what I'm thinking.
doing,
Like,
sitting on the couch looking through a Playboy together?
We have a great relationship.
I know that.
Yeah.
I've seen you and Jen together.
Well,
you guys are very close.
Yeah, because I don't know. I was just going through the stuff. I look at this, and like, so we just started looking at it. You know,
flip to the third page, honey.
Yeah.
Where were the kids?
Well, this page won't open for some
They're
reason.
14 and 15, Scott. Where do you think they were? Not by us.
Well, that's fair.
I mean, after you catch us a couple of times, you're staying the hell away.
Let's rewind the clock a little bit. What is the actual age of coming of age? Is it different for everybody?
Well, I mean, by coming of age, I think my real coming of age would have been about 15. But by that, I meant I was reaching that age where I found women very attractive.
Mm-hmm.
You know, before they had cooties and they were gross and everything. And then all of a sudden you see Charlie's Angels on TV and there's Farrah Fawcett. And you're like, that woman is smoking hot.
Mm-hmm.
And then you realize, I'm slowly becoming a man.
That's exactly right. Did you have cootie spray when you were a kid?
I did. Had to.
Yeah,
you had to protect yourself.
Yeah, absolutely, you did.
Yeah, we went from cootie spray to numbing spray. It's weird how that works.
Okay.
What?
All right.
Target, aisle 7.
Okay. What shelf is it on?
Third
from the bottom?
Second from the top.
Oh.
Below that are the devices.
Yeah.
So anyways,
Good God.
what? I'm just saying, holiday season. I want to know, because we're getting some texts in here that like people clearly listen to your show.
That's
from
nice.
2 to 6. And then do you ever get does your text line ever get, cross contaminated with like 96.5 or anything like that? Like these idiots this morning on the sports side were talking
They're
about.
never bad. There are some references like, and it's usually pretty snarky, like, why are you talking about this? They already talked about it on the Fan this morning.
Oh.
Like,
As if you're supposed to know that. Sorry, my show starts at 2. I get up at like 9.
Bob and Dusty talked about it. It is off limits for the rest of the city. Yeah.
Just move on. I've already heard this on the Fan this morning. Fescoe
Right.
talked about it, and I'm like, well, it's my turn. I'm going to talk about it now.
Are you wearing shorts today?
I'm not.
I was wondering, did the temperature got too low?
It did.
Do you know this rule?
He always wears shorts, yeah.
But there's a temperature that gets to it. He can't wear shorts.
Anything below 25.
Yeah, it was 17 this morning, brother. Yeah.
It's 24 right
I know,
now.
but it's like 110 in your studio.
I know, it's really hot. What are you, like a middle school boy? Like, I pick the kids up from school all the time. They're all in shorts. Every one of them. High school. I mean.
But he doesn't wear drawers.
Oh, okay.
Oh, here we go. Do you?
No, I don't have any on right now.
Okay. Do you?
I have a pair on today, yes. Sometimes I don't.
The
I
only
wear
time- the only-
dog joggers. I don't need to wear underwear.
The only time I'll wear, I can't believe I'm talking about this.
Why?
I don't know. The only time I wear underwear is when I wear a suit or jeans because I hate the feel of denim.
Okay.
And I don't want that on my, what.
Right. I understand. And the zipper could be a little challenging
dangerous.
as well.
Yeah,
Yeah,
sure.
very dangerous down there.
But,
yeah.
but I wear shorts because A, they're comfortable,
Yeah.
and B, usually this building is at a decent temperature, like 70 degrees or something. And so the walk from the car to the building is what, 30 seconds? So 30 seconds of going, oh my God, it's so cold. And then
You don't even need coffee.
5 or 6 hours of sitting in a studio, comfortable.
Right.
That's
a lot
why
of hot air coming from Dana, so I get it. Yeah.
that's why I usually wear flip-flops too. They're just comfortable.
Oh, see, I can't wear flip flops.
What?
I don't think they're comfortable.
I
I'd rather
do.
wear slides.
Yeah. I just hate closed-toed shoes, but I'm wearing them too because it's cold
It's
outside.
cold outside, yeah. I've gotten to this age now where I don't like socks.
I don't like things on my feet.
Yeah. I don't blame you.
Except my girlfriend's hands.
There you go. I like
Really?
that a lot.
You like
yeah.
your feet rubbed?
You don't like
your feet rubbed?
Don't touch them.
Really?
Don't touch them. There's no need. Doesn't do it for me.
Oh, yeah.
Do you ever go get like a professional massage?
I did it once.
Have you ever had a pedicure?
No.
Oh, God.
No,
refreshing.
Oh, it's
No.
so good.
I'd rather
When they
have.
soak your feet in the water and then they
Yeah.
get that
Thing and all
whatever
that skin comes off.
sandpaper or whatever it is, and you realize what you've been walking on, and it's just it's floating there in the water below.
I think it's like a device from the ocean.
Yeah.
It's like a whatever that grows in the ocean floor.
I don't know what it is, but it feels good.
It feels great, yeah. Pedicures
No, they
are
put
the
the
best.
hot stones down my spine.
That's nice.
It was nice. I did it in Eureka Springs.
You've only had one massage in your entire life?
Not by myself.
Okay.
Well, I have like a massage gun. If I go on walks, I tore my ACL when I was younger, and so now I'm getting older, and it kind of hurts. So I have like a massage gun. that I'll
Define
use.
older for me.
37.
Okay.
What?
Scott, yeah, whatever.
I'm sorry.
What are you, 54?
53.
Okay.
Nice. When's your birthday?
June 15th.
Nice birthday. That's a solid birthday month. Not too hot, never cold.
Perfect.
Yeah,
Perfect
it's a
time of
great
year.
birthday month, yeah.
Kind of introducing everybody this summer.
I like June 15th. It's all right.
All right.
Yeah.
Very good. You like the Chiefs?
Of course I like the Chiefs.
Did you know that 80% of NFL games this year have been decided by one possession, and everybody in Kansas City seemingly thinks we're doing something wrong?
Did you? I just saw the scores up on your whiteboard over there. Only 2 games of the 13, and I'm not counting the loss to Buffalo. Only 2 games of those 12, if you will, 12 wins, were won by more than one score.
11 wins. Yeah.
And then they were back to back.
It's like Man
New
City.
Orleans and San Francisco.
That's it.
Man City wins a lot of games 1-0. That's what they do.
But I mean, back to the Chiefs for just a second. I love the Chiefs. I love them. I'm scared that they're not going to make a run for the Super Bowl.
Stop it.
Okay, this segment has now officially come to a screeching halt.
And it's sponsored by what?
Kansas Lottery. Dream bigger. So dream bigger, Scott.
Listen, they
Take
have
your shortsless ass out of here.
They have a way of pulling it off. They
put some underwear on.
They clearly do. But where's the big blowout wins?
Okay, so what if they don't win the Super Bowl this year? What are you going to do?
Still cheer for them.
Okay. You'll be upset for 5 minutes.
I'm not a fair weather fan. I'm not going to jump off the bandwagon just because they didn't win a 3rd Super Bowl in a row.
Because I heard a guy the other day at the store say, this team has to win the Super Bowl. I'm thinking to myself, well, what if they don't?
They may not.
But there's a very good chance they will.
There certainly is.
No, they'll win the whole thing.
I hope you're right.
Yep.
If they win the whole thing, you got to wear underwear for a year.
Well, I'm going to cheer against the Chiefs for the rest of the season.
That's right. All right, Scott. Have a good rest of your afternoon. Enjoy the show today.
Thank you.
Great
Thank
show.
you.
Good content.
See you, Scott.
I love that Sam guy you guys have over there. You're lucky to have
He's
that
better
guy.
than me.
Yeah, we know that. He won that award, yeah.
Yeah. You want to turn your mic off there if you don't mind? Thank you. Oh,
He knows how to do that, right?
apparently not.
I guess not.
2 things Scott doesn't do: turn mics off and wear underwear.
That's right.
In fairness, I did
Oh, he's
turn it.
back.
I did turn it off, and he turned it back on.
Oh, he did. Okay. Way to go, Mac.
So you're picking the Chargers to win. You're picking the Chiefs to lose the Super Bowl. And now you're blaming our producer.
Mm-hmm.
I love you guys.
Thank you.
too.
Love
Love
you
you
as
too,
well.
Scott. Have a good rest
Tell
of your day.
Dana we said hi.
I will.
Bring her some Kim Crawford Chardonnay. She'll love you.
Bob Fescoe, Scott Parks, Mac Morey here on Fescoe and Dusty on 96.5 The Fan. Coming up on the other side, we will get into, what's on the tailgate. It's a 7:20 start. I might be feeding Bod Mac this week. I'll tell you why on the other side here on Fescoe and Dusty. 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City Sports.
Fescoe and Dusty. Subscribe and watch the show on YouTube by going to our channel at The Fan 965, Kansas City's FM sports station, 96.5 The Fan.
Hey guys, it's Dusty Likens, and you know me. I love the holidays. I love sports, friends, family, everything like that. And also, speaking of friends and family, go see my people at Diamonds Direct to make holiday magic this year with something beautiful and timeless. Lots of great and amazing ideas. Something new, eye-catching from a world-class designer. Or maybe you're looking for that perfect engagement ring or a fabulous Swiss timepiece. At Diamonds Direct, they have the perfect gifts for the season, starting at around $300. This is your best destination for holiday jewelry, and it's in Leawood, Kansas. Their experts can help you pick out that headliner gift, or for some fabulous ideas, see the online seasonal gift guide now at diamondsdirect.com. The extraordinary value, ironclad warranties, and white glove services Diamonds Direct is known for if you want to go to their in-store in Leawood, Kansas. And to help make your purchase even more affordable, Diamonds Direct has special financing so you can spread out your payments. Get details, special showroom hours, and our holiday gift guide now at diamondsdirect.com. Diamonds Direct, best jewelry store ever.
Kansas Lottery Play-On app. Scan your tickets for more chances to win.
It's a Red Friday on 96.5 The Fan and the other place, especially with these amazing game day specials. 14-inch 2-topping pizzas for just $12 and $4 domestic OP cups. The other place with 5 great Kansas City Metro locations.
Listen, you've been making house payments for years, right? And right now your home's value has never been higher, right? That means you're likely sitting on a small fortune in equity. And good for you. That's cash you could use to help secure your retirement, solve all your financial burdens, enable you to travel everything you want. The catch is, you're not ready to move. No problem. You don't have to with Truehold. Sell and stay leaseback program. It's a genius financial strategy. You sell your home to Truehold while its value is high. You bank all the equity in cash now, and you can stay as long as you like with an easy, affordable lease. And Truehold pays property taxes, insurance, and maintenance. Truehold unlocks your wealth without uprooting your life. Get a Truehold offer now while your home's value is sky high. Call 1-855-300-9993 or visit Truehold.com. The smarter, faster way to cash out without moving out. Truehold.com.
At House of Diamonds, 100% of the custom jewelry we sell is designed, cast, and finished from scratch just for you right here in our Overland Park shop. Don't settle for fake custom. Get real custom at House of Diamonds on the southeast corner of College and Quivira.
It's better over here. If you're 55 and up, T-Mobile has an exclusive rate plan just for you. Right now, get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for just $30 a line. That's a 45% savings versus Verizon and AT&T. Plus, you can get one of the latest 5G phones free when you add a line. That's right, a free 5G phone. Experience all this and more on America's largest 5G network. So why wait? At T-Mobile, customers 55 and up can get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for only $30 a line. Just go to T-Mobile.com/choice55 or visit your local store to make the switch.
With AutoPay using debit or bank account plus taxes and fees, 45% off 2 lines versus AT&T Starter and Verizon Welcome. Plan benefits vary. Free phones up to $300 off with 24 monthly bill credits and qualifying new line for well-qualified customers plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Contact us before canceling entire account to continue remaining bill credits. Bill credits end if you pay off device early. See details at T-Mobile.com.
When I wake up
The best mornings
in the morning light,
start with Wrangler.
I pull on my jeans and I feel alright.
Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started. Good mornings make for better days. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
Hey, Dad. Mom wants pizza for dinner. You want to run out?
Sure. I need to get gas anyways. Give me a minute.
Cool. Hey, what's that bottle?
It's stable. You just add it to the fuel tank, and it keeps these engines healthy. When you start driving, I'll put some in your car, too.
Which one do I get?
How much money you got?
At every fill-up, or when you store, start with Stable.
When I wake up
The best mornings
in the morning light,
start with Wrangler.
I pull on my jeans and I feel alright.
Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started. Good mornings make for better days. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Red Friday coming to an end here on Fescoe and Dusty on 96.5 The Fan. Thanks for having us. Enjoy the rest of your day on 96.5 The Fan. You've got Cody Golden Drew from 10 to 2. Then you have Carrington and Rob from 2 to 6 to take you home. And then don't forget tonight, I'm double dipping. I'll be with my guy Sean Barber.
There you go.
We'll be out at the Buffalo Wild Wings in Zona Rosa.
Sweet.
So should be a good time. Sean Barber said he's excited for it. The Fan Show, 6 to 8, Zona Rosa, Buffalo Wild Wings. Desmond Moses, I believe, will be there as well. So it'll be fun to talk shop with Barbershop.
There you go. We have a 7 o'clock soccer game tonight outside.
Ooh. Ouch. It'll be cold. Good thing it's
I'm dressed like I'm going to a Chiefs game. Not kidding.
Seriously, yeah.
7 o'clock. No sun.
That's scarf, beanie, jacket, hoodie.
Snow pants.
Underwear.
Yeah, the whole 9 yards. Yeah.
Consuming Fireball like you're at a Chiefs game or no?
Yes.
No, probably not. You know, no.
Get the car, Jed!
Yeah. But I'll probably go do a couple of shots of tequila Cactus before Andy roll out of the game.
game, get warm up.
You guys are both probably going to do that.
Regular Friday, but I got to have the snow pants on. You have to stay warm. But I mean, I was just telling Dusty in the break, and I was talking to our friend Ponch in 99.7 this morning as well about like this stuff. And Dusty's like, oh, God, I'm like, but you know what? Soon it's going to be over and it's going to be done, and I'm going to miss it. I know I am. I mean, I know.
Christmas joy?
Yeah. But you know, like fatherhood, childhood, quick. And so we're getting, they're in high school almost, both of them now.
Yeah.
And so it's like, man, I don't have many more of these. And so I'm going to enjoy the hell out of it.
Heck
I love watching my kids do their thing and do sports. And like I said, we got a big weekend of that and concerts and all that kind of stuff. There's nothing better than seeing your kid have fun and do their thing, man. It just brings me more joy in my life than anything I've ever had before.
That's awesome.
Right. Mac,
Won't feel it tonight.
It sucks. I got to keep telling myself I'm going to miss this in 5 years.
Yeah, that's what you got to look at it there, Dusty. In 5 years, I am going to miss this. Tonight, not so much.
So underwear, is that a part of the wardrobe
Oh,
tonight?
yeah, I'll have long johns. Yeah, I'll probably do long johns, joggers, winter pants, snow pants over the top. I'll put my Scout starter jacket on.
Oh, yeah.
Scarf is the key. I will tell people who don't scarf, if you're going to be outside, Chiefs game, tailgate, all that kind of stuff, put that scarf around your neck. It will absolutely change your warmth ratio, man. It is unbelievable how much heat escapes out the neck.
Dusty, big scarf guy.
Huge scarf guy. Probably 4 or 5 in the closet. Not as many as koozies.
I was going to say, we don't need a picture, but.
Yeah. You're not a scarf guy.
I've got one. My dad gave me all of us a really nice scarf for Christmas. It's
Like a
red. Like
Burberry
I should bring it to a game next time.
Yeah, you should. Absolutely. Just wear it in the winter. If you're going to be outside for any extended period of time, man, I'm telling you what, that scarf will keep you warm.
You guys do anything special for the games? It's 7:20 or
my daughter's birthday on Sunday.
Oh,
nice. Happy birthday.
15. She started 15 years
Permit
old,
time.
right? Yeah, we started doing a little bit of driving. Like, apparently, I guess, and I don't know if I should say this on the air, but I'm going to. Apparently, my wife isn't the best at teaching my daughter to drive. She's like, she's grabbing the wheel the whole time. So I'm like, all right, just get in the car, drive. So I just got in the car and sat in the passenger side. I didn't even pay attention to what she was doing. Perfectly fine.
Really?
Yes. Imagine having somebody yelling at you the entire time you're trying to drive and you're 14 years old. It's not easy, right? Like, I couldn't have my dad teach me. My mom taught me, and now I look back on it. My mother was, like, moving out of the way of the side rail of the road and things of that nature. She thought I was going to hit it, but I told her, I just got on my phone, quite honestly, so I wouldn't focus on her, and I just let her do her thing.
Well, that probably put her at ease a little bit.
It did, yeah. I think it did. And she's like, oh, this isn't too bad. I said, you did great. I said, just accelerate slow and brake, nothing fast, nothing herky-jerky or anything like that. It was just around the neighborhood, and we weren't on the main street quite yet, but I'm just going to be calm. I'm going to pretend like she's an experienced driver. I'm just going to get on my phone so I don't pay attention.
Yeah.
She was great. Absolutely wonderful. So
I would say that you do learn better when that's the mechanism.
I think so.
Because,
yeah.
I mean, my dad was kind of that way, and my sister wrecked his car, ran through a stump in somebody's front yard. It's a true story. Toyota Corolla, right outside the cul-de-sac that we lived in. It was probably doing the whole, hey, do this. Hey, don't do this. Hey, don't do this. And then, boom.
Yeah, right. Could you imagine having somebody next to you going, turn, spark. Okay.
Which is hilarious because then the complete opposite thing happened for me. My mom picked me up from school, obviously divorced parents. She drove a Astro van.
Oh my God, no way.
Oh yeah,
really?
straight up. When I took my permit test or my driver's test in.
Love it.
And she picked me up. She got out of the car, sat in the front seat. I came out and I was like, what are you doing? She goes, you want to be a big badass driver? Get in the driver's seat. Let's go home. And I was like, oh. And it was one of those tap, tap, tap the whole way home.
Yeah.
But she just didn't say anything. The only thing she would say is, don't forget your signals and don't forget, to be aware of other drivers. I was like, okay.
Yeah.
And then the rest is history.
Yeah, she asked me one question. She goes, I need to put my blinker on to go in the driveway. I'm going to do whatever you want. There's nobody on the street, right? You can do whatever. I said, yes, you're supposed to put your blinker on. But I vowed to myself, I wasn't going to be the guy that teaches them how to drive. And then I'm now hearing, the horror stories from my daughter. She's grabbing the wheel from me. I'm like, okay. All right, let's figure this out. Just take the car home and see how we do.
Someone from the text line says, it's not when they first start driving that they are bad. It's after they get a little confidence and they get complacent. That's when they are the terrible drivers.
Sounds like all of us, I think. Yeah. Sounds
I
like
don't
all
need
of
to
us.
do that no one else does.
Right.
What do you think is one thing you wish more people did more often with cars than they don't do anymore?
What do you mean by that?
So I feel like back in 1980, everybody used a turn signal.
Oh, no.
Nobody's using
I wish
turn
nobody
signals.
used their phone in the car.
That's not going to happen.
I know. But I love riding up next to people and they're on their phone and just slamming on the horn and seeing the reaction of the people freak out in that car. It's the best. Put your damn phone down.
From the 75, my wife's birthday is on Sunday, too. Happy early birthday to your daughter, Bob.
Sweet. Happy birthday to your wife, too.
There you go. See?
Hope you guys have a great
Handshakes,
day. Yeah.
So what are you going to do for the birthday spread?
A lot of this I really shouldn't be talking about on the radio, quite honestly. So tonight we have a soccer game, so we're going to do that. Tomorrow we're going to take her out to dinner. Sunday is her actual birthday, so we've got some stuff planned for Sunday as well. My other daughter has her stage right concert on Saturday or Sunday afternoon at 2:00, so we'll do that, and then we'll go to Corner Cocktail, grab a hamburger. That's kind of our tradition. Best hamburgers in town over there at Corner Cocktail at like 85th and Warnell. If you've never had it, phenomenal. It's a hole in the wall that everybody in Waldo goes to, and everybody's there. It's a great, great, great spot. So we usually do that because there's two performances. There's one at 2 and there's one at 7. Jen will be going to the 7 o'clock performance on Sunday. Sorry, sweetheart. Me and your mom will be going to the early performance because we're going to get back and watch the Chiefs game. But so no, it's a big weekend of just doing stuff and watching my kids do their thing, and I love every minute of it, man.
Nice. Nothing better than a nice old hamburger.
Oh yeah, some fries,
especially when you come out of the garage.
Yeah,
right off the Blackstone with a cheese blanket on it.
Cheese blanket, man.
Mac, what's your plans on Sunday? You just gonna chill now that you got the ladies back out of town?
Yeah, I'm a rot on the couch. 3 TVs as usual. No red zone for me. One Foursquare, 2 separate games, so I got 6 games on all at once.
KU on the other one.
Nobody's really. I mean, it's a bad day.
Yeah,
it really
sucks.
is. Like, it's holiday time. People got things going on, and it's noon on a Sunday.
I would watch it on a Tuesday or Wednesday.
Tuesday or Wednesday,
I would watch it.
you would. You'd be dialed in. You really would be. Yeah.
Even on a Thursday, I'd probably have it on a second TV.
And you got to dive into Jacksonville, Tennessee.
Of course, Jags Titans is going to be taken to my
Sympathy
whole
watch.
attention.
Huge game. Yeah,
that's hilarious.
Right next to Panthers Eagles, man.
Yeah.
Bob did make a good point about the Panthers. I am excited now to watch Saquon. I
Well,
want to see him break the record.
I hope he goes nuts on Sunday. Like, you have this is like an opportunity to stack wins. It's like when you got a 3-game series against Oakland. You got to take care of business, right? You can't fall. Like, you're playing the White Sox. You can't lose to Chicago, right? You got to take care of business. This is kind of like Saquon Barkley. You're going against Carolina this week, right? They have a terrible rush defense. You're this close. You don't want it to have to come down where you need, like, as you said earlier, 110 yards in that final game, and the game is meaningless for your team, and then you play and get hurt. You got to rack up the yards, bank the yards against the Carolina Panthers. I'm excited to see what he does against the Panthers.
I'm also excited to see what Bryce Young does.
Yeah.
My friend texted me the other day. He goes, see, you're off the Bryce Young bandwagon. He's back. I'm like, okay, it's been a really good month for Bryce Young. Can he continue this, Can he continue? He's got a good team this week he's playing against.
He did it against the Chiefs, who was a good team.
Yeah.
Put up 27 points. Adam Thielen, finally healthy. Hooked on a Thielen.
Mm-hmm.
Man,
Mac does not know that song.
Yeah, he's seen Guardians of the Galaxy.
Okay, just the blank stare that you kind of gave back.
Guardians of the Galaxy really introduced older music to a younger crowd. I think that's the biggest takeaway from that movie.
That's interesting. Okay.
I mean, literally that soundtrack, everyone started to love it, and it was like there were 7-year-olds and 70-year-olds all loving the same soundtrack, and it's like, okay, there we go. It's like that soundtrack for me was Forrest Gump.
That is absolutely right. Yeah.
Like, I heard, that's where I found out who Jackson Brown was, the Birds.
The Birds, yeah.
I was like, man, these songs are all great.
To
My dad's like,
everything,
turn.
turn.
I don't get this one, but it says, can we bring back the How Drunk is Merle
Oh,
segment?
we used to do a segment, How Drunk is Merrill Reese, the voice of the Eagles.
Do you think Eric Bieniemy should be the new Uncle Tom for the Chiefs?
Okay. I'm going to take away my time on the microphone today. You waited until this part of time to bring up Eric Bieniemy, and I thought to myself yesterday, I
Uncle
said,
Tom, though, no coaching, just being the guy that can get to people's ass.
Baby.
That's a great role for him.
Oh, God, the Eric Bieniemy stuff yesterday.
Somebody put a post up, and it wasn't even Eric Bieniemy. It was somebody else.
Oh, my
it was
God. It was so good.
If you missed it, go to Nate Taylor's X, and you'll see exactly what I'm talking about.
good.
DeAndre Hopkins likes him. Look at this conversation.
Did you see the one Matt Derrick put up?
Oh, boy.
Of who they thought Eric Bieniemy was?
Yeah.
All
right, go do something nice for somebody. You never know. It could change their day, week, month, or year. It's simply cool to care. Kansas City, stay safe, stay kind, and stay right here on 96.5 The Fan, because coming up next, it's Cody Golden Drew from 10 to 2. Talk to you later.